A very warm good morning, Honorable Joint Directors and Dean, respected Chairperson and the jury members and everyone present here. I, Nusrat Jahan, MSc Research Scholar from the Division of Agricultural Extension.
I, Kavya Darshini, first year MSc from the Division of Food Science and Post-Harvest Technology. We welcome you all on this auspicious first day of the week-long 63rd Convocation program of the Graduate School, IARI.
The journey of Indian Agricultural Research Institute, IARI, began way back in the 1905 with a mission to provide leadership for science-led, sustainable and globally competitive agriculture for food, nutrition and livelihood security.
Today is the day to recap the meticulous achievements of the students. We will be witnessing the cream of all the divisions, presenting their outstanding research outcomes and going one step closer to the IARI merit medals. NABARD Professor V.L. Chopra Gold Medal and Best Student of the Year Award.
As per the Indian tradition, no occasion is auspiciously started without lighting of the lamp. So I here request all the dignitaries for the Deep Prajwalan.
कैसे कल डिसाइड किया था देख लो
Now, I would like to invite students of the graduate school for Saraswati Vandana.
Thank you for the Saraswati Vandana. I'd now like to request Joint Director Education and Dean, Dr. Anupama Singh, to kindly felicitate the chairpersons and all the jury members. Dr. B.M. Prasanna, Chairperson, Distinguished Scientist, CIMMYT, and Regional Director, CIMMYT Asia, NAS Complex, New Delhi. Dr. J.P. Sharma, former Vice Chancellor, SKUAST, Jammu, and former Joint Director, Extension, ICAR, IR, New Delhi. Dr. R.K. Jain, former Dean and Joint Director, Education, ICAR, IR, New Delhi.
Dr. Bimlesh Man, ADG, EPNHS, ICAR, New Delhi. Dr. V.B. Patel, ADG, Fruit and Plantation Crops, ICAR, New Delhi. Dr. S.K. Sharma, ADG, HRM, ICAR, New Delhi. Now I invite Dr. Anupama Singh, Dean Ma'am, for the welcome address.
Thank you very much. A very, very warm and wonderful good morning to all, those who are present on the dais, off the dais, those who have joined online in this morning session of the two-day, very exciting, I would say, and in another manner, for students, an adventurous, much-awaited session of the Merit Medal presentation. Honorable Chairperson, Dr. B.M. Prasanna ji, the chair of this two-day session, Distinguished Scientist, CIMMYT, and Regional Director, CIMMYT Asia and SC Complex, New Delhi. Worthy members of jury, Dr. J.P. Sharma ji, former Vice Chancellor, SQUAS Jammu, and former Joint Director Extension, ICAR IRA. Dr. R.K. Jain sir, former Joint Director Education and Dean, Graduate School, IRI, New Delhi. Dr. Bimlesh Manji, ADG EPHS, ICR. Dr. V.B. Patel, ADG Fruits and Plantation Crops, ICR. Dr. S.K. Sharma ji, ADG HRM, ICR. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear students, on behalf of Director IRI and on my own behalf, it's my humble privilege to welcome all here and those joining online on the first day of the 63rd Convocation Week program of the ICAR, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, which has expanded pan-India. Before I move further to accord my welcome address as part of my duty, it's my duty to share with the audience here that I'm sure all of you must be missing the Academic Council Chair and the head of the family, Dr. Srinivas Rao's presence in this morning session, but there is no need to feel, disappointed on that. Sir will be joining in few minutes as he is busy with a delegation of Shri Bill Gates, who has come in IRI in context of some official commitments. Today's event comprises the presentation of the significant postgraduate research by the master's and PhD students of IRI for the Merit Medal and the Best Students of the Year come NABARD Professor V.L. Chopra Gold Medal recognitions. When I'm saying here students of IRI, that includes students of IRI and its 16 hubs. So the students, those who are enrolled in the graduate school IRI. The session will witness competitive presentations for selection of 5 students each from master's and PhD categories for the merit medals. 1 each from master's and PhD presentations will be selected for the NABARD and Best Student of the Year recognition. Regarding the entire process that has gone into this, reaching up to this stage for the students, I'm sure the convener of the session, Dr. Anil Dahuja, will brief the jury as well as the audience here. There are 22 master's and 21 PhD category presentations to keep you all engaged, imbibed, and immersed through these 2 days in the world of science-driven, cutting-edge research and then its application in agriculture and allied domains, I'm sure. Now, on behalf of the Director IRI and the Academic Council Chair IRI, it's my duty to introduce the Chairman, Dr. B.M. Prasannaji, and members of the jury to the audience. About Dr. Prasanna, Dr. B.M. Prasannaji is a distinguished scientist and regional director for Asia at CIMMYT and member of the CIMMYT leadership team. He is out and out an alumnus and faculty of IRI because so much has been written, but because of the paucity of time, I won't elaborate on everything. To be very brief on that, starting his journey from the scientist and rising to the ranks of ICAR National Fellow at Division of Genetics, Maize Program Leader and Principal Scientist in the Division of Genetics. He served as the Indian team leader for EmbryoNet, a collaborative program funded by the Asian Development Bank and implemented by CIMMYT in 6 Asian countries. Dr. B.M. Prasanna, a world-renowned authority in the maize research, successfully led a multidisciplinary team of 35 internationally recruited scientists and more than 200 locally recruited staff in Africa, Latin America, and Asia, focused on maize breeding and seed systems, particularly development and deployment of elite, high-yielding, stress-resilient, and nutritionally fortified maize varieties. Dr. Prasanna led the CGIAR research program of maize from 2015 till 2021, and with an alliance of more than 350 research and development institutions globally. Sir has led the program in tackling maize lethal necrosis disease in Eastern Africa and the fall armyworm in Africa and Asia. Dr. Prasannaji led the One CGIAR Plant Health Initiative, which includes 10 CGIAR centers and over 150 national and international partners. He is the member of Board of Directors of Quali Basic Seed Company, representing CIMMYT since 2016. Recipients of many awards and recognitions, the major ones, the Dr. M.S. Swaminathan Award for Leadership in Agriculture, awarded by TAS recently, the highest honor of China, Shanghai Magnolia Silver Award, awarded by Shanghai Government, People's Republic of China, CIMMYT's distinguished scientist, and member of several international advisory committees. He is Dr. B.P. Pal Awardee of IRI, Best Teacher Award of IRI, and has the FAO Fellowship, University of California. Sir has published, very highly cited researcher. He has published over 230 research articles in various international journals and has a Google Scholar H index of 73. Sir, we are honored to have you as the chair of the jury. Dr. J.P. Sharma ji. Dr. J.P. Sharma, who does not know him in IRI and in ICAR, as a part and parcel who brought in a lot of revolution in the field of extension-led education and research in IRI. Dr. J.P. Sharma ji demonstrated scientific leadership and skills in research management, developed innovation extension models and entrepreneurship development for livelihood security of farmers as Vice Chancellor SQUAST Jammu and SQUAST Kashmir, Director CAFT, Head Division of Agricultural Extension and the Joint Director Extension and Joint Director Research for some time in IRI, New Delhi. Member of various national statutory bodies and policy committees, nominated member of the subgroup 7 for the 12th Plan of Planning Commission. Sir has a total of more than 120 research papers, 301 popular articles, more than 50 books and 62 book chapters, and more than 50 awards to his credits, including the very honored NAS Fellowship. Sir designed and developed innovative extension approaches like National Extension Program, the IRI Post Office Linkage Extension Model, Cyber Extension Model, and Vice Chancellor to Village Program, among many others. As Vice Chancellor of SQUAST Jammu, He brought in a lot of revolutionary changes in the region of the Jammu and Kashmir, as through the Jammu and the Kashmir universities, and developing new infrastructure and the new KVKs and recruitment of the new faculty and the opening of many new colleges. He served as the member of NEP 2020 Task Force on Higher Education, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, member National Advisory Board of Agrivision, member Indian Council of Cultural Relations, and member Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, among many others. He has been a part of the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan of Ministry of MOHRD and nodal officer of doubling the farmers' income in J&K. He introduced, he taught, mentored 11 postgraduate courses in agricultural extension and guided 23 PG students as chairperson in IRI. Dr. R.K. Jain, a very renowned former dean and dean graduate school and the joint director education, formerly emeritus scientist ICAR and the dean and head of plant pathology. He has been instrumental in successfully implementing the IRI outreach program in Myanmar and Afghanistan as ANASTU and in Myanmar as ICAR. He has also been instrumental in initial establishment of IRI-like institutions in Jharkhand and Assam, which are now designate of campuses. His contributions to the field of plant virology have been world recognized. And by the institute, Dr. Jain received IRI Merit Medal and Best Teacher Award and Hari Krishna Shastri Memorial Award, received NAS Fellowship Recognition Award and Editorship of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and has won laurels from the various professional bodies. Besides, Sir is recipient of UNDP Fellowship, DBT Overseas Associateship, and WASFIC Award. About Dr. S.K. Sharma ji, the ADG HRM ICAR New Delhi. His biodata is humongous, so I found it very hard to cut it short. I'll try. Working as ADG in ICAR Education Division, Dr. Saab has worked in coordinating and monitoring competency-based capacity building and HRM policies for all cadres of employees of ICAR headquarters and 113 ICAR institutes across India. He is actually the authority in ICAR on the Karam Yogi, that program of the Government of India. Dr. Sharma is a recipient of IRI Gold Medal during MSc and PhD, and he got Jawaharlal Nehru Award in 2001 by ICAR and PhD in agronomy at he did his PhD in agronomy at IRI. With 29 years experience as assistant professor in teaching research, associate professor in research, and professor, he focused on research, education, and human resource management. Served in various positions in ICAR, including office in charge in ICREP on dryland agriculture, deputy director research, associate director research, zonal director research at MPUAT, and assistant director general at present. With specialization in agronomy, Dr. Saab is an authority in the natural farming and organic farming. In fact, he is the one who developed first new UG course for BSc Honours Agriculture on Natural Farming as per NEP 2020 in 2024. Developed the guidelines to be included in the 16th Committee for Diploma and Certificate courses in agriculture and allied sectors, and the credit of implementation of Mission Karam Yogi goes to him. Dr. V.B. Patel, the Assistant Director General and Vana Mangas, Fruit and Plantation Crops, ICAR. Dr. Patel, currently ADG Horticultural Science. Before joining, he was working as Principal Scientist at the Division of Fruit Crops in IRI. He has also headed Horticulture Department at Bihar Agricultural University and served as University Professor cum Chief Scientist and Associate Director Research at the university. Dr. Patel has contributed significantly in developing leaf sampling technique and leaf nutrient standards or guide for several horticultural crops, and also gave the fertilizer recommendations for the fruit crops. Dr. Saab has been associated with development of 4 grape hybrids and 1 variety related to bale. He has also been associated with formulation of National Horticulture Mission and the 11th Plan and Clean Plant programs in Horticulture, Government of India. Dr. Patel is recipient of several prestigious awards, including IRI Leadership, including Agriculture Leadership Award, ICAR Hariom Ashram Trust Award, Lal Bahadur Shastri Young Scientist Award, and NAS Young Scientist recognition. Dr. Sab currently coordinates fruit and plantation crop research throughout the country, addressing to R&D needs of this sector. Dr. Bimlesh Mann, the Assistant Director General, EPH ICAR, is the honorable jury of the day. Dr. Bimlesh Mann presently, as ADG EP and HS, has more than 33 years of experience as a researcher, academician, and as a research manager. Served in several management roles at our deemed university. I always say our cousin of the deemed universities, that is ICAR and DRI, including Joint Director Research, Head Dairy Chemistry Division, Principal Scientist, which is equivalent to Professor in NDRI, and the chairperson of several committees inside and outside NDRI across and in the NARIS and outside NARIS. Major achievements of her: she has more than 575 publications, including more than 120 research papers, several conference proceedings, more than 12 technologies which have been developed, approved, and commercialized. She has a very impressive patent portfolio of around 10 patents which have been granted, and she has guided 35 students and completed 32 research projects. Dr. Bimlesh Mann is the recipient of several awards and recognition, including Fellowship of the NAS, Fellowship of the Indian Dairy Association, recipient of Bharat Ratna Dr. C. Subramaniam Award for Outstanding Teacher, NDRI Best Teacher Award, Professor Jeevan Singh Sindhu Award for Teaching Par Excellence, among many others. And she has specialization in dairy and food science. With these, I am sure all of us will be mesmerized in the proceedings that are now going to unfold. Thank you very much for your patient hearing and also being here. And I request all of you to kindly prioritize your calendar and be here for the 2 days and enjoy this, as I said, the academic utsav. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the welcome address. Moving further, I'd like to request Dr. Anil Dahuja, sir, to kindly detail about the presentations.
The Honorable Chairperson of the session, our beloved Dr. B.M. Prasanna, sir, the most esteemed members of the judging committee, Dr. J.P. Sharma, sir, Dr. R.K. Jain, sir, Dr. Bimlesh Mann, madam, Dr. V.V. Patel, Dr. S.K. Sharma, respected Dean and Joint Director Education, Directors of the Sister Institute, Outreach Centers and Hubs of IRI, the Project Director WTC, Joint Director Extension, and distinguished dignitaries of the dais, respected HODs, professors, faculty members, and dear students. Please accept my heartiest congratulations on this auspicious occasion of commencement of 63rd Convocation of IRI. You will all agree with me, it is indeed a unique and rich tradition of IRI to have a 1 week long celebration of this auspicious day, which befittingly starts with the power-packed presentations of the MSc and PhD students contesting for the priceless IRI merit medals and the Best Student of the Year award. So this contest is the most eagerly awaited, as ma'am said, session of the IRI Convocation Week, and has always been fiercely fought, in which toppers nominated from 26 disciplines of IRI showcase their exemplary skills and achievements. After completion of this session, 5 students, each from the MSc and the PhD category, are selected for the coveted IRI merit medals, while the 1 student, each from both the category, receives the honor and distinction of the Best Student of the Year award. The recipients of the Best Student of the Year award are also conferred with the NABARD Professor V.L. Chopra Gold Medal Award as an icing on the cake. The award carries a handsome cash prize of Rs 25,000 and a gold medal. So before the pride and pearls of IRI serves you the intellectual feast, it is my proud privilege and honor to apprise the audience, especially our esteemed jury members, about the selection process for these prestigious awards. Sir, At present, we have 26 disciplines at IRI, and nominations of the students for this contest are invited from all the disciplines. However, to be nominated for this award, a student must possess the minimum eligibility of having a OGP of 8 or above. The professors of each discipline obtains the application from all the eligible and interested candidates in the prescribed format for discussion in the Board of Studies. The BOS then evaluates and scores all the applications received as per the graduate school guidelines duly approved by the Academic Council and sends its recommendations to the graduate school along with the detailed score sheet to all the of all the candidates. The nominations are then finalized at the graduate school level after the due assessment of the BOS recommendations. So last year, under the visionary guidance of our Dean Ma'am, an online portal was developed by the Faculty of Computer Application at ISRI for receiving the IRI merit medal applications in the online mode to ensure enhanced transparency and the efficiency. So this year, the same portal was used for obtaining online applications of the nominated students, along with all the requisite documents supporting the claims made in the applications. So in all this year, as Bam told, we received 43 applications, 22 from the MSc category and the 21 from the PhD category. And then to screen and score these applications, an empowered committee was constituted by the Honorable Dean and Joint Director Education IRI. The committee critically evaluated these applications in terms of veracity and genuineness of the claims and scored them as per the stipulated guidelines of the Graduate School IRI. The scoring is basically based on 3 parameters which carry different weightage for MSc and PhD students. Since today only the MSc students will be making their presentation, I shall be highlighting the detailed weightage of these parameters under the MSc category only. So for MSc students, the OGPA carries a weightage of 50%. The research papers published out of their thesis has a weightage of 15%. Co-curricular and extracurricular achievements of the candidates, like the best poster or the oral presentation awards, or the prizes won by them in the national or the state level inter-university sports, cultural or academic competition, has a weightage of 5 marks. So rest of the 30 marks belong to our esteemed jury, which are going to be awarded by them based on the performance of the candidate in the today's presentation. Sir, list of the candidates along with the performer to be used for the evaluation of their performance has already been provided to the jury members in the folder. And as per the performer, the judging committee will be evaluating the candidates based on 3 parameters: the quality of research work and its potential impact, which carries 15 marks out of the total 30 marks allocated for the today's presentation; overall understanding of the work done and ability to answer the questions posed to them, which has a weightage of 10 marks, while the style of the presentation and quality of slide carries 5 marks. So as decided by the competent authority, only the members of the judging committee would be posing the questions and interacting with the students after the end of each presentation. So as far as time allocation it is concerned, I would like to inform the audience that the total time allocation for today's presentation is 10 minutes. After 8 minutes, yellow light will blink, indicating the student to sum up the presentation. At the end of the 10 minutes, red light will come up, indicating the student to stop his or her presentation. Any student exceeding this time limit would be liable to be penalized by the negative marking. So with this brief introduction, I would like to thank all the contestants for enriching the intellectual heritage and legacy of IRI further and wish them good luck for their today's presentations. From my personal experience, I assure you all this session is going to be extremely enchanting and captivating, full of energy, thought-provoking ideas, innovations, and of course, many take-home messages. So in the end, I thank each one of you for your gracious presence in this August hall for this all-important session. I'm sure it would encourage and motivate the young speakers immensely. So wishing you all a fruitful and productive day ahead. Thank you, one and all, for being here with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. B.M. Prasanna, sir, Distinguished Scientist, Summit and Regional Director, Summit Asia, New Delhi, for introductory remarks and taking the proceedings further.
Good morning, everyone, and this is a great pleasure to come back to my alma mater after a long number of years. After 15 years, perhaps I am coming onto the stage of IRA. I was based in Mexico and Kenya for a number of years as Director of Global Maize Program of CIMIT. Did my both master's and PhD degrees here at IRA, and it's always a nostalgic feeling to attend the IRA Merit Medals presentations. And that time, the BP Paul Auditorium used to be jam-packed with students. There used to be hardly any space. People used to come, both the faculty members and students in large numbers, to encourage their fellow students and also to enjoy the presentations, which are indeed of very high quality. And I expect the same, of course, today. Frankly, the master's and PhD students is a kind of a barometer for the quality of postgraduate research that is done in any educational institution. IRA being the premier institution, and I always used to tell my colleagues wherever I was that the quality of agricultural research and education at IRA is second to none. But the world has changed. The technological landscape is fast evolving. Things that were never been even taught 15 years back. I used to teach 4 very popular courses in genetics division, but the landscape has completely changed in the last 10 to 15 years. How well abreast the faculty members are would be reflected by what kind of research topics the students are pursuing and how well they can confidently present them in a forum like this. So without any further ado, we have a fantastic jury here. Several colleagues of mine who used to work at IRA are again on this podium, and several colleagues again who were my batchmates or my colleagues at IRA when I was serving the genetics division or sitting in the audience. It's always a great feeling. I would like the students to present their work confidently, address the questions in a very pertinent manner, stick to the timings, and then showcase IRA's quality of postgraduate research in this very, very important forum. So looking forward to a very exciting day today as well as tomorrow, and all the best to the students. Thank you.
All the respected jury members, and they will be occupying the seats just in front of the, yeah. Sir.
Now I request the chairperson to please take the proceedings further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think we can start with the first presentation of Mr. Subhajit Rakshit from the Division of Agricultural Chemistry. Subhajit, you will have 8 plus 2 minutes. Okay.
स्टेज के ऊपर की लाइट ऑफ कीजिएगा प्लीज स्विच ऑफ द स्टेज लाइट विच इज कमिंग फ्रॉम अपवर्ड्स जो ऑपरेटर है मेरी आवाज सुन रहे हैं स्टेज के ऊपर की लाइट बंद कर दीजिए ये लाइट यस यस ओके ये सामने वाले लाइट भी बंद कर दीजिए जो फ्लावर्स पे आ रही है
Start. A very good afternoon to the respected chairperson of this session, respected jury members, dignitaries and all. I am Subhajit Rakshit, representing Division of Agricultural Chemicals. I welcome you all in my presentation. Water is the lifeline of our planet. There is no life without water. But 3/4 of the earth comprised of fresh water, but the 2% is fresh water. But the fresh water is depleting now rapidly. Water scarcity has now become a burning issue. Recently, Gujarat and Bangalore had faced severe water crisis. Whatever water is left is facing tremendous water pollution. One of the most common causes of water pollution is the rampant application of pesticides. So the question comes in our mind, is our drinking water safe? We can't say yes with so much confidence because several reports are there regarding the presence of toxic chemicals in drinking water. Herbicides are used most extensively as compared to the insecticides and fungicides in the world. Among the herbicides used, glyphosate is one of the most commonly used post-emergence herbicides. The report published by the Pesticide Action Network Europe 2023 revealed the hidden tail of glyphosate. As per their report, the drinking water in different European countries had already been contaminated by glyphosate and its toxic metabolite AMPA. International Agency for Research and Concern under World Health Organization made a review committee to review the carcinogenicity status of glyphosate, and they declared glyphosate as probably carcinogenic to humans. And this is not a myth, this is harsh reality. Several cases are there regarding glyphosate poisoning throughout the world. So I want to ask you a question. Is the water of India free from glyphosate? Can we answer? Probably no. Because no contamination study has been done on glyphosate and AMPA residues in water. But why? Glyphosate is not a new molecule. It is an age-old herbicide. In spite of being an age-old herbicide, why no research had been done on contamination status of glyphosate and AMPA residues in water of India? It is because of its difficulty in analysis. There is a distinction between glyphosate with other pesticides. It is very difficult to extract glyphosate from water for its high polarity and its high water solubility. It lacks the chromophore group, that's why it cannot be analyzed by the HPLC using UV visible detector. Because of low vapor pressure, it can't be analyzed by the gas chromatography. And because of small molecular weight, it is very difficult to optimize glyphosate in LC-MS instrument. So, envisaging the need of the hour, my thesis title is Status of Glyphosate Residues in Waters of NCR Region and its Absorption Behavior in Soil. Our study comprised of 3 following objectives. Number 1, to develop and validate method for detection and quantification of glyphosate and its metabolites in water. Number 2, to assess the residue status of glyphosate and its metabolites in water of NCR region. And number 3, study on adsorption, desorption and leaching behavior of glyphosate and its metabolites in soil. This is the protocol we have developed for estimation of glyphosate and AMPA in water. We have taken only 1 ml of water sample, then 0.5 ml of 9-FMCCl was added, followed by 0.5 ml of borate buffer. It was vortexed, kept undisturbed for 30 minutes for derivatization reaction to complete. Then formic acid was added to stop the derivatization reaction. After that, DCM was added for cleanup, and aqueous air was collected and filtered into LC-MS vial and quantified by the LC-MS instrument. This is the LC-MS spectra of 1 microgram mixed standard of glyphosate and AMPA. We have validated our method as per the internationally approved SANTE guidelines, and the result of all the methodology parameters are satisfactory and as per their guidelines. We have also performed ILC or inter-laboratory comparison to check the quality of our test results. After developing the method, we have analyzed 9 drinking water samples from central Delhi region. Unfortunately, those water samples were highly contaminated by glyphosate. That's why for confirmation, we have sent our water samples to another reputed laboratory in India, that is Food Safety and Standard Authority of India approved and NABL accredited lab. They also confirmed our test results with satisfactory value of Z score. So there is no confusion regarding the presence of glyphosate in drinking water samples. We have our method used only 1 ml of water sample. Furthermore, our method is cost effective, time efficient, greener and less laborious as compared to the existing methods. We have also done greenness analysis of our method, and our method is much more greener than the existing method because of lesser usage of organic solvents. Now, what is the practical implication of this method? Can the method be used for routine sample analysis? Yes. We have analyzed total 263 water samples, including drinking water, tap water, irrigation water, packaged drinking water and field water samples from Andaman and Nicobar Island. We have collected water samples from the states as mentioned in the map. 135 drinking water samples were analyzed from the Delhi NCR region, and unfortunately 94% were contaminated by glyphosate. And the residue of glyphosate was 1 ppb to more than 100 ppb, where the safe limit is only 0.1 ppb. So you can imagine in drinking water glyphosate residue is 10 to 1000 times more than the safe limit. 53 tap water samples are also analyzed, and 98% were contaminated by glyphosate. And here also the same scenario, the residue was 1 to more than 100 ppb in some water samples. We have also analyzed several drinking water samples from different states of India, and highest contamination was found in Delhi NCR region followed by West Bengal. We have also analyzed field water samples from Andaman and Nicobar Island, and all the water samples are contaminated by glyphosate, and highest contamination was 543 ppb, which is more than 5000 times than the safe limit of glyphosate in drinking water. There is no confusion regarding the test results because we have developed the method in LC-MS instrument that can detect and quantify glyphosate at unique MRM transition. So there is no confusion, no dilemma regarding the presence of glyphosate in the drinking water samples. Packaged drinking water samples are also analyzed, and 5 packaged drinking water samples were contaminated with glyphosate, and highest contamination was found in one of the most popular band, that is 133 ppb. Now, what is the reason behind this havoc contamination of glyphosate in drinking water? We have performed sorption, desorption and leaching experiment in different kind of soil to see how glyphosate adsorbs in soil, how it dissolves and how it leaches. Is there any chance of groundwater contamination by leaching of glyphosate? Now see the results. Sorption experiment was performed in insectisol at 3 different temperatures, and here the sorption data fitted well in friendliest model having the highest value of R square. In these 3 temperatures studied in insectisol, the sorption percentage was more than 95%. Sorption experiment was also performed in antisol at 25 degrees Celsius, and here the sorption data fitted well in Langmuir model, having the highest value of R square. So here monolar absorption of glyphosate is occurring. In antisol, due to high sand content, the sorption percentage is lower, around 60 to 70% as compared to the insectisol, where the sorption percentage is more than 95%. Sorption experiment was also conducted in alfisol at 25 degrees Celsius, and here the sorption percentage is around 90 to 95% at 25 degrees Celsius, and here the sorption data fitted well in Langmuir model, having the highest value of R square. Desorption experiment was also conducted in 3 consecutive cycles in 3 different soil, and the highest desorption was found in antisol, where in the first day for 50% of the applied glyphosate is dissolved, followed by 10% and 14% in the second and third day respectively, and followed by alfisol, where the desorption percentage is more than the insectisol, and the lowest desorption was found in insectisol, where less than 1% glyphosate is dissolved in the 3 cycles. We have also performed leaching study in insectisol and antisol. From the graph, you can see that glyphosate is mainly adsorbed in top 5 semi-soil layer. So there is a huge chance of contamination of surrounding lakes and water bodies during the seepage loss and surface runoff. As I have said earlier, that in insectisol, the glyphosate adsorption percentage is more than 95%. So in that soil, in the leachate, we have not detected any glyphosate. So in insectisol, due to high sand clay content, there is a less chance of contamination of groundwater because of no leaching of glyphosate, because of stronger adsorption with the clay myceli. But corresponding to the antisol, you can see in the first fraction of leachate, almost 60% of the applied glyphosate is leached down. So in antisol, I have said earlier, there is a high sand content. So in the soil where sand content is very high and organic matter content is low, there is a huge chance of contamination of lakes and contamination of groundwater. These are salient findings of my research. We have developed a novel and rapid validated method for quantification of glyphosate and AMPA in LCMSMS and validated the method as per SANTE guidelines. Unfortunately, 95% of the water samples analyzed were contaminated by glyphosate. Packaged drink water samples which are purified through stable purification process also contaminated by glyphosate. Sorption of glyphosate is high in soil containing organic matter and clay. Here are some future prospectus of my study. Persistent study and pan-India contamination study should be done in future. Contamination status of glyphosate in different soft drinks must be done, and decontamination study should be done for our own betterment. We have also communicated 2 research papers in Science of the Total Environment of NAST reading 15.8. For the first research paper, second division has been completed, and for the second research paper, first division has been completed yet. Here are some of my published abstracts and some of my published popular articles. I have also received several oral and poster presentation awards in different national and international conferences. I also participated in different national and international conferences. Here are some glimpses of my cultural activity throughout the year. I also secured first rank in the ICAR Reserve Examination 2024 in the subject Agricultural Chemicals. I want to acknowledge Director, Dean, ICAR RI, my HOD Professor, Division of Agricultural Chemicals, my Chairperson, Advisory Committee members, and the whole RI fraternity who helped me actively or passively in my MSc journey. I want to conclude my presentation with a popular quotation by Jacques Yabaskas to water and air, the 2 essential fluids on which all life depends, have become global garbage cans now. Thank you.
Subhajit, Rakshit, this is a
Yes,
nice
ma'am.
presentation and congratulations for your work that you have done. So my question is related to the method which you have developed.
Yes.
In your statement, in the abstract, you have written that there is 80% of the recovery.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it right?
Yes.
But negligible effect of the matrix. When matrix effect is negligible, so why the recovery is 80%?
Ma'am, we have initially we have developed the irrigation water, but irrigation water matrix effect is high, at around 16% at the LOQ level, that is 0.05 ppb. But corresponding to drinking water, the matrix effect is less, and the recovery percentage is around 70 to 120%. Due to the higher matrix effect, the recovery is on lesser side. Okay.
Subhajit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I wanted to know that what is the current status of permission for use of glyphosate in India?
Sorry, sir.
I mean, whether it is recommended for all the crops or it is recommended for selected horticultural crops or any other crops?
Sir, as per the Indian Gazette, glyphosate is now recommended only for the tea plantation and coffee plantation.
Okay.
At the Gazette published 2022, the Indian government has restricted the use of the glyphosate by the pest control operators only. But unfortunately, 2022, the highest usage of glyphosate was observed in Uttar Pradesh, followed by Gujarat, where tree plantation is not there. So this is an alarming signal for us.
So that is what I wanted to ask, that how this glyphosate is being used in the crops.
Sorry, sir?
How this glyphosate is being used in different crops.
So it is used total for paddy cultivation. It was before cultivation. It was used for total weed killer. It's a non-selective herbicide. That's why they are using rampantly glyphosate because of for time saving, and that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the topic which you have dealt is a matter of concern. In your concluding remarks, you made a mention that that the protocol which you have developed is a rapid one.
Yes, sir.
Did you make any comparison then in the different methods which we are being followed, and how rapid it is your method actually?
Sir,
what is the detection limit vis-a-vis the other methods actually?
Sir, we have achieved very low level of LOQ level, that is 0.05 ppb, and in literature no method has been in literature whatever is there, that methods are more than 0.05 ppb, and 1-2 methods are around 0.03 or 0.04 ppb. But their method is much more time consuming. Around 2 hours is required for derivatization reaction, and some methods require expensive solid phase extraction cartridges, and some methods require expensive columns. But our method, we have developed our method in considering all the difficulties and developed a rapid method that is time consuming, less laborious, and as compared to the existing methods.
Okay, thank you very much, Shubhajit. Give a big hand to him for this. We now invite Ms. Atulya from the Division of Agricultural Economics.
Remote is. So is it on?
ओपन कर दो.
A very cheerful morning to one and all present here. I feel extremely honored to present my MSc research work on the dais of this prestigious institute. I'm Atulya S. My chairperson is Dr. Praveen KV from the Division of Agricultural Economics. At first, I want you all to imagine a farmer in Odisha facing unpredictable weather conditions, pest attacks, and fluctuating market prices. What if a simple choice of selecting a right rice variety could significantly improve their yield, income, and resilience? And that is the critical question that my research is delving into. Now let's imagine two farmers, one male and one female, standing in the same paddy field, facing the same weather condition, but with different concerns. While one worries about market price and yield, the other thinks about cooking quality and resilience to climate shock. Why such differences exist? Rice, as we know, is more than just a staple crop. It's the heartbeat of millions of farming households. But behind every rice harvest, there is a story of challenges, decisions, and trade-off. So my research topic is a gender-based study on varietal adoption, trade preferences, and value addition by paddy farmers, a case of selected stress-prone districts of Odisha. So when we come into Odisha, Odisha is one of the most climatically vulnerable states of India with frequent droughts, cyclones, and flood. So when we look into the area, production, and yield of rice in Odisha, we can see that over the years, the area under cultivation of rice has more or less remained stagnant, but the fluctuations in productivity and the production is pretty evident. When we look at the major rice producing state, of course Odisha is part of it, but look at the productivity dip in Odisha. So three stress-prone districts of Odisha were being used in this: Balangir, Ganjam, and Mayurbhanj. And for the farmers in these areas, rice cultivation is not just about farming, it's actually a survival against drought and flood. So the primary data was gathered as part of Climate Pro, a collaborative effort of the International Rice Research Institute and Government of Odisha. In the survey, a total household of 880 were surveyed. Of this, female-headed households were 347. And so it was also a gender differentiated data was actually used. So when we come into the research gap, by now we all know that improved rice variety can increase the income and resilience of farmers. But what we don't know actually is about how preferences differ among men and women. And that is exactly when my research gets unique. My research says gender inclusive insight which can help in varietal adoption and value addition. Objectives of the study: to study the adoption of improved rice varieties and the factor determining adoption, to assess the gender-based difference in rice varietal trait preference among the farming households, to examine the status of value addition by farmers and its effect on income. So this were the methodology that I used: probit model and propensity score matching for finding out adoption determinants and its impact, rank-based quotient for gender-based trait preferences, and regression adjustment analysis for value addition and its impact. When we look at adoption of improved rice varieties by gender, we can see that there is a general trend towards non-adoption across the population. Females are more inclined towards non-adoption than males, and males are more likely to adopt improved rice varieties than females. And when we come to the determinants of adoption, we can say that education does matter. Higher the education, higher the probability of adopting a variety. And as the farm size increases, so does the probability of adopting a variety increases. And gender gap is real. Females are less likely to adopt an improved variety. And a farming individual from a lower caste is less likely to adopt an improved varieties. And if a farming household also has a non-farm income, then they are more likely to adopt. So this tells us that increasing adoption requires not just better seeds, but also better support system, especially for the female farmers. And now things get interesting. If I ask a male farmer and female farmer to list the traits that they like the most and dislike the most, the list will be pretty different. So this is the list that I gave to them. And what I found out that high yield, good taste and more tillers are preferred by both the genders. But women emphasize on traits related to culinary quality like aroma, quality for rice products, because women are often responsible for household food preparations. And they also focus on stress tolerance, which ensures a stable harvest despite unpredictable weather. But men, on the other hand, prioritize market-related traits like high milling recovery, market prices, because basically more output means better returns on investment. And what about the dislike traits? Susceptibility to diseases and pest attacks, susceptibility to climate risks such as proneness to lodging, susceptibility to submergence and flooding conditions were disliked by both the genders. But additionally, women also dislike traits that lack aroma and cooking quality. So why does this actually matter? Because if breeding program only focuses on yield and market value, they overlook need of half the population. So, if only men's preferences are considered, high-yielding varieties may be introduced, but if they lack stress tolerance or high cooking time, women may reject this. This can lower household food security. And what if only women's preferences are considered? Stress-tolerant, easy-to-cook variety may be promoted, but if they don't perform well in markets or generate high yield, men might be hesitant to adopt them. This could lead to a reduced household income. So what is the solution? A balanced approach, ensuring improved rice variety that meets the need of both men and women. This way we can boost adoption, increase productivity and enhance food security for everyone. Now looking into value addition, we can see that 30% male participates in value addition, but only 20% of value addition is done among the female farmers. The significant and positive average treatment effect indicates that value addition has a meaningful impact on household income. So value addition is often thought as an afterthought, but it is actually a game changer. By strengthening value addition, farmers can move beyond subsistence farming and generate higher income. And for women, it's an opportunity for economic empowerment. And this is exactly how we move from our subsistence farming to agribusiness. So what are my key findings? Gender matters. Men and women have different preferences and challenges in rice cultivation. Adoption leads to higher income, but women face greater barrier. Value addition has huge income potential, but participation is less. Now coming to policy implication, encourage gender-sensitive breeding program. Develop varieties that combine high yield, stress tolerance and cooking quality to meet both men's and women's need. Promote training and extension services. Strengthen capacity building program focused on value addition, stress tolerant variety and gender inclusive farming practices. Enhance access to resources. Improve access to resources and knowledge to adopt improved varieties. Now what are the future works? How do gender norms shape decision making in farming? How does adopting improved varieties impact income, resilience and well-being over the time? How can policies and innovation benefit to maximize the benefits of value addition? So understanding this dynamics will pave way for a more equitable, productive and resilient rice sector. These are my achievements. One of my papers has been accepted in the Indian Journal of Extension Education and rest of the papers are under review in various journals like Rice Science, Current Science, in Indian Journal of Economic Development. And I would also like to give my sincere gratitude to my chairperson, the whole Division of Agriculture Economics, PG School Dean Director, ICAR, IRA, and all my seniors, colleagues and friends. So, as I wrap it up, I just want to say that my research isn't just about numbers, it's about real people, real challenges and real solutions. Thank you all.
Okay, Atulya, this is a very, very important topic and it has a tremendous implication in terms of accelerated varietal turnover as well as gender and social inclusion in varietal adoption. Besides the gender responsive breeding, okay, breeding of course nowadays involves not only higher yield but also better stress resilience and quality. What could be the other avenues to have enhanced social inclusion and gender mainstreaming in varietal adoption besides breeding?
Sir, actually for adoption of improved varieties also lacking as per my study among the female households. So determinants like education and having a larger farm size are also major constraints behind women not adopting a particular variety. So besides developing an improved variety, I think we should also look into improving the access of women for better seeds or better seed access as well as credits, etc. So that and also value addition activities.
So one important avenue for that is extensive on-farm trials. It's not only on-station trials before the varieties hit the market. We need to undertake extensive on-farm trials so that women farmers also see the performance of those improved varieties side by side with the commercial benchmark varieties.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Indeed, it was a good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
But I think it would have been a good idea if you had correlated your findings with the most popular cultivated variety in the research. Does it correlate with your
Yes, sir.
findings?
Actually,
you should have presented that
yes.
In your study.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, sir, the most famous, mostly adopted variety in Odisha is Puja, Swarna and Kala Champa, and we can see that in all these three varieties, cooking quality is higher. The cooking quality trait has been higher along with yield, stress tolerance and good tillers.
So, you have mentioned in your study that abstract about the climate vulnerable districts.
Yes, sir.
So, this study, whether it will correlate with the non-climate vulnerable districts also?
Sir, actually these three districts were selected based on its climate vulnerability and so sir, I don't only these three.
My question is whether the kind of the study we have done, the results will be same in the non-climate vulnerable districts,
Sir,
districts which are not climate vulnerable.
Sir, actually I am not sure about
Another is how do you define the climate vulnerable districts?
So climate vulnerability in terms of flood and drought, I have selected these three districts, sir, which are more prone to flood and
any quantified parameter for this?
no, sir. Thank you, sir.
What is the implication of this study?
What is the implication of?
This study.
Sir.
Are the findings of this study
Sir,
will be implemented or can be implemented?
Sir, the findings basically says that there are certain traits that women prefer and there are certain traits that men prefer. And in breeding programs, if only a particular trait is being considered, that means that there is a possibility for women to reject that particular variety despite it having a higher, despite its having a potential for higher income. The whole output of that breeding program will be completed if they consider also women's preference and if they consider men's preference as well. So, the objective as a whole will be delivered if we consider the preferences of both male and female.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Atulya. Once again, give a big hand to Atulya.
Thank you, sir.
The next presenter is Sajja Pujit from the Division of Agricultural Engineering.
Hello.
Respected dignitaries present here, HODs and professors, faculty and my dear students, a very good morning to one and all. Myself Sajja Pujit from the Division of Agricultural Engineering. I am here to present my research work for IRA Merit Medal and Gold Medal presentation. I am starting my presentation with Introduction to Ergonomics. Ergonomics is a interdisciplinary study which focuses on human, machine and task for enhanced operator safety and comfort. Noise and vibrations studies were conducted in this ergonomic field. In our daily life, we are exposed to many noise and vibrations and we get irritated. But this noise was causing many problems for our human health. These lawn maintenance equipments are making very noise and vibrations, and these are some of the equipments in which powered cylindrical lawnmowers are used for this lawn maintenance. These powered cylindrical lawnmowers are commonly used in India because they are low cost and made locally available. And around 1,000 companies are manufacturing these lawnmowers, and more than 50 lakh workers working with this lawnmower all over India. These noise and vibrations are very more in case of these powered cylindrical lawnmowers. So, higher exposure to noise and vibration causes noise-induced hearing loss, depression and cardiovascular effects. Higher vibration exposure causes vibration-induced white finger, loss of sense of touch, carpal tunnel syndrome and tendinitis. Then here comes our researchable questions. These are exceeding the permissible safety standards, and is it possible to develop interventions to reduce these higher risks? To answer these questions, a study was undertaken titled Ergonomic Assessment of Powered Cylindrical Lawnmower for Enhanced Operators' Comfort, using the objectives of assessing the ergonomic parameters, development of interventions and performance evaluation of the developed interventions. For assessing the parameters, we have taken operating mode and engine speed as the independent parameters, and we have assessed machine parameters, that is noise and hand-arm vibration, using a state-of-art equipment like sound level meter and vibration meter. For human parameters, we took physiological parameters of heart rate, which gives the energy expenditure in the work. The psychophysical parameters like body part discomfort score and overall discomfort score gives the perception of operator on work. The postural parameters of rapid upper limb assessment and rapid entire body assessment gives the level of risk of musculoskeletal disorders. With this, I obtained data, we have calculated the safe exposure duration and exposure dosage using the international standards. The risk of hand-arm vibration was assessed using international standards of ISO 53491. The physiological parameters were calculated based on the available literature in the public domain. Here we can see the noise and vibration levels are exceeding the permissible limits, and the interventions were needed. For noise, we have developed an acoustic enclosure using polycarbonate sheet, glass wool and plywood. They were selected based on sound absorbing properties, durability, low cost and local availability. The developed interventions were installed on the lawnmower. For vibrations, we used polyurethane sheets and bushes, which breaks metal to metal contact and also decrease the transmission of vibration. So these were installed on the lawnmower, and the performance of the interventions were assessed. We can see here there was a decrease in the noise and vibration levels which were below the safe exposure limits, which was a good sign. And here we can see the frequency data. There was a decrease of critical frequency range with interventions. The safe exposure time increased and the exposure dosage decreased, which enhances the health and safety of the operator. This was a reduced noise levels with interventions. For hand-arm vibration, these were also reduced up to half with interventions. The critical frequency range for this hand-arm vibration, there was a shift in this hand-arm vibration frequency range, and we can see the greater reduction happened in the critical frequency range. Here is the representation of ISO 53491, which gives as the vibration levels decreased, the safe exposure duration for prevalence of finger blanching increased up to 5.5 years. The human parameters were also assessed in this study. Here we can see the heart rate increased insignificantly, same followed for oxygen consumption and energy expenditure. The body part discomfort score was decreased due to reduced vibration levels, and overall discomfort score remained same because they are related to the perception of the operator. The Rula score of 4 indicating low risk, and the REBA score of 7 indicating the medium risk for level of musculoskeletal disorders. As they did not change with incorporating the interventions, they remained same with interventions also. The conclusions from the study said that the lawnmowers are exceeding the permissible standards, permissible international standards. So acoustic enclosure and PU bushes, sheets and bushes were developed and incorporated into the interventions. The noise levels reduced below the permissible limits, and frequency spectrum also shrink to 2 to 6 kilohertz, which is desirable. And safe exposure time increased 2.5 times, and exposure dosage reduced below 100%. The hand-arm vibration reduced 30 to 50% with interventions, and at the critical frequency range of 20 to 50 hertz. The working span for finger blanching increased up to 2.4 times. The cost of developed interventions were approximately 8% of the machine cost. Path ahead, the long-term assessment of these lawnmower operators need to be studied, and alternate prime movers like battery and solar operated need to be. These are the ICAR PG scholarship I have got in the MTech program, and I thank to acknowledge my advisory committee, the head and professor sir, faculty of Division of Agriculture Engineering, FOSU, OLU, and engineering workshop and lawnmower operators, director Dean ma'am, the graduate school, and my beloved friends and respected jury members. Thank you, Ananda.
for that presentation. So why did you not study with that battery or battery operated systems right away rather than making those machine-based interventions?
Sir, due to availability, because these are low cost interventions, low cost machines which were available in the premises. That is why we have measured, sir. In the future scope we have included in that comparisons.
Okay. Thank you very much. Give a big hand to Pujit once again. Our next presenter will be Ms. Simran Pundit from the Agricultural Extension.
Sustainable development, a commitment of advancing the human well-being, and with the world adopting 17 SDGs as 2030 agenda, action towards climate change and gender equality definitely becomes an integral part of the story. With women paving way through various women-led initiatives, women are really rejuvenating the world today. But still, factors like climate change really harm their already marginalized identities and ultimately widening their disparities. So is there really a gender perspective to vulnerability? If yes, then how vulnerable are the women? What are the adaptation measures and ITK they are practicing to cope up with the situation? And ultimately, what are those women-led action leading to their leadership? Honorable jury members and learned audience, to answer all these questions and to address this issue, I, Simran Pundir, is here representing my division of agricultural extension with my research work entitled as Rural Women Leadership for Climate Change Adaptation and Sustainable Livelihood, with the following 4 major objectives which we will be seeing in detail. For the purpose of study, the higher and mid Himalayan regions of Uttarakhand were selected because of Himalayas being the hotspot of global climate change. Into the state of Uttarakhand, 2 districts, namely Tihri Garhwal and Rudraprayag, were purposely selected. The study was conducted among the women farmers of Uttarakhand. 2 sets were created. First set consists of women without leadership, and second set consists of women with leadership driven by SHG memberships. Coming to the very first objective, which was to assess the livelihood vulnerability. For this, the livelihood vulnerability index was developed with the following 3 dimensions, which were exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. This exposure and sensitivity were further calculated using the sub-indicators as follows. Adaptive capacity, being a major component, was further delineated into major 5 capitals, and the vulnerability was calculated with the following formulae, which depicts that exposure along with sensitivity excluding adaptive capacity leads to the vulnerability. Principal component analysis was followed for the construction of livelihood vulnerability index. The results unveiled that the composite LVI for the members was comparatively less in comparison to the non-members. Same with the values of adaptive capacity and sensitivity. The adaptive capacity can further be seen into various factors like human capital, social capital, and financial capital. These were creating difference in the adaptive capacity between members and non-members. The t-test indicates that indicators like sensitivity, adaptive capacity, and LVI were statistically significant between members and non-members, but exposure was not because of similar environmental risk in the situation. The key findings indicate that there was comparatively lower exposure to members and non-members, and sensitivity was also lower for members because of their lower climatic risk. The adaptive capacity in contrast was high for members due to their collective actions, and overall there was lower livelihood vulnerability in SHG members due to their lower adaptive capacity. Coming to my second objective, which was to study traditional knowledge and practices used in climate change adaptation. For this, the documentation was done through primary and secondary sources of information, followed by focus group discussion. In total, 25 ITKs were identified, which were then validated through review literature and modified quick method. The identified ITKs were then ranked by 30 key informants into the following major criteria, which were ease of application, cost effectiveness, accessibility, efficiency, and unintended consequences. These are glimpses of some of the identified ITKs. The very first set of ITKs comprised of food related ITKs, especially based on millets, in which we identified the Gulthia, Chacheda, and Manva body, which were of very high calorific value. That's why they were preferred in the area. The second set comprised of water related ITKs, which were Nola, Dhara, and Bhor system of water conservation, which depicts that how the local community is conserving their natural resources. The third set of ITK consists of insect pest management related ITKs, in which we identified the Sulu stem, jaggery pot technique, salted neem leaves, and Kandali system, which were incorporated into the fields to control the insect pest population. The findings reveal that ITK were in the range of 6 to 7 out of 10, revealing their high relevance and significance in the area. The identified ITKs were falling into different domains which were validated, and ultimately these ITKs can be further taken for upscaling and on-farm testing on various levels. Coming to my third objective, which was to analyze adaptation behavior of rural women in context of climate change. For this purpose, the Asian theory of planned behavior, which says that behavior was intended by behavioral intention, we modified this framework with the following 8 constructs. This was a proposed model with 7 hypotheses that depicts that the proposed construct were positively leading to behavioral intention, which in turn was leading positively to adaptation behavior towards climate change. The constructs were then put on Likert 5-scale continuum, and the data was then analyzed for exploratory factor analysis and confirmatory factor analysis. The results of EFA showed that the value were in the range of 0.6 to 0.9, exceeding the threshold value of 0.5. The validity and reliability of the model was also tested, and we found that there was sufficient average variance extracted. Therefore, the conversion validity was also acceptable. As the model followed sufficient quality, we have further assessed it into structural modeling. This was our initial model with 8 constructs. However, the average variance extracted and modeling measurement revealed that there were 3 constructs who were not falling into the recommended value domain. Therefore, they were removed for the further analysis. The final diagram depicts that the circles representing the latent variable and the rectangles represent the manifest variables. The structural equation modeling revealed the significant linkage between risk perception, social network, and leading to behavioral intention, which in turn was leading to adaptation behavior towards the climate change. The proposed hypothesis was statistically significant, and the models and those were supporting the model significantly. The model were then tested for the model fitness, and were also found that the data indicates the fitness of the model. Ultimately, planned intervention should be considered for these factors in order to enhance the adaptation behavior. Final objective was to identify the leadership competencies and their influence in community engagement. For this purpose, leadership competency scale through Likert method was developed, and the framework of Ontario, Elan, and ELA was also referred. 10 domains were generated, which were as follows. The statements were then put into the Likert scale continuum, and the discriminatory power was then judged by t values above 1.75, and we found the reliability coefficient to be of 0.9. The comparative analysis between the leadership competency score revealed that there was significant difference between the leadership competency score of members and non-members in all major dimensions such as leading, learning, managing, teaming, initiating, etc. So did really women differ in adaptation strategies? For this, we conducted the t-test, in which we revealed the adaptation strategies followed by members and non-members were significantly different from each other. And the adaptation strategies were falling into the major domains such as community engagement, disaster preparedness, water management, etc. The key finding from the study revealed that SHG memberships were having high leadership score and were more effective in implementation of the strategies, and ultimately they have positive influence towards their
life. Non-members, on the other hand, lacked practical experiences, support system, and had fewer opportunities. The main difference lied because of the structured support system and shared knowledge along with the collective experiences that they were having due to SHG memberships. From our study, we have emphasized on the identification of vulnerability factors and adaptation behavior among rural women. Salient traditional knowledge was documented and validated, and ultimately development of standard tools, that is, one livelihood vulnerability index was developed, adaptation behavior scale, and leadership competency scale was developed. Empirical evidences highlighting the need for gender sensitive policy was also identified. The leadership competency and way to promote were also identified. From our study, we emphasize the active need of engagement of SHG into community-based climate change adaptation model. Validation and outscaling of indigenous ecological knowledge is necessary. Capacity building for strengthening these women-led stewardship is necessary. Therefore, leadership through leadership training is compulsory. Fostering women-centric programs, financial and inclusion of technology is the need of the hour. Coming to my research publication, I am delighted to share that my 1 paper have been published into Indian Journal of Extension Education, 3 papers have been accepted into the various journals with NAS rating ranging from 5.0 to 6.4, and 3 papers have been communicated into various reputed journals with NAS rating ranging from 6.7 to 9.7. I have attended various national and international conferences. I was a part of National Young Professional Development Program organized by Managed at Kerala Agricultural University. I have also participated at Future Food Summit and Gurugram University for International Conference. I have also received the first award for the oral presentation at the national seminar conducted by the Society of Mobilization. I was also the recipient of prestigious Apratna Award during my undergraduation at Pantnagar University. I have also clarified UGC NET. I have also won the elocution competition at IRI. I have been part of stages for a very long time due to my personal interest into public speaking, and recently I was also selected as Assistant Agriculture Officer at the Government of Uttarakhand. Ultimately, I am thankful to Almighty for this beautiful life. I am thankful to my chairperson, Dr. Arun Padaria sir, to my advisory committee for all the support. I am thankful to Director and Dean IARI, to the Graduate School Division of Agricultural Extension, to the women of Uttarakhand, to respected seniors, juniors, and batchmates, and ultimately my friends and family. Ending it up with the words of our former President, Shri Abdul Kalam ji, who have said that empowering women is a prerequisite for creating good nations. When women are employed, women are empowered, a society with stability is ensured. With this, I end up my words. Thank you for patience listening. Have a great day ahead.
Simran,
yes, sir.
A very good study of having practical utility in difficult areas of Uttarakhand. You have selected 100 respondents from self-help groups and 100 from non-self-help groups. They were from the same villages or different villages?
Yes, sir. To get a comparative analysis of the same domain, we have selected same villages, 5 SHGs from one district and 5 SHG from other districts. And particular SHG, 10 members were selected. So in total, 100 members from the same villages, same districts, SHGs, and 100 members non-SHGs of the same area were selected.
So the respondents representing self-help group were
yes,
less vulnerable?
Yes, sir, in comparison to the non-members.
And ITK also, your finding says
yes,
that
yes.
it is also in respect of climate change.
Yes, sir.
One should go for ITKs.
Yes.
So the question is how to upscale or horizontal spread of these things, ITKs, as well as this self-help groups. Whether there is no percolation between the self-help group members, no sharing of information between the self-help group and non-self-help groups, they may be also having some kind of interaction, no?
Yes, sir.
So there is a clear demarcation that they were vulnerable and other group was not vulnerable. So how it happened?
So into my study, the major difference lied between the memberships because of their psychological characters. Means into the domain, the elder members were not reluctant to join SHG because of their constructions. More educated people were joining SHG because they were knowing the profits of being into SHGs. and people who were less educated, especially women I'm talking about, were reluctant in joining SHG because they thought it is not our process. That's why the difference came up. Ultimately, the SHG members are also trying hard to inculcate and add those non-SHG members through various programs and interventions what they are doing within the villages. Yes, sir. And regarding ITKs, modern technologies should be inculcated with the prevailing ITKs in order to promote the ITKs to a global and wider version, sir.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Simran,
Yes,
why you have chosen only the Uttarakhand? Is there any specific reason for that?
Yes, ma'am. Uttarakhand is one of the most sensitive hotspots of climate change, according to the study, where 80% of the Uttarakhand state is mountainous, and 60% of that is forest area. And into the report of IPCC, we have found that the Himalayas are the main prevailing reasons because of which the climate change is influencing overall country. Yes, ma'am.
One out of curiosity I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
You have shown 7 papers, research paper.
Yes, ma'am.
From this study.
Yes, ma'am. From my research, from my master's research, ma'am. Yes,
for how many months? Is it 6 months or 1 year? 1 year master study.
Ma'am, 2-year master study.
2 year research work.
For 1 year, yes, ma'am.
And in 1 year you have published 7 papers.
Ma'am, 3 papers are into acceptance and 3 are into communicated into various reported journals, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you so
Simran.
much, sir.
Give her a big hand. And the next presentation is from.
It's with extreme pleasure to inform that respected Director and Vice Chancellor, ICAR, IRI New Delhi, Dr. Srinivas Rao is here with us. I'd request sir to kindly facilitate all the chairpersons and felicitate all the chairperson and all the jury members. Now I'd request Dean ma'am to kindly present the bouquet to Director, sir.
Now I request Director sir to give the Vice Chancellor remarks.
Hope still good morning. Thank you, Honorable Jury, headed by Prasanna ji, and all respected mentors, seniors, and colleagues, and dear students, and participating students, particularly who are presenting. I'm sorry I could not make it because just now Mr. Bill Gates left the IRI farm from 8 to 10:30. He was here. We were showing different experiments and new projects we are envisaging. And afterwards, we have just 15 minutes international training, pardon me. And I was listening one student who is making a presentation. In fact, best wishes to all of you and who are contributing and competing. In fact, there are only two, three tips for you, all of you subsequently, and whoever, and be confident. In fact, you see, you have done masters, 22 masters, 21 PhD, I believe. I think you have gone through 2 years, 3 years. I think believe that you know the subject in depth, you have thoroughly reviewed, and come to the dais with that much confidence. And certainly start with the problem statement, and with that hypothesis, what you are going to resolve it. Okay. At the end, I just saw that Sharma-ji of course, Sharma-ji he asked was impact. Always, whichever the subject, maybe chemicals or molecular biology to the environmental, leave the last sentence with the impacts possibly taking forward the MSc and PhD dissertation. And at the same time, and be in time, perhaps a few seconds below your time, say thank you very much. Okay, don't extend. These are the few tips, and best wishes to all the students, in fact, who are presenting at the same time, who are witnessing. In fact, it's a very, very important learning each other, and I hope you will make best presentations and very able and elegant juries here to take forward these things. And thank you for your support, accepting, and also best wishes to entire. And Dr. Anupama was not sleeping for many days. I think bigger, smaller issues making everything. Congratulations, Dr. Anupama, for making this initial first day is still 5 days left. I think best wishes to all of you. And also I request from all the faculty, all the students, kindly attend. It's a lot of learning spirit should be there, and encourage all our students to come, and also other faculties. Of course, this is a financial year end, but at least who can spare certainly need to be here. And thank you for your cooperation. God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. It was truly inspiring. Now I'd like to request the chairperson to please take the proceedings further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivas Rao, for those excellent remarks, excellent tips to the students, especially those who will be presenting the rest of the presentations for today and tomorrow. Our next presenter will be Mr. Supriyo Dhara from the Division of Agricultural Physics.
A very good morning to everyone. I am Supriyo Dhara from Division of Agricultural Physics, and I welcome you all to my presentation. Wheat is one of the most important cereal crops, sustaining food habits of millions. And India is the second largest wheat producing country, contributing 14% to the global wheat crop production. And this large amount of wheat production requires large amount of water as well. It requires around 1,350 liters of water in the process of producing 1 kg of wheat grain. And in India, wheat is mainly cultivated during Rabi season. So irrigation is must. And 94% of the Indian wheat fields are equipped with irrigations. Now, the water scarcity has become a major issue globally as well as in India. 54% of the country is prone to high to extremely high water stress in terms of withdrawal upon availability. And 68% of the country's sowing lands are prone to drought stress. More than 85% of the freshwater consumptions in our country are attributed to irrigation purposes only. All this information indicates the need for precision water management in agriculture. And precision water management requires efficient and effective water stress monitoring. The conventional techniques of water stress monitoring involving different soil moisture based indicators and different plant indicators have several limitations. The limitations include that they are based on only point observations, and they assume the uniformity of the soil and the planting material. They are also labor intensive and time consuming. But several remote sensing approaches can solve these issues. Technique like drone thermal imaging can effectively monitor water stress through observing the canopy temperature characteristics. Drone technology is changing the landscape of agriculture not only by effectively spraying the agrochemicals or fertilizers, but also monitoring plant and soil. It has advantages of higher spatial coverage with high spatial resolution and temporal flexibility to acquire the data. It is also less time consuming and labor intensive, and also multi-sensor approaches can be integrated with it to generate more information about the crop and soil. With this background, I would like to take you all into my research work, which is titled Drone based water stress monitoring under different irrigation and nitrogen level in wheat. The objective of the study was to assess water stress in wheat crop through drone based thermal remote sensing, and to characterize water stress in wheat crop under different irrigation and nitrogen levels. For these objectives, a field experiment was conducted in IRI experimental farm on wheat crop cultivar HD2967 in a split plow design having 3 replications. Here are the treatments. In the main plots, there are 3 levels of irrigation, I1, I2 and I3, which corresponds to no irrigation, 2 irrigations and 5 irrigations based on the critical stages. And in the subplots, there are 6 levels of graded nitrogen doses ranging from 0 to 200 kg per hectare with 40 kg per hectare interval in each level. And here is the layout of my experiment. The drone from the drone, the thermal and multispectral images were acquired. The drone platform which was used was an imaging hexacopter drone, and the thermal camera which was used had a spectral range of 7.5 to 13.5 micrometer with a spatial resolution of 4 centimeter at the height of 30 meter. And the multispectral camera which was used had 5 bands in blue, green, red, NIR and reddish region with a spatial resolution of 2 centimeter from the height of 30 meter. And all the images were acquired in between 11 AM to 2 PM at the height of 30 meter, maintaining the speed of 5 meter per second of the drone, and also maintaining the overlap between the images around at 70%. And this diagram shows the timeline for the irrigation, rainfall, and also the dates of data acquisition. In the field observations, the ground tooth canopy temperatures were measured using a handheld infrared thermometer right after the image acquisition. And also for the crop water status measurements, the relative leaf water content, stomatal conductance, transpiration rate was measured. Also soil moisture was measured at the depth of 0 to 30 centimeter, and grain yield and biological yield was noted right after the harvesting. Now let us talk about the image processing and calculation of a simplified crop water stress index. After the image acquisition, images were pre-processed and orthomosaics were generated using the Pix4D Mapper software. Then the soil pixels from the thermal imageries were removed using a NDVI co-registration method using the multispectral imagery. Then the canopy temperature histograms were generated, from which the wet and dry baseline temperatures were calculated to further calculate the simplified crop water stress index using the formula given by Bayan et al. Coming to the results, these are the resulting thermal imageries of the wheat field, where we can clearly observe the changes in canopy temperature depending upon different irrigation and nitrogen treatments. The canopy temperature values which are extracted from this imagery showed good linear relationship with the ground truth data with R square of 0.92. These are the canopy temperature histograms for the 3 dates of the wheat field. Here the blue boxes indicate the area in which the lowest 5% of the temperature values exist, average of which was calculated for the wet baseline temperature. And the red boxes indicate the highest 5% of the canopy temperature values, average of which was used for the calculation of the T dry, which is the dry baseline temperatures, and using these values the CWSI was calculated. Here are the resulting simplified CWSI maps for the 3 dates, where the red color indicates more water stress and more CWSI values, and the green colors, more greener the color, it indicates lesser water stress with less CWSI values. If we see the effect of irrigation and nitrogen on the index value decreased significantly with increasing level of irrigation as well as nitrogen, but the significant decrease in nitrogen was observed up to 120 kg per hectare dose only. Then if we see the impact of effect of both the factors, irrigation and nitrogen, it can be found that under each individual nitrogen level, the index value was significantly higher in case of I1 treatments, and in between I2 and I3, no significant difference was observed in each level. And it was also observed that in I1, when nitrogen dose increases from N5 to N6, that is 160 kg per hectare to 200 kg per hectare, the index value increased significantly, showing more stress. In RWC, a reverse trend was observed. Here the RWC values increased significantly with increasing level of irrigation as well as nitrogen. And here also we can see the RWC value is significantly lower in case of each nitrogen level compared to I2 and I3. Whereas here also in I1, we can see the RWC is significantly decreasing when nitrogen dose increases from N5 to N6. A similar trend was observed in case of stomatal conductance as well. However, the decrement here in I1 from N5 to N6 was non-significant, and in case of transpiration rate, it was almost similar to that of stomatal conductance. Now, if we see the relationship between the index value and different crop water status parameters, it it has good negative linear relationship with the RWC with R square of 0.73 and with stomatal conductance with R square of 0.63 and with the transpiration rate with R square of 0.73, and it had moderate linear relationship with the volumetric soil moisture. From this correlation table also we can see the index value was well correlated with different parameters of crop water stress and also well correlated with the grain yield and biological yield. From our study, we can conclude that drone-based thermal imaging can effectively monitor crop canopy temperature as it shows good linear relationship with the ground truth measurements. And also the simplified crop water stress index can effectively monitor water stress in wheat crop as it showed good correlation with the biophysical parameters of plant water status. And besides irrigation, we also see that increasing nitrogen dose up to 120 kg per hectare significantly reduced the water stress responses. Under non-irrigated condition, however, water stress increased significantly when nitrogen doses increased from 160 to 200 kg per hectare. In the future research, the multi-sensor approaches along with machine learning can be integrated to effectively monitor water stress as well as to differentiate it from other biotic and abiotic stresses. And also edge computing techniques can be incorporated to generate real-time recommendation, and the irrigation water can be quantified based on the thermal index values and used for the automated irrigation. From my research work, two research papers were published in plant physiology reports with NAS rating of 7.5 and another one in Journal of Agriculture Physics with NAS rating of 5.02. Here are some oral presentation I have attended in a national seminar and a training workshop. I would like to thank my chairman, co-chairman, my advisory committee members, head and professor of my division, the graduate school IRI, ICAR PG fellowship and ICAR NEPA project, also my friends, seniors, juniors and family members. Thank you for your attention and questions.
Thank you, Supriyo. Good study. I would like to ask you two questions. One,
yes.
What are the water stress tolerant and susceptible varieties that you have used in this study to get objective understanding of the methodology that you have used?
Sir, only one variety we used, sir, only HD2967, sir. Only one variety, sir.
And secondly, this has been well proven that drone-based thermal imaging can be used for breeding for climate resilience, but the critical factor is about data processing
yes.
and capacity to take effective breeding decisions. What's your perspective on it? How well we can conquer that particular limitation?
Sir, as here in this study, like in data processing, in different steps, the difficulties are there. In case of thermal imaging, one most important difficulty is isolating the soil pixels from the crop canopy pixels, because that's where the most error comes. So here in our study, we used NDVI values to differentiate the soil and the crop canopy pixels, so that the error can be reduced.
Yeah, a very good study has been done by you.
Thank you, sir.
Because your study basically focused on enhancing the water productivity in the wheat.
Yes, sir.
So, with your study, how do you feel that how much water can be saved per hectare basis if a farmer is using your this tool and a farmer is not using your this tool?
Sir, like in this study, we have not applied it for the irrigation yet, but in literature, we can find like if this was used for flood irrigation itself, the increasing water use efficiency will not be much. But if it is used for irrigation system like drip or sprinkler, the irrigation efficiency may increase up to like 30%.
Okay, thank you very much, Supriyo. Give a big hand to Supriyo.
Thank you.
Our next presenter will be Sneha Bharadwaj from the Division of Agronomy.
Good morning to one and all. My name is Sneha Bharadwaj and I welcome you all to my merit medal presentation. Rice. Rice is more than just a staple crop. It is the foundation of India's agricultural economy, supporting millions of farmers and feeding half the nation. The Green Revolution transformed India into world's largest exporter and make India self-sufficient. But to sustain this legacy, we must confront the dual challenge of enhancing productivity. Yes, the northeastern hill region of India. This resource-rich yet underutilized state suffers from significant yield gap, making it an ideal region for rice production expansion, and both in terms of biophysically and in terms of demand-driven. This demand and suitability has also been acknowledged by the central and state governments through various initiatives, such as bringing the Green Revolution to the eastern India. While this region has opportunities, there are multiple constraints, such as unoptimized crop calendar, high but erratic distribution of rainfall, prevalence of low-yielding variety, and low-extent fertilizer use. So, we need a strategic plan that is evidence-based, tailored to current condition, and adaptable to future climate scenarios. And to ensure the self-sufficiency within the state, our plan must be centered around the three core principles of sustainable intensification. That is, first, it must be easier to adopt, sustainable in long term, and most importantly, be resilient. Based on this backdrop, my research was formulated into analyzing the yield gap of rice in a hilly ecosystem using biophysical model. So the research was conducted in Meghalaya and focusing on the objectives of estimating the profitability, productivity, and resource use efficiency outcome with nitrogen management, estimating the yield gap using long-term simulation for prevalent soil and management typologies, and third, to optimize the transplanting window for the current and future climate scenarios. For this, two separate experiments were conducted for a high-yielding and a local variety in a randomized block design for 5 different nitrogen levels. So, for the first time in this region, we have calibrated the APSIM model beyond the manual calibration using the PEST, model independent parameter estimation and uncertainty analysis. And using this, we have optimized 35 key physiological and biochemical parameters to fine-tune the cultivar coefficient. And to ensure the robustness of this model, we have validated it with multiple publication and historical experimental data set. For the subsequent yield gap analysis, we have used this well-calibrated and validated model to find the yield gaps and identifying the major biophysical and management factor that influences the yield. Further, focusing on the nuances of yield gap, we have also concentrated on how the long-term sustainability will be there and incorporating the strategies that will help in adaptation in the future climate scenarios. So, as anticipated, increased nitrogen application improved yield and profitability in both the varieties, though the benefit varied between them. The application of 80 kg nitrogen per hectare improved profitability up to 3 times compared to control and productivity up to 2 tons per hectare. The control treatment in our experiment act as a strata for the subsequent yield gap analysis, which represent the current farming practices. So, for the yield gap analysis, it was carried out for both the varieties across 4 representative soil types. Using the 33-year long-term simulation, we have calculated the average yield, and then we found out that yield gap accounted for 40 to 57% of the potential yield. That is very high compared to the 20% in the northwestern IGP. Thus, there is significant scope of yield improvement up to 2.8 ton per hectare using the suitable technological intervention. In our study, we have also found that the variety responded more to irrigation, more to nitrogen than to irrigation. But not all years are the same. We observed a sporadic and deficient rainfall pattern in 1 out of 4 years, where irrigation become contextually important in improving the yield by 10 to 17%. So while focusing on the yield gap, we are saying that nitrogen is the key, it will bridge the yield gap. But simultaneously, in a region like this, we also need to focus how the long-term application of nitrogen can affect the soil. So for this, we have done a scenario analysis in which we included a feasible nitrogen management strategy, and we found that in a high carbon soil for the local variety, if we continue doing the current farming practice, the yield decline is just 13%. But for the high yielding variety, it can be as high as 43%. While if we come to the low carbon soil, the lowest decline is also 60%. So we will also see that how relative to the 100% RDN, the treatments have performed. In the high carbon soil, irrespective of the nitrogen management strategy, the SOC increase was minimal. But with the low carbon soil, the increase can be as high as 15% or the decline can be as low as 33%. So the subtle difference between the varieties, different carbon gradients can help us to make a more tailored, cost-effective nitrogen management strategy. So while ensuring nitrogen management is important, we have also another key factor that influences the productivity is transplanting window and an important non-monetary input management practices. So in our study, we observed that like in this region, rice fallow is prevalent. So we get an opportunity to tweak the transplanting times accordingly. We have taken 11 dynamic sowing windows and optimized the transplanting dates with the interval of 7 days. So let's compare the two contrasting scenarios and see how much delay is too much. With the early transplanting from 1st June to 5th July, the reduction is meager, almost 3 kg per hectare per day. But if we go to the late transplanting, here is when the thing intensifies. The reduction is almost 25 kg per hectare per day in baseline and 30 in the projected climate scenario. So here's the solution. Time management is the key, and it's also a well-recognized adaptation strategy as well. But considering the vulnerability of this region, we have contemplated on the prospect of if we stack the time management with multiple adaptation strategy. For this, we have included a variety of adaptation practices, like what if about high plant density, or if we do a superoptimal nitrogen dose, maybe different level of supplemental irrigation compared with standard management. So now again, let's look at the two contrasting situations. Here, in the early transplanting, in the baseline scenario, standard management practices only suffice. But if we go to the projected scenarios, high plant density improved yield. Whereas, if due to the unavoidable reason the transplanting is delayed, what is the key? Supplemental irrigation, it can prevent the yield loss by up to 10% and in the baseline and projected climate scenarios, and also high plant density can also improve yield. But if we go to the superoptimal nitrogen dose, we have seen across the variety in all the climate scenarios, the response is not too much. So since we are contemplating over like transplanting windows, its importance, so why is it so important? So here, due to the late transplanting, like early transplanting almost no stress, but with the late transplanting, the flowering grain filling period fall into the dry periods of October and November, and in a rain-fed ecology like northeastern region, the yield is heavily dependent on the post-flowering rainfall. So what is the key? Supplemental irrigation. So moving to the conclusion part, we have concluded that due to the nitrogen limitations, the yield gap ranges from 1.6 to 2.8 ton per hectare, and using the soil and variety specific nutrient management strategy can result in high yield and farm profitability. Further, early transplanting is the key, which can prevent the yield loss up to 29 to 52%. And what if the transplanting is delayed, then we can go for the supplemental irrigation, which can prevent the yield loss by 8 to 10% and also prevent the circumstances of crop failure. So from my MSc research, some of the key accomplishment and implications are, we have pioneered the yield gap analysis in this region, and which can pave a path to the location specific adoption. Also introduce a novel technique of automated calibration using the pest software, which can improve the predictive accuracy of the model. Also, we have optimized transplanting windows for the first time in this region with multiple scenarios that will unleash the scope of rice fallow management. These are some of the snapshots of my research experience and future thrust. We need to leverage the landscape heterogeneity to identify the hotspot that for bridging the yield gap for the most profitable. And we can also conduct the research risk-return trade-off analysis for a better decision making. And most importantly, thinking beyond a single rice season, promoting fallow intensification. From my MSc research, I got some of the awards such as Oral Presentation, Best Research Scholar Award, Best Poster Award, participated in sports, or secured 3rd rank in ICAR SRF exam. I have qualified for UGC NET JRF with a percentile of 99.99. Currently, one of my paper is under review in the European Journal of Agronomy with a NAS rating 11.2. Submitted one paper in Agriculture System with a NAS rating 12.6. And also, 2 of my papers are accepted in NAS rating 6.8. 6.9, sorry. At last, I would like to acknowledge Director Sir, Dean Ma'am, Joint Director Research and Extension, and all the people who are involved with me in this journey. And the bottom line is, if we harness the full potential of Northeast India, we won't just feed NEH, we'll ensure the food security of India. So it's time for rice revolution in the Northeast region, where every grain counts. Thank you.
Scenario for hilly ecosystems at different nitrogen levels. It's a very good study for this northeastern hilly region. So how do you contemplate and predict that by using this your particular modeling aspect for future climate change scenario, how much of the production we can increase based on your this study and considering the parameters of delayed transplanting and adjusting the nitrogen levels and others on the present base production in the northeastern hilly region area. What is the current production in the northeastern hilly region, and based on this study how much it will increase in the time to come?
So the current production in the northeast region is almost 7.2 million metric ton of the rice, and it just contributes almost 6% to the total production of rice in India. And using my study, so in this actually what we have done beyond manual calibration, we have optimized the coefficient using multiple parameters, like going beyond some phenological 5-2 aspects, we just went to the 35. So I think and also we have validated it with multiple type of scenarios such as INM or different transplanting dates. So considering that, the RCP scenarios act as a basis that how our future is going to look, and for the agriculture and considering its uncertainty, preparedness is the key. So from my research, we have seen that the rainfall pattern in that region is also shifting earlier. So the early transplanting, like current recommendation practices compared to them, early transplanting will be the key, and further in the extreme scenarios, we can also stack or layer that with the further adaptation strategies such as using supplemental irrigation at the flowering.
Congratulations, Dr. Sneha. Very good. You are presenting just like IRI professor. Thank you. Okay. It's not from your point. I'm just seeing the overall rice issues in the country. We have one side we have crop calendars, means rice and wheat, which are the temperature requirement, humidity requirement, rainfall, crop calendars. On the other side, we have climate analogs. Analogs means, for example, you have taken hilly area of this thing, but such other hilly areas are there elsewhere also. By connecting these two, crop calendars and climate analogs, can we foresee that future rice production systems in the country, areas in the country? When Punjab, Haryana, there is a issue is coming, can we expand, can we look forward other ecosystems where we can safely, comfortably, with whatever prescribed suggestions you have given, put other ecosystems? Of course, very complicated policy thing. If you just think, if not response, I think future your perspective should be of thinking like that, how for country's rice policy contributes. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Done. Good.
Sneha.
Yes, sir.
Very good presentation.
Yes,
and you have really followed the advice of Honorable Director IRI. Your energy and confidence, I appreciate.
Thank you, sir.
You were talking about the yield gap. Are you aware what is yield gap 1 and yield gap 2?
Yes, sir. So yield gap 1 and yield gap 2 is given by FAO. Basically, there are three things. The first one is potential yield, second one is attainable that we achieve in the experimental farm like in research station, and the third one is the yield that is we call as actual yield or the farmer's yield. So the yield gap 1 is the difference between the potential yield and the attainable yield. That is hard to achieve, like considering the attainable yield, and yield gap 1 is hard to achieve, but yield gap 2 is defined as the yield difference between the attainable yield in the research station and the yield that we achieve in the farm, like farmer's field, actual yield there. So this is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give a big hand to the next presentation will be from Muhammad Salman from the Division of Biochemistry.
Honorable Chairman of the session, respected jury members, beloved IRA fraternity, and my dear friends, I am Muhammad Salman CK from Division of Biochemistry. A warm welcome to my presentation. As you all know, diabetes is a growing problem and is defined as a pandemic of 21st century. Our country holds first position in this case. Several reasons like physical inactivity, family history, obesity, hypertension, and more importantly, carbohydrate-rich foods are some of the major causes for this diabetes. An alarming data by International Diabetes Federation states that by 2050, more than 1.31 billion people in the world will live with diabetes. So as said, this carbohydrate-rich diet, including our staple cereal diet, is one of the major culprits due to its high glycemic nature. So when we intake this high glycemic food regularly, it can cause hyperglycemia and further health complications. So this glycemic index studies can be in vivo and in vitro. In vitro indices include the predictive glycemic index and inherent glycemic potential, whereas in vivo indices include the glycemic response. So considering the existing gap, my predecessors at Food Metrics Lab has worked on starch quality metrics and key determinants of glycemic index, but still the major challenge was that the existing in vitro models were inconsistent and time consuming, whereas the in vivo models were having ethical implications and other limitations. So considering all these and to address these challenges, we designed our study into three aspects, that is the optimization of in vitro models, development and validation of electron nanosensor for reducing the time, and the use of AI/ML model for the prediction. So the title of thesis was designed as the development and validation of glucose nanosensor for predicting inherent glycemic response. In this study, we used rice as the model crop. So the study has two objectives, that is the comparative optimization of in vitro methods for evaluating inherent glycemic response, and the development and validation of non-enzymatic electrochemical glucose nanosensor using machine learning algorithms for predicting inherent glycemic response. As said before, the work plan consists of three parts, that is the optimization of in vitro models and the development and validation of non-enzymatic electrochemical glucose nanosensor and the use of AI/ML model for the prediction. So in this study, we have procured 53 diverse rice successions from Division of Genetics, IRI, and Indian Institute of Rice Research, Hyderabad. And in this study, we used BPT 5204 as the in vivo validated check variety. So to start with the objective first, we did an extensive survey and we selected 6 diverse existing popular in vitro digestion model, and with the help of in vivo validated check variety, we compared all the in vitro methods in detail. And after comparing the in vitro method, we found that in vitro method 6, that is the IBM 6, was the quickest and most accurate model when compared with the in vivo. So then this method was further selected to screen 53 diverse rice successions, and as you can see here, we were successfully able to classify all the accessions into low, medium and high PGA classes. So now since we validated this optimized in vitro model, we wanted to make it much better, maybe more efficient. So we did the sensor and machine learning part to this. So to initiate this objective, with the collaboration of ICAR Trivandrum, we synthesized the vanadium pentoxide nanomaterial using hydrothermal method, and then we dropcasted it onto glassy carbon electrode. And then we characterized this vanadium pentoxide nanomaterial using some XRD high resolution term, all of which implied towards the crystallinity, phase purity, and the sheet-like nature of the material. We also did the electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, which signifies the enhanced electron transfer property of the material. So then we did the cyclic voltammetry and amperometry to see the best voltage range for highest glucose specificity, and also to test different food interfering compounds, including the monosaccharides, disaccharides, and other food interfering compounds. So to our surprise, the selectivity was not up to the mark. So from this we understood that our sensor needs further modification, and we modified our sensor with MaxIn based compounds, that is we added the titanium aluminum carbide, and we characterized it again using some EDS spectroscopy and electrochemical impedance spectroscopy. So then we found that then we again tested this modified sensor using glucose individually and continuously to assess the performance, and we found that the modified sensor was performing much better and giving enhanced specificity and sensitivity. So then this modified sensor was integrated with the previously optimized in vitro digestion model for the further analysis. So to take even further, or to make it make this process more automated, we did the machine learning model, AI/ML model. So we did both supervised and unsupervised machine learning model, where we did the k-means clustering, where we classified all the accessions into low, medium, and high PGI classes based on the starch hydrolysis percentage and other parameters. We also did the decision tree and random forest model, both of which shown very good predictive accuracy. So now, if you have a sample, and if you can do this optimized in vitro digestion model with optimized enzyme concentrations and other digestion parameters integrated with this optimized sensor, you simply can predict the glycemic index and the respective class of the sample with the help of our AI/ML model. So by this interdisciplinary study, merging the likes of electrochemistry, food chemistry, and the newly evolving domain AI/ML model, we have successfully reduced the existing PGI estimation time from 6 hours to 2.3 hours. That is nearly 1/3 of the existing time. And we also wanted to make this protocol more suitable to high throughput screening. So we have reduced the existing cost by 37 times compared to the existing PGI estimation protocols. In overall, for the very first time, we did develop a novel non-enzymatic electrochemical glucose nanosensor integrated with the optimized in vitro digestion model, along with the AI/ML model for the prediction of glycemic index and inherent glycemic potential. So in this study, we also did the first correlation study between the IGP and PGI. So the way forward is to further validate in other food matrices also. To bring more awareness towards in this regard, that is the glycemic index of food and its after effects, we have developed an innovative educational game which was also secured copyright, and it was named as Sugar Coaster. I have published 3 research papers and 1 review paper with NAS rating of 10, 7.2, and 1 review paper in Food Chemistry X with a NAS rating of 12.5. I have published 2 book chapters and 1 bulletin, and I was able to secure first prize in the prestigious annual conference by Nutritional Society of India and the International Union of Nutritional Sciences. And I have also secured first prize in the poster presentation at the International Conference of Biotechnology, and I have also presented on another international conferences as well. I have secured first prize in the National Essay Writing Competition by INSA-INEAS, and I was selected as a finalist at the national level Ideathon by Society of Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology. These are some of the examinations that I have qualified during my masters, and I express my sincere gratitude towards my chairperson, my advisory committee, whole research ecosystem at IARI, our collaborators at ICAR Trivandrum, North Carolina State University, and last but not the least, my family, friends, and lab mates. Thank you so much for the patient listening.
Mr. Mohammed, I must congratulate you for the nice piece of work which you have presented using novel tools. I mean, your abstract concluding statement says that it is cost effective, but I did not get any feel of that the tool is really cost effective. Did you make any cost comparison while making this statement actually?
Yes, sir. So initially, while we optimizing the in vitro protocol, we have optimized various protocol with in these protocols. The main issue is the main cost problem is affecting with enzymes. So these enzymes are very costly. So we have screened with various type of enzymes, all the enzymes used in these protocols, and we used the enzyme optimization, accurate quantity of enzymes. Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So too much data, so I haven't shown the cost calculation. It is included in the thesis. Yes.
Mohammed, have you compared your method with any reference method?
Yes, sir.
Which method?
Yes, ma'am. We have no, the existing in vitro method. We did every like most popular all 6 in vitro methods. So among that, we have selected the best one, that is giving the in vivo validated results.
Best one on the basis of what?
So we have used a BPT 5204 as the check variety. So this variety has been validated in vivo, and we know the in vivo glycemic index value. Okay. So we screened all the in vitro methods, and which in vitro method was giving the accurate, and accordingly we selected, we optimized it.
Salman, this is a very good study. If you have to introgress this work in routine breeding programs, especially breeding for low glycemic index rice varieties, what are the specific bottlenecks that you need to overcome?
Sir, we actually aimed for that purpose. One of the purpose was that only, like screening large number of accessions. So the problem might be we can further automate this process. So then it would be much efficient. But otherwise, we have optimized this currently, and it has been well recognized by IRIA, and also they also wanted to take this. So otherwise, currently it is we are happy that it came well. Yes.
Thank you so much. Let's give a big hand to Salman. We will now break for 15 minutes for coffee, tea, which is well deserved. But let's be back in 15 minutes promptly. Ashwini Surapuram from the Division of Bioinformatics.
Good afternoon, one and all. I welcome all of you for my presentation today. By the year 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion. So, simultaneously, the shrinkage of the cultivable land is increasing, so that the genetic gain of at least 2.4% is required to meet the food demand. This aligns with the second sustainable development goal, zero hunger. In this scenario, the Green Revolution boosted the yields through the conventional breeding programs. The phenotypic assisted selection improved the trait selection, but limited by the complex traits. The linkage analysis and QTL mapping helped to identify the genomic regions, but using of the control populations limited these approaches. The GWAS analysis transformed the breeding process by leveraging the using natural population variation. By advent of the genotyping and phenotyping, the GWAS has the advantage like high resolution, detects rare alleles, works in natural population, detects in whole genome, more efficient for complex traits. These are some snapshots of GWAS studies highlighting the significant associations. So, this graph is showing that the publications, increase of the publications of the GWAS from the 2014 onwards, the publication has increased exponentially. It reached by 2022 around 600 publications are there, and this is the GWAS catalog snapshot, and by the year 2025 the GWAS catalog contains 7,000 publications and around top associations, 7 lakh associations in the human. So, this signifying that the GWAS analysis wider adaptability in the scientific community. And here I come to explain the tools and languages used in the GWAS analysis. And here the tools and databases that are using around 45 tools are there, and the different languages are there. Just to do the basic pipeline of GWAS, here it is cumbersome to go through all these things. It hinders the GWAS output also. So, with this idea we are presenting why can't we integrate all these functionalities into a single platform along with the HTBDP software which is doing phenotypic analysis as well. Here come with this myself Surapuram Ashwini from Division of Bioinformatics. I am presenting my research work titled Integrating GWAS Module with HTBDP for SNP Trait Association Mining. These are my research objectives: to develop data pre-processing and data handling module and integrating GWAS analysis and result visualization module within. Here I am presenting the process of module development, selection of dependencies, backend development, front-end development, integration of the backend and front-end, and validation and upgradation. Backend development, Java and R command line I have used, NetBeans and RStudio I have used for the IDE, and I have wrote the code, and different packages I have used in the backend, Tassel, Peeling, Biomut and Gapit, etc. For the front-end development I have used JavaFX and NetBeans, and I wrote the code. These are some snapshots of the application. Here I am going to present the module overview. It has 6 tabs: data pre-processing, file conversion, GWAS analysis, genomic selection, gene annotation, result visualization. Under the data pre-processing, imputation and data filtration is there, GWAS analysis, single locus and multi-locus, and under the GWAS result visualization we can plot 5 different plots we can. Under the data pre-processing, the imputation is very important. Here we can see the missing genotypes which will affect the GWAS output. So, this is the interface for the user. User has to give the genotype file and metadata columns, and then he will get the imputed file. And under the filtration parameters, minimum allelic frequency, maximum allelic frequency and minimum site count user has to give to remove the extremities within the genotype file, and then filtration output will be generated. And after that, after the quality control file conversion, different genotype file formats are needed for going through the GWAS analysis, HapMap, numeric, PED and VCF files. So, this is the interface for the genotype file conversion. Here genotype file has to be given, the input files HapMap and VCF can be given, and the output files will be numeric file, HapMap, VCF, peeling files will be generated. After the quality control and file conversion, we are going for the main analysis, and dealing with the genetic relationships to reduce the false positives is very important. Relatedness and kinship creates the false positive rates within the genotype. So, under the relatedness within the population, the genetic similarity will be occurred. So, dealing with this PC and MDS, we can opt for this, and kinship, the common shared alleles will create some false positives. For this kinship matrix we can use, and these are some snapshots of PCA and multidimensional. Under multidimensional distance methods, user can choose Jaccard, Euclidean, Manhattan, Canberra, and under the kinship, Van Radden, Loisley, Zhang method can be used. These are the output files for the PCA and MDS and kinship, and after that we are going for the main analysis. Here we are offering single locus and multi locus. Under the single locus, GLM, MLM, CMLM, ECMLM, Super, and under the multi locus, MLM and Form CPU and Blink methods are available. These are the snapshots of interface, and here user can give the phenotype file and genotype file and select the models. These are the output files. After that, we are going for the post reverse analysis, and here annotation part will be done. Retrieving the data from, we are retrieving the data from the ensemble. The attributes to be retrieved, these are the attributes we can retrieve: transcript information, gene information, protein information, exon information, protein structure information, etc. And the database, the choosing the database is mandatory. 69 species crop data available like measure, wheat, rice, maize, sorghum, etc., etc. This is the interface for that. Genotype file, the result genotype file has to be given. The dataset name should be chosen, and the criteria SNP based on the SNP ID or SNP position. We are going to choose that, and the threshold level for the significant p values has to be given by the user, and these are the attributes to be chosen. And then this is how it looks. The significant p values will be given by the tool, and annotated file be generated. And after that, different plots we can plot. Here we are giving the options like width and height, output file format, and different formats and resolution of the output file. And GWAS results file can be given by the user, and then we can run. And here multi-trait, single trait QQ plots will be generated, and the same with the Manhattan plot, single trait and multi-trait Manhattan plots will be generated. And along with that, LDDK plot and SNP density plot and Manhattan plot will be generated from this tool. This is the overview of here HapMap and Pheno files will be given, and different Manhattan plot, QQ plot, these plots will be generated from that. Comparing with the main existing tools like Tassel, Peeling, Gapit and iPad, some of the tools are limiting with the multi-locus genomic selection and annotation part. This makes the integrated GWAS module ahead of all these things with a GUI. And the future prospects, different GWAS modules can be incorporated like Bayesian methods and machine learning. Population structure can be incorporated. Salient features of this: developed user-friendly GUI, and integrated all single locus and multi-locus GWAS modules, and LD analysis and related analysis also there. These are my extra and co-curricular activities. I have attended the workshop on Python and got table tennis first prize in IRS sports meet. I would like to conclude with the acknowledgements. I would like to thank my chairperson and advisory committee, professor and faculty of Division of Bioinformatics, Director and Dean and ICAR in New Delhi, Director and ICAR in New Delhi. ICAR is scholarship, and my parents and my siblings and friends and seniors and juniors. Thank you very much.
Amish Ashwini.
Yes.
Please excuse me if I have not understood you properly. I would have appreciated if you had validated your module with the real-time study, you know. I mean, unless it is validated, I mean, developing a module has no meaning. This is my way of assessment. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, Ashwini, I was wondering about the same thing, that whether you have utilized any actual data sets generated.
Yes, sir. These are the plots generated by using the data set, real data set.
In which crop and for what specific trait or traits?
Sir, it is wheat crop.
Huh?
Wheat crop.
Okay. And the data was generated by?
Drought tolerance, etc. Drought tolerance majorly.
Okay. So it would have been nice to show what exactly are those results. If you take the actual real data sets, including high throughput phenotyping you are talking about,
yes,
and how to integrate these two through your software. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any other? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashwini. The next presentation will be by Saurav Chakraborty from the Division of Entomology.
Pointer. A very good afternoon to respected chairman, honorable jury members, and all the dignitaries and all the wonderful crowd. I am Saurabh Chakraborty from Division of Entomology, and it's an honor to present my research findings in front of you all. Let me ask you a question. Do you think humans around the world? No, it's an insect world, as insects are the most diverse group of organisms comprising 73% of the total animal kingdom, and these are of utmost importance in agriculture, as it contains pests, predators, pollinators, vectors, and ecological indicators. So their identification is really important to us. Now, common insect identification methods include morphological and molecular tools, which are very much labor intensive as well as time consuming. At the same time, morphotaxonomy are descriptive in nature and causing conflicting decisions among the different people. And nowadays there is another problem like lack of expertise in taxonomy, as we have seen that European Commission says red list of insect taxonomists showing the diminishing pattern of the taxonomists. So what could be the probable solution? Can artificial intelligence could be implemented for identifying the insects in the field? As we have seen, different ICAR and international institutes are providing AI-based supports to the farmers, of which disease and weed detection by means of modern image processing technology are very much evident. However, the gap still remains because AI-based insect identification is not so well popularized in India. There are very few studies, and those studies are only considering the pest, while the beneficial organisms are left out. And finally, a comprehensive AI-based insect detection model is missing. So addressing these gaps, we are coming up with our research work, identification of agriculturally important insects associated with cruciferous crops using artificial intelligence. With these two objectives, morphological identification, imaging, and development of an agriculturally important insect image database for cruciferous crops, categorizing and identifying agriculturally important insects of cruciferous crops using artificial intelligence tools. For that, the sample insects are collected from different crops like cabbage, cauliflower, mustard within IRI Pusa campus using sweep nets and other manual means. So the samples are taken to the lab, undergone standard taxonomic procedures followed by genitalia dissection for species delimitation. Finally, photography has been done in stereozoom automontage microscope and illustrations are prepared. At the same time, field images have been taken throughout the crop growth period from sowing to harvesting and using the affordable devices. At the same time, some of the insects are reared in the laboratory to study their damage symptoms, and those are also photographed. During photography, we use some specific imaging protocol which is depicted over here to generate good quality data. In this case, we have identified different groups of insects including moths, bugs, beetles, and flies, considering the pests and the natural enemies as well as pollinators. So a total of 20 common insect species are identified, and 14 of them are redescribed and diagnosed with more than 60 illustrations. In terms of field imaging, we have taken a lot of images throughout the exhaustive survey of IRI Pusa campus, and in this case, a total of 2,730 images have been captured within a span of 4 months across 21 classes of insects and damage. For obvious reasons,
some of the images needs to be curated. So the blurred images are taken out and a total of 2015 images are deposited to National Image Base for Plant Protection application for development of database. So with this we are completing our objective 1, and as we move towards the objective 2, some of the images are added to it and a total of 2693 images are used for AI based modeling. For that, initially the insects are annotated with RoboFlow software and reconfirmed with the entomologist. Not only the insects are annotated, but also the damage symptoms are meticulously annotated one by one, and in this case we have generated more than 23,000 annotated metadata, which could be a great treasure for image analysis. So this annotated data are then resized to similar pixel size, followed by augmentation to increase the number of data set up to more than 6,000 images, and then this data set is split into training, validation and testing subset as per 95:5 ratio. Then this training data set is trained across 5 different variants of YOLO V5 deep learning architecture, that is N, S, M, L and X, and their performances are evaluated in terms of performance metrics, loss functions and computational cost. So for analyzing the performance, first we prepare a confusion matrix. So we have prepared 5 confusion matrices for 5 different variants using a Python 3.6 package, and one of which is shown over here. And based on this, the performances are evaluated. As you can see, the purple bar indicating V5X, it achieved almost highest result in all the cases. However, it is also evident that the sky color bar indicating V5L, it also maintains a good value, sometimes a little bit lesser than V5X. Similarly, the loss values or the deviation are also calculated, and in 4 of the cases it shows the lower value, but in 2 cases it shows the highest value. So this highest deviation value that makes us to think whether to consider it as a best model or not. To validate this question, we have analyzed the computational cost, and for obvious reason V5X being the biggest variant has the highest computational cost. That indicates it will be very difficult to incorporate in any mobile application. So what is the conclusion up to that? We are still in search of our best model. So how we can find? Let's go for testing of all the unseen images across all the model variants, and let's check the performances. For that, we have procured our test data set, as well as images are also procured from different citizen science portals. So a total of 793 images are used for final testing. And here is the performance. As you can find, the sky bar indicating yellow V5L showed the highest spike. That indicates its best result in all the unseen data. To validate this result, we have analyzed the inference speed. That indicates V5X takes a lot of time to detect one insect damage or insect pest. However, the smaller variants, it takes lesser time, but their performances are not so good. So to maintain a balance between complexity as well as performance, we can consider this yellow V5L as the best model. So this model has been deployed in ICAR Genomic and then integrated with AI disk mobile application developed by ISRI. So here is the interface. As you can find, the user just needs to register and sign in, then click on insect pests, then select the crop, that is cabbage, cauliflower or mustard, followed by click the image and then click on identify, and this kind of interface will come. So our model is able to identify an image with an average precision of 92%, recall 83%, accuracy 99.5% and F1 score of 87.3%. To sum up our research work, we have done some taxonomic studies, as well as we have generated more than 2,500 field images, which is a great treasure while preparing field guides. At the same time, we have developed an image database. We have generated more than 23,000 annotated metadata, as well as a yellow V5L based insect detection model is developed, as well as successfully deployed in Genomic and integrated with mobile application. So here is the achievement regarding the database development as of now and the model development. So this is just the beginning. We can do many things with it, like addition of more pestiferous insects, separate imaging protocol for tiny parasitoids, crop damage severity analysis, rapid testing with various online datasets, and finally an AI-based chatbot for the solution of real-world problems for the farmers. I am very happy to share that our research has been published in Smart Agricultural Technology with an impressive NAS score of 12.3, and these are some of our other research papers. One research paper has been accepted in Indian Journal of Entomology with a NAS rating of 5.59, and 2 of our research articles and review articles are under revision in Geological Studies with NAS rating 7.5 and Artificial Intelligence in Agriculture with NAS score of 14.2. I have attended various international conferences and conferred with the best oral presentation. At the same time, I have attended various training programs organized at IIT, ISRI and IRIs. And here are our co-curricular activities, as I have participated in quiz competition and second wins the runners-up. And here is our work is published in Indian Entomologist blog for outreach activities. I would like to acknowledge all the persons who are associated with my work. And I would also like to thank Director Dean IRI, the Graduate School, all the scientists, staff division of entomology, ICAR Postgraduate Fellowship, and all of my batchmates, seniors, juniors, and well-wishers for the successful completion of the work. Lastly, I will end my presentation with a quote from Nobel laureate Geoffrey Hinton, as he says, "I think we should think of AI as an intellectual equivalent of a backhoe. It will be much better than us at a lot of things." Thank you.
Okay, one quick question. In the real field situations when there are multiple biotic threats, how well will this platform work?
Thank you, sir, for your question. Actually, sir, we have taken lots of images based on field situation as well as laboratory react conditions. So we have annotated them, at the same time we have augmented them. So we can think lots of images we have taken, and that is also performed well in the test images as well as some field validation within IRI New Delhi. So I think it will be better. We need some more testing, at the same time we can tell that it will be working good in different conditions.
Yeah, please tell me. Mr. Chakravarti,
Yes.
I appreciate that you have made a good beginning as far as use of AI as a tool for insect identification.
Thank you, sir.
Just one clarification. Why cruciferous crops?
Sir, actually this is the first time from our division we are working on this AI based insect detection. So we took the cruciferous crops as there is no crop group specific studies previously. At the same time, the insects which are associated with cruciferous crops are more or less same. Therefore, we use the cruciferous crops for the ease of our study.
And by using this tool,
yes,
up to what level? Up to genus level you go for identification, or you can go up to species or biotype level and all?
Sir, actually first this is the novelty of our study, that we have taken 21 insects and damages. So first those insects have been collected, at the same time first taxonomically validated up to species level. Those which are taxonomically validated up to species level, those insects only we keep in our model as of now. So it will be okay with the species level identification.
Yeah, Saurabh, really it's a very good study as far as the application part is concerned. There have been so many tools like this in the market. And many commercial companies are also working, many state governments are also putting such kind of the different tools for identification of diseases, pests and insects also. And there is a lot of confusion regarding their damaging symptoms and others. Have you identified the unique identification symptoms or mark for each insect, or first on the basis of taxonomic part, and second another is on the basis of the unique damaging symptoms?
Thank you, sir.
It is where it has become a challenge even for the farmers, the applicators and the scientists also in the domain.
Thank you, sir, for the question. And actually, sir, for this case, for actually in field there are different types of damage symptoms. Maybe within a single leaf there are damage symptoms of 2 or more insects. That's why we have taken all the insects in the lab and also checked their damage symptoms in different cases. Like one cage we have kept like master sawfly only, another cage we kept flea beetle only, another cage we kept diamondback moth, and in another cases we kept 2 of the insects together. So it will help us to really identify those damage symptoms, because most of them means 3 of them are defoliators. That's why we can tell that it is accurately identifying, and at the same time all the damage symptoms are reconfirmed by the entomologist. So for our case we have taken that exact damage symptom data, we can say that.
Thank you very much, Saurav, for that excellent presentation, and we give him a big hand, guys. Let's now move on to Ms. Ashwini Yadav from the Division of Environmental Sciences.
Honorable Chairperson, respected jury members, distinguished scientists and my dear friends, welcome everyone. As we all know, God has created Earth with suitable environment and plenty of resources for survival of life. But due to increasing population, the demands are continuously rising for crude oil or petroleum based products. To overcome this demand, crude oil is extracted from beneath the soil or transported to our country. And imported crude oil is either transported or extracted from the country or make it usable, and due to accidental incidences during transportation of crude oil, bursting of old oil pipelines, coal and biomass burning cause the polyaromatic hydrocarbon deposited in agricultural soil and pollute the environment, and these pollutants are the source of polyaromatic hydrocarbon. As US EPA listed 16 pH pollutants as a priority pollutants due to their carcinogenic nature. Among them, naphthalene, fluorine, phenanthrene and pyrene are major pollutants, and these pollutants cause disturbances to social life due to contamination in agricultural soil. pH concentration in paddy soil were reported from 18 to 8000 ppm, and biological remediation can be limited by the bioavailability of soil bound pH due to their low aqueous solubility, high hydrophobicity and strong sorption to soil. And biosurfactants are surface tension reducing compound with versatile properties, and these properties can be used in the field of the agriculture. So therefore, I Ashwini Yadav have carried out my research work on isolation characterization of biosurfactant and their effect on hydrocarbon degradation in different soil under following objectives: to extract biosurfactant from biological source and their characterization, and to evaluate role of biosurfactant in degradation of hydrocarbon in different soil. Under first objective, 9 bacterial isolates were screened for oil dispersion property. Among them, Lysine species and Bacillus amyloliquefaciens shows oil dispersion property, but due to more stability of Lysine species, we selected it for further study. Biosurfactant isolation using following procedure: among different rotation 27 degree centigrade and 150 rpm condition shows optimum for minimum surface tension, and among different days, day 3 to day 5 surface tension found 37.4 to 38.9 millinewton per meter. And biosurfactant characterization using different tests, in which CTA Bagar test, bromoethyl blue test, biurea test and ninhydrin reagent test. And absence of blue color halogel indicates the absence of glycolipid kind of biosurfactant, and presence of blue, violet and red color spots indicates the presence of amino and peptide bonds. And the characteristic peaks at 30 to 84 and 1646 centimeter inverse shows the NH and CON stitching, and presence of amino and first and second kind bond are also observed. And during fatty acid analysis using gas chromatography found abundance of palmitic and oleic acid, and similarly high resolution mass spectroscopy shows the presence of amino acid link chain, and it suggests its nature as a lipopeptide. And oil and water pixel are calculated through image processing using ArcGIS software, in which 56 to 86% oil removal found using 0.1% wet by volume biosurfactant. In addition, biosurfactant leads to breakdown of oil into small droplets and reduction in viscosity, which shows that the flowing of sticky nature of biosurfactant, and it can use as a lubricant. And 40 to 70% foaming, 40 to 76% emulsification index, and 51 to 64 demulsification ratio indicates the recovery of oil from emulsion. Hence, biosurfactant can be used as an alternative source of the synthetic surfactants. And our developed biosurfactant found stable over different salt concentration, pH and temperature. Under objective second, an analytical method for quantification of naphthalene, fluorine, phenanthrene and pyrene are standardized using HPLC. And the extraction methodology in soil was standardized using following procedure. And results shows that the cost effective sodium sulfate is the better extracting reagent for all 4 pH, and it recovers more than 80% in Delhi inceptisol alkaline soil and Jharkhand inceptisol acidic soil. And under first set of the degradation experiment, effect shows of crude oil and bioaugmentation of Corcoria rosea in the absence and presence of biosurfactant pH degradation was observed, and degradation data were fitted to first order kinetics and half-life were calculated. Result shows that naphthalene is readily degraded as compared to fluorine, phenanthrene and pyrene. Addition of biosurfactant enhance the biodegradation in crude oil spiked soil, pH aided soil. Similar trend for pH contamination pH degradation was observed, and addition of microbes showed at par result for pH degradation as compared to biosurfactant. In second set of the degradation, effect of temperature was shown at 28 and 37 degrees centigrade in Delhi and Jharkhand soil, and pH degradation was observed, and degradation data were fitted to first order kinetics, half-life were calculated. Result shows the enhanced degradation in Delhi soil as compared to Jharkhand soil at 37 degrees Celsius temperature. In third set of the experiment, firstly chitosan xanthan gum alginated grafted biosurfactant beads was developed, and in secondly bentonite and guar gum biosurfactant formulation bed water dispersible granules are developed using extrusion method. At last, biosurfactant formulation using preservatives and xanthan gum biosoluble liquid based formulation was developed. Afterwards, pH mixture, biosurfactant free and formulated foam were applied in Delhi and Jharkhand soil, and the amount recovered for different pH till 21 days are calculated in Delhi and Jharkhand soil, and result shows that the control soil, that is with native microbes without biosurfactant, shows highest half-life. It means lowest degradation for all 4 pH, and among different concentration 425 at 50 and 1700 ppm at 50 ppm of biosurfactant shows best degradation results. Among different formulation beads, water dispersible granules and soluble liquid based T7 treatment found best for pH degradation. In addition, patent has been filed for formulation product and its process, and technology is approved for commercialization with worth of rupees 50,000 license fee and 10% royalty, and license to S Biologicals. And in vitro insecticide bioassay of the whitefly was shown at 437.50 LC50 value at 96 hours, and in semi-field bioassay 45 to 66% of motility of whitefly shown in brinjal crop at 10 to 20 times higher dose of biosurfactant, and during metabolite profiling shows the abundance of serinol amide A kind of compounds. And now coming to nut cells, Lysine bacillus is identified for biosurfactant or production based on the qualitative and chromatographic analysis. Isolated biosurfactant was identified as a lipopeptide. Up to 40% oil in water can be removed with efficiency of 56 to 86% using 0.1% weight by volume biosurfactant. And isolated biosurfactant was found to be stable over different salt concentration, pH and temperature, and addition of biosurfactant enhanced the pH degradation, and develop in different formulations, soluble liquid based formulation found best for pH degradation, and biosurfactant is also effective against whitefly. And now coming to practical implications, bioformulation can be applied at contaminated sites for effective pH degradation in contaminated soil, and it can also be used for oil spill removal, lubricant and detergent in future. In future, technology is mass scale production of microbes, and isolation of biosurfactant will be scale up. Validation of technology at contaminated soil and conversion of technology from TRL level 4 to 9 will be achieved. In addition, my research was also accepted for startup grant under PUSA-RISE program with worth of rupees 4 lakh, grant supported by Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, and for microbial culture received accession number from Microbial Culture Collection Unit. And above research work is also accepted in Current Science Journal with NAS rating 7 and Pesticide Research Journal. I have also received first prize in oral presentation during national conference, a best oral presentation award in international conference, and work is also published in popular articles. During my MSc, I completed 21 days training, attended conferences and industrial visit. At last, I would like to thank Director, Dean, Head, Professor, Chairperson and Advisory Committee for supported and guidance me, and I would like to special thanks to RKVY Raftar scheme of Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare for recognizing my work for rupees 4 lakhs grants. Thank you everyone.
Thank you Ashwini for that Shatabdi Express presentation. Coupled with those flasks coming from here, the graphical designs were excellent. Questions from the jury?
Yes, Ashwini, I wanted to know that what is efficiency of this biosurfactant?
Sir, it is 30 to 40% efficient.
So, how can you say that it is, I mean, one of the good product that can be utilized for for utilization in the oil spilled area and other thing?
Sir, we tested it in respect of control, and in control we take twin 80 and rhamnolipid biosurfactant, and we found that their 0.1% concentration are effective, and our developed biosurfactant is also effective at 0.1% concentration.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much, Ashwini. Let's give a big hand to her. And
thank you, sir.
The next one will be from Shaurya Sharma from the Division of Floriculture and Landscaping.
So very good afternoon to everyone, honorable jury and respected audience. I, Shaurya Sharma, representing Division of Floriculture and Landscaping, would like to introduce you to the world of flowers, where each bloom symbolizes beauty, joy, emotion, expressing what words often cannot. Floriculture rapidly becoming a major economic force, showcasing the commercial value of flowers. From landscaping to value-added products, it holds a great promise. It also offers lucrative export avenue and fosters agri-entrepreneurship, encouraging farmers to expand their reach and revenue and driving them for sustainable development growth. In this context, marigold is a vital crop, becoming the backbone of loose flower industry because of its leading position in terms of area and production in India. It is highly valuable crop preferred by farmers to be grown because of ease of cultivation, hardy nature, minimal maintenance, and free flowering habit. Although more than 30 species have been recorded to be cultivated in marigold, but for commercial cultivation, Tagetes erecta and Tagetes patula are recommended, and for oil extraction purpose, Tagetes minuta is commercially used. Marigold farming provides a great monetary profits to the farmers, with reports indicating shifting from traditional crops to marigold cultivation, as the growers are earning in millions, significantly highlighting its economic potential. It is a marvelous crop because it has numerous other benefits of its traditional use, like industrial use for color and oil extraction, medicinal properties attributed to its antioxidant property, with some nematocidal activity also. However, the marigold farming in India is constrained by numerous hurdles, with reports suggesting that majority of the portion of economical and technical changes stems to the excessive use of plant protection measures and lack of knowledge and awareness about their judicial use. In spite of having various insecticidal, pesticidal, and fungicidal properties, it is attacked by a number of diseases, in which leaf spot and inflorescence blight is one of the major growing concern affecting large-scale cultivation. Leaf spot of marigold is associated with a large number of pathogens, but alternative species are the most prominent one, with their infection tend to increase from leaf spot to flower blight stage on later stages. Favorable factors like moderated temperature coupled with high relative humidity and presence of free water on the leaf surface leads to the infection severity. Many researchers have been reported yield losses of 50 to 60% that can go up to 80%, coupled with infected seed stock, poor flower quality, and loss of capital losses. So in light of concerns like lack of resistance, susceptibility of commercial varieties like Pusa Basanti Genda to this disease, and achieving sustainable goals of like zero hunger and life on land, we decided to conduct our research on the topic screening of marigold genotypes against alternaria leaf spot under in vitro and in vivo conditions. Our research has been broadly divided into two broad objectives: isolation and identification of alternaria species associated with leaf spot of marigold, and screening of marigold genotypes using virulent alternaria isolate under in vivo and in vitro conditions. The research was designed and commenced with evaluation of leaf spot infected plants at field level, collecting the infected leaf samples and performing pathogen isolation using tissue isolation method. Potato dextrose agar was used for maintaining the cultures for further use. A rapid pathogeny test was used for determining the most virulent alternary isolate which can be used for further screening. In vitro screening has been performed using leaf detach method, while pot screening was employed for in vivo approach. The stage of plant and spore count of spore suspension remained constant for getting consistent and reliable results. Regarding the microscopical examination of conidial characters, we found that out of 10 isolates, 7 were of Alternarius species, proving its prevalence as a leaf spot infective pathogen with characteristic symptoms like mutiform conidia with mid to dark brown in color. Cultural variability studies based on potato dextrose agar and host extract agar prepared from marigold leaves revealed that isolate I3 and I4 have highest significant growth of mycelial on PDA, while I3 and I10 dominated the same on host extract media. However, the sporulation category varied from moderate to excellent category, and I3 was found to be highly significantly outperforming the other isolates. Pathogeny test conducted on a susceptible isolate MS 110 recorded by PD assessments on 5th, 7th and 10th day revealed that I3 is the most virulent isolate which were further used for in vitro and in vivo screening. Cultural characteristics of alternary isolate I3 was determined using 6 different media, out of which PD and host extract media were found to be having maximum sporulation and maximum radial mycelial growth over a period of 7 days, while sabot agar media and corn meal agar were recommended unsuited for its culturing because of least mycelial growth and scanty sporulation. Phylogenetic analysis for the molecular conformation of the virulent alternary isolate was done based on ITS based sequence, and it was found to show 100% conformity with alternary alternata. Other isolates were also shown to be in conformity with the alternaria alternata, showing its prevalence as the most dominant species of alternaria associated with marigold leaf spot. We have evaluated 60 marigold germplasm under in vitro conditions, where the symptoms starts to develop on 5th day of inoculation, and later on the PDI was calculated on 7th and 10th day. The genotypes were showing infection ranging from moderately resistant to highly susceptible. 5 of our genotypes, Pusa Par, Pusa Utsav, AMS48, AMS123 and MG3 were found to be moderately resistant, while most of our genotypes were showing highly susceptible to susceptible reaction, including Pusa Basantingeda, the commercial variety, and Tagetes minuta lines. In order to validate the in vitro results, we also performed in vivo screening of same genotypes, and the PDI was assessed on 7th, 14th and 21st day of inoculation. The results of in vivo screening aligned with the in vitro screening, and the same 5 genotypes were categorized under moderately resistant category. Similarly, Pusa Basantingeda and AMS 110 were found to be highly susceptible under in vivo settings also. This is the comparative evaluation of highly susceptible and moderately resistant genotypes under in vitro and in vivo conditions. Graphical representation of PDI values revealed that there is a spike and significant increase in disease severity during the second interval in both in vivo and in vitro approaches, but this trend is only shown by the susceptible genotypes. No such trend was shown by the moderately resistant genotypes. This outcome can be helpful in relocating and refining treatment schedules so that timing and application of sprays can be minimized and for targeted use. Further, the in vitro screening of leaves of 2 different age groups were also assessed for assessing the role of age of plant on disease resistance, but no improvement in susceptibility reaction was found. To conclude my study, our study highlights the prominent role of Alternaria, especially Alternaria alternata, being the most virulent species associated with leaf spot or marigold. Dual screening approach validate each other and performing well over open field trials. Promising germplasm found in our study can be used as for future breeding program. A novel media was proved to be a good media for culturing alternate species, and tracking disease progression over multiple intervals help in resource allocation, refining treatment schedules, and enhancing IDM strategies to combat this persistent learning. Novelties of our study is our study is first of its kind to assess dual screening approach in marigold and its association with Alternaria alternata. We have used a novel media prepared from marigold leaves for culturing alternative species, and it's found to be substantially good. 2 of our genotypes having crescent shaped flowers and high yielding varieties that are performing commercial varieties are the unique features that are found to be moderately resistant to the find. Also, the sequences of the isolates were also submitted in NCBI gene bank. Regarding future applications, we can go for surveying more number of germplasm for marigold and exploring alternative species associated with marigold leaf spot. Multiple recursion trials are needed to be found true resistance, while genetic mapping and omics approach are needed for identifying the genes responsible for that and their mechanism. Also, in order to check the impact of climate change, we can screen them on different categories of temperature, humidity, and CO2. It's not working. Out of my MSc research work, I have written 3 research papers which have been published and accepted in NAS rating 6 and above 6. Also, I have actively participated in various national and international conferences and awarded with Best Poster Award, Best Oral Presentation Award, and Best MSc Thesis Award. I have been a gold medalist in our undergraduate program and secured All India rank 1 in my SRF examination. We have also devised SSR markers and genotypes and undergone GBS technology for our screen germplasm. We have devised a Mary app that is for students and farmers, having students and farmer corner assistant with their theoretical and study material along with video tutorials of various cultivation aspects of marigold. It is available in different languages like Hindi, English, Kannada, and Bengali to cater the farmers of different states. At last, I would like to acknowledge my chairperson, respected advisory committee, Division of Floriculture and Landscaping, Division of Plant Pathology, Director and Dean IRA, and the graduate school and my friends and family for the smooth conduct of my research. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Mr. Sharma,
yes, sir.
Nice presentation. But I would like to partially correct you. Alternaria is such a fungus which has been very well worked out. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Secondly, even Alternaria toxin also has been very well worked out.
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as the 5 genotypes which you have identified as moderately resistant, I don't know how are you sure that you are recommending them to use for breeding program while you have found them only moderately resistant.
Yes, sir.
And that too Alternaria alternata alone. Besides Alternaria alternata, there are other Alternaria species which are also associated with leaf spot disease actually.
Yes, sir.
So unless you see the other pathogens also and their reaction, I mean, we cannot make a blanket recommendation. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Sharma.
Yes, sir.
Did you work out any resistance mechanism?
Sorry,
how
sir?
this particular, 5 genotypes, you have identified that those are moderately resistant.
Yes, sir.
Did you work out any mechanism of resistance in these genotype?
No, sir. So actually, our study was started from scratch. In marigold, there is no resistant germplasm or some kind of resistance has been reported yet. So we started our research from scratch. These are all inbred lines developed, and we were. This is a preliminary study so that we can find out the some kind of resistance which can be used for the breeding.
Good. I think it is one of the most devastating disease in marigold.
Yes, sir.
Right. So you start, and you utilize any media for combating?
Yes, sir.
Avoiding the Alternaria. Did you utilize any media?
Yes,
because
sir.
I saw in conclusion that you showed some media.
Yes, sir.
So how this media is helping to avoid Alternaria?
No, not avoiding. Actually, actually, our marigold leaf extract media is promising for its culturing, just like PDA.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's for culturing purpose.
Yes,
not
culturing purpose. This is the
marigold.
first study in which marigold leaf extract agar media was used for culturing, and it was found to having significantly similar growth as compared to PDA in terms of sporulation also.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Good. Give a big hand to Saurya. So our next presenter will be Sahil from the Division of Fruit Science.
Very good afternoon to the respected chairperson, esteemed jury members, and all the eminent scientists present over here. I welcome you all my merit medal presentation. Today we are living in a time where lifestyle diseases, malnutrition and weakened immunity are becoming major concern, not just in India but globally. According to the reports, more than 2 billion people are suffering from malnutrition worldwide, and unfortunately India is having the highest number of people undernourished. According to the reports of the Hunger Index, India ranked 105th, which is an alarming sign for Indians to focus more on their health instead of the other things. So with this, the walnut crop gained attention for their numerous health as well as economic benefits. Being the richest source of the plant-based omega-3 fatty acid, provide a diet rich in the antioxidants, improve the brain functioning, reduce the risk of the cardiovascular diseases by reducing the bad cholesterol, and having a huge export potential. So now if we look at the walnut production statistics, so we are cultivating. So globally, the China is the leader with 57% of the global production share, whereas India ranked 7th with 1.3% of the global production. In case of Indian scenario, we are cultivating walnut in 109,000 hectare area, yielding 329,000 metric tons of annual production. So despite having the sizable area and numerous health benefits, our Indian walnut industry faces several challenges like high domestic demand, less production and variability in the germplasm. And we are bound to import more than 66,000 metric tons of walnut annually, mainly from the Chile, United States, Afghanistan, worth of rupees 846 crores. And if we see our exports, so we are exporting only 638 metric tons of walnut, mainly to the Iran, UAE, Germany, Chile, Singapore, Bhutan, worth of rupees 2.4 million US dollar. So with this, we have found the lacuna in our Indian walnut industry, that there are several walnut selections which have been released as well as identified in the recent past, but their export potential and their role as a protective food and their importance for the food industries remains unexplored. So with this backdrop, the present study entitled Insights into the Nut and Food Qualities of Selected Walnut Genotypes was carried out under the guidance of Dr. R.M. Sharma sir with the following two objectives. And our first objective was assessment of the nut quality of walnut genotypes for export-related traits, and our second objective was analysis of nutrients and nutraceutical compounds of the selected walnut genotypes. So here a total of 44 genotypes we have collected from the 6 different locations of the northwestern Himalayan region, that is Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh. So here we can see the indigenous nut diversity what we have collected from these particular locations. So firstly I am going with my objective one, that is the assessment of the nut quality of walnut genotypes for export-related traits. So we have assessed both nut as well as kernel character on the basis of the dust descriptors suggested by the PIGRI and PPV and FRA. So firstly I am going with the qualitative data. So the majority of the nuts were having ovate nut shape in longitudinal section through suture, round nut shape in cross section, smooth shell surface, weak as well as medium prominence of the apical tip, and 50% of the genotypes were having pointed shape of a base perpendicular to the suture, and 59% of the genotypes were having rounded shape of base perpendicular to the suture. So now if we see at the nut quality attributes, so the major key traits are the shell thickness and the thickness of the dividing membranes for the export market. And we have recorded the lesser shell thickness in case of the Bhushan genotype, whereas the lowest thickness of the dividing membrane in Sith walnut 6 genotype. So lesser will be the thickness, it will be required for the premium grade walnuts because it makes the kernel extraction easier. And the shell whiteness index was recorded maximum in case of the Bhushan genotype, which makes it the most appealing nut in the present study. Next is the kernel quality attributes. So for the export market, the prime we can say the grade is its kernel recovery, higher kernel recovery and the kernel color. So we have recorded the kernel recovery up to 61.42%. That is the remarkable thing for the indigenous selection for having such a higher kernel recovery. And the kernel whiteness index was recorded maximum in case of Sith walnut 2 genotype and Sith walnut 6 genotype. So here we can see the variations in the kernel color, what we have selected the genotypes in our study. So the most preferred kernel color in the national as well as the international market is the light umbered colored kernel, and this criteria is fulfilled by our genotypes. So with this we have tried to plot the correlation analysis where it reveals that the nut size related parameter was found positively correlated with that of the kernel size related parameter, whereas the kernel recovery was found negatively correlated with that of the shell thickness. And the PCA biplot reveals a total variance of 44.10%, which is ideal for the identification of the key morphological traits. So after this we have plotted the hierarchical clustering. Hierarchical clustering which reveals the 4 distinct clusters, out of which the cluster 3 is having the largest number of the genotypes which are grouped together on the basis of their highest nut weight, kernel weight and kernel recovery, whereas the cluster 4 is having 11 genotypes which are grouped on the basis of their thinner shell. So one breeding implication we are getting from here is that if we cross this cluster 3 with that of the cluster 4, so we can develop the superior hybrids which can definitely benefit our Indian walnut industry. So with this, now I move to my objective 2. So here we have shortlisted the best 35 genotypes on the basis of our objective 1 and subjective them to the biochemical evaluation right from the mineral content till the mineral analysis. So in this study, in these selected genotypes, we have found the moisture content within the safe storage limit which ensure its longer shelf life, and we have further estimated the bioactive compounds like total phenolic content, total flavonoid content, antioxidant activity, where we have recorded the antioxidant activity up to 83.88%, which is beneficial for reducing the risk of the free radical formation in the body and other inflammatory disorders. Although walnut is not the richest source of the carbohydrates as well as proteins, still the indigenous genotypes hold a good amount of the concentration of the carbohydrate up to 22.72% and protein content up to 25.38%, which highlights the richness of our indigenous selections. And since the walnut is well known for its higher oil yield as well as unique fatty acid profile, and we have recorded the oil yield in the range of 34.13% up to 63.23% in case of the Bhushan genotype, which is again a remarkable thing for indigenous selection for having a higher oil content, because it is the most demanding thing in the international market and having a cost of $1.04 billion US. So we have further done the fatty acid composition analysis through GCFID and detected 4 major fatty acids, out of which 2 were saturated fatty acid, that is palmitic acid and stearic acid, and 2 were unsaturated fatty acid, that is linoleic acid, a polyunsaturated fatty acid, and oleic acid, that is a monounsaturated fatty acid. So our primary concern is here for the unsaturated fatty acid because of their numerous health implications, reducing the risk of the cardiovascular diseases, that is the low density lipoprotein cholesterol, which is a bad cholesterol. So this is the brief methodology what we have followed for the fatty acid estimation. So with the growing concern for a diet enriched in the minerals after the corona pandemic, we have tried to estimate the mineral concentration in the whole kernel and got the relative order of the mineral elements as potassium being the leading mineral element, followed by the phosphorus, calcium, magnesium, iron, zinc, manganese and copper. So these all minerals hold significant potential in the indigenous genotypes. So here we can see the variations in the mineral concentration in the whole kernel. So along with this, we have also tried to estimate one newer thing, that is the mineral concentration in the defatted kernel, and got the relative order somewhat similar to that of the whole kernel, but slightly elevated ranges were found. And here the phosphorus is the leading mineral element, followed by the potassium. Rest order is similar to that of the whole kernel. So this can be a beneficial study for the future food industry, future walnut breeding programs and food industries to make some more value-added walnut products. It's not working. So we have done the correlation analysis and found that the total phenol content was found positively correlated with that of the total flavonoid content, whereas palmitic acid was found positively correlated with that of the stearic acid, and linoleic acid was found negatively correlated with that of the oleic acid. And we have further done the correlation. We have done the hierarchical clustering and Sir, it's not working. Sir, I am moving, but it's not working. Sir, I am clicking forward and going backwards, sir. Thank you, sir. So with this, we have also plotted the hierarchical clustering for the biochemical traits and revealed the 4 distinct clusters, out of which cluster 1 is having the largest number of the genotype, whereas cluster 4 is having the smallest number of the genotype. So one unique thing we have noticed here, that we are getting the mixed cluster, which highlights the fact that the genotypes selected are not genetically distinct, and which can guide the breeders to focus more on the trait-specific improvement program rather than the location-based program. So with this, now I would like to sum up my study. A significant variety was observed in the indigenous selections, both for the nut as well as the kernel traits, and kernel recovery was found equal to and greater than 50 in the 9 genotypes, and selected genotypes proved rich in number of the bioactive compounds, essential fatty acids and minerals, which highlight the overall nutritional value of the indigenous selections. And a total of 12 genotypes were identified most promising, which have met all the criteria of the export nutrition and consumer standpoint. And the practical implication of our study is that it helps us to reduce the reliance on the imports and can strengthen our local walnut industry, support the health conscious consumers, and can be a valuable raw material for food as well as nutraceutical industries. And this kind of insight provide the like fatty acid and bioactive compound studies promote the innovation in the food, pharmaceutical and cosmetic industries also. So the path ahead from this study is that the promising genotypes identified in our study having a great potential for expanding our domestic cultivation, and there is a need to further explore more value-added walnut products, and we should encourage the mass multiplication of the promising selections for the better profitability, and we should prioritize the trade-specific selection to enhance the market competitiveness. So coming to my research contribution, so my one paper is recognized by the Indian Journal of Horticulture with a NAS rating of 5.58, and another paper is under process with the editor in the NAS rating of 10.30 in Journal of Food Composition and Analysis. And coming to the special achievement, so this work has been presented in national international event and got Best Oral Presentation Award and Best Poster Presentation Award. Apart from this, I have participated in a training organized by the NAI for production of the temperate food crops, got appreciated for the cultural activities at IRI, published one popular article over nut crops, and qualified UGC NET 2024 for the admission to PhD degree. And this research work fulfilled the two sustainable development goal that has to be reached by 2030. So with this, I would like to acknowledge my chairperson, advisory committee, and all the persons who have helped me directly as well as indirectly during my research journey. So in the end, I would like to say that being healthy isn't a goal, it's a way of living. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Sahil, for an excellent presentation. I just wanted to know from you that you worked for the certain walnut genotypes, and you analyzed the proximate composition as well as fatty acid composition. So, based on your observation, which trait is most focused for the export purpose?
Sir, mainly for the export purpose, the kernel color and kernel recovery are the major traits, but here we have also included the shell thickness and thickness of the dividing membrane. Because sir, lesser will be the thickness, it becomes easier to extract the kernel in 2 equal halves. So that's the requirement for the premium grade walnut, sir.
Okay. So, what should be the optimum range for fat, particularly for the export purposes?
Sir, generally, sir, ICMR 2024 has recommended to consume at least 35 gram of fats in diet, sir.
No, I am asking for kernel content.
Sir, mainly, sir, in the literature, it is in the range of up to 64 to 70%, sir, fat.
Okay.
Mr. Sahil.
Yes, sir.
This Bhushan variety,
yes,
which area it is most prevalent?
Sir, we have collected this from Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir, sir.
Are you aware who developed this variety?
Sir, it has been released by my guide itself, sir.
Bhushan is a farmer.
Yes.
In his name, this variety was released.
Yes.
Nowadays, that we are talking about pecan nut also.
Yes, sir.
General question, whether you have some idea pecan nut and walnut.
Yes, sir.
In terms of yield, income, and nutritional values. Any idea?
Sir, for walnut, the yield ranges up to, sir, in our Indian scenario, sir, yield ranges up to 3 to 5 tons per hectare, sir. But for the international countries, it go up to 8 to 15 tons per hectare. And similar is the case with the pecan nut, sir.
One more small query.
Yes, sir.
One farmer this year got Padam Shri. A farmer belonging to horticulture sector. Are you aware?
Oh, yes, sir. I guess Mr. Hariman Sharma, sir.
Yes,
sir, from
what
Himachal.
he has done?
Yes, sir.
What he has
sir,
done?
he has developed the HRMN 99 variety, which is suitable for the low hills, sir.
Good. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very good, Sahil. And with that, we will request the next presenter.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. K. Victor Paul from the Division of Genetics and Plant Breeding.
Good afternoon to the respected dignitaries, jury members, and everyone present over here. I am K. Victor Paul from the Division of Genetics, IRA New Delhi. I welcome you all to the 63rd Convocation IRA Merit Medal presentation. To begin with, food grain production has tremendously increased over the past few decades, yet there is an evident rise in the rates of malnutrition. Hidden hunger has impacted globally, especially the African, Latin American, and recently the Asian regions. And one such micronutrient that is deficient in several populations is folate. Folate, also known as vitamin B9, is essential for numerous bodily functions like cell division, DNA synthesis and repair, synthesis of essential biomolecules like amino acids and other vitamins. Folate is required for the normal development of an infant. Deficiency in the folate levels causes a characteristic symptom of neural tube defects in the growing fetus. In adults, it is linked with megaloblastic anemia, cardiovascular diseases, and cancer. Therefore, the recommended dietary allowance of folate for a normal adult is 400 micrograms per day, while pregnant women requires a comparatively more amount of folate, that is 600 micrograms. Although there are different strategies devised to combat the folate malnutrition problem, due to the expensive affair of dietary diversification and the toxicity concerns of folic acid supplementation strategy, we must depend upon a more sustainable and a feasible approach, that is biofortification of natural folates in the staple crops. And maize, being a multipurpose versatile crop, offers a potential target for folate biofortification. Significant progress has already been achieved in terms of enhancing the micronutrient profile in maize, like quality protein maize with enriched lysine and tryptophan, low phytate maize with increased iron and zinc bioavailability, QPM associated with enhanced levels of provitamin A, provitamin E, and high oil content. IRA developed biofortified hybrids have been launched into the commercial pipeline by licensing them to 22 private companies, which in turn has generated a gross revenue of 1.41 crores. And now we have started a program on folate enhancement in maize, as maize is a poor source of folate. Enhancing the folate profile in this staple crop offers a suitable counter strategy against the folate malnutrition issue, even in the underdeveloped and developing regions of the world. From the previous works done, we have identified 3 major research gaps in terms of folate profiling in maize. Firstly, no research was conducted on folate profiling in Indian maize genotypes. There is a lack of comprehensive studies on folate content in biofortified and specialty corn inbreds. There is a limited understanding of folate-related genes and their expression patterns in maize. To address these research gaps, we have framed our thesis title as Genetic Variability and Molecular Analysis of Folate Accumulation in Maize Kernels. Here we have 3 main objectives. The first objective was to analyze the genetic variability for folate accumulation across the different stages of kernel development. Here we have taken a diverse maize inbred panel of 48 inbreds belonging to different biofortified and specialty corn inbreds. The self-seed samples were collected at 15, 30, and 45 days after pollination for folate profiling, and 2 major folate derivatives, that is 5-methyl tetrahydrofolate and 5-formyl tetrahydrofolate, was quantified using the ultra-high performance liquid chromatography instrumentation. ANOVA results have revealed a presence of significant genotypic effects on 5-MTHF, 5-FTHF, and total folate content, indicating its strong genetic control over folate accumulation at each kernel development stage. While the combined ANOVA results have revealed the presence of significant genotypic effects, kernel development stage effects, and genotype into stage interactions. There was a wide variation for folate accumulation in the, across the genotypes over different stages of kernel development, ranging from 22.7 to 133.1 micrograms per 100 gram, while sweet corn and waxy corn inbreds contains a relatively higher folate content. Popcorn and colored corn inbreds tends to accumulate lower folate content. And there was also a shift in dominance from 5-MTHF at the early stages to 5-FTHF during the later stages. As the kernel matured, there was a decline in the total folate content along with the 5-MTHF levels, while 5-FTHF levels tends to increase. From our findings, we have identified some of the high folate lines that can be used as donor lines for future biofortification programs. Our first objective was published in the Journal of Food Composition and Analysis with a NAS rating of 10.3. Our second objective was to characterize these inbreds using markers specific to candidate genes involved in the folate biosynthesis. Here we have taken the same inbred panel of 48 inbreds and grown them during spring season 2024. Self-seed samples were collected at the mature stage, and the leaf samples were collected from the 25 days old seedlings for genotyping purpose. Genotyping was done using 78 gene-specific SSR markers, which were reported from the previous studies, and the allelic profile was used to estimate genetic diversity using robust bioinformatic tools. The ANOVA results have indicated a significant genetic control over folate accumulation, and there was also a wide variation for folate content across the genotypes even at mature stage, ranging from 21.4 to 98 micrograms per 100 gram. Diversity analysis have revealed a presence of high proportion of monomorphic markers, moderate PAC values, low genetic dissimilarity coefficient, and the lack of significant difference for folate content among the different clusters. This indicates a limited genetic diversity for folate related genes and its dispersion across the high and low folate inbreds. Based on these findings, selected crosses can be performed among the genotypes showing higher cluster means to develop lines with the increased number of favorable alleles for these folate related genes. Our second objective findings were accepted in the Indian Journal of Genetics and Plant Breeding with a NAS rating of 7. Our third objective was to validate these candidate genes governing folate metabolism in maize kernels. Here we have taken 3 high folate and 3 low folate inbreds. Based on its performance during the previous Kharif season 2023, we have assessed the gene expression levels of 3 candidate genes involved in folate metabolism, that is GTP cyclohydrolase 1, SIM gene, and CTM gene. Cell seed samples were collected at 12 and 24 days after pollination for folate profiling and relative gene expression analysis. Folate profiling studies and relative gene expression analysis has revealed that as the kernel matured, the transcript levels of GTPCH1 tends to decrease, while SIM and CTM gene tends to increase. This shows that higher expression of GTPCH1 enhances the folate content, while expression of CTM and SIM gene involves in the reduction of folate content. From these findings, favorable alleles of these key candidate genes can be further exploited in developing a folate-rich maize hybrids. From our current investigations, we can devise further studies like utilizing these folate-rich hybrids as donor lines for future biofortification programs. Contrasting inbreds can be used to identify and validate these QTLs associated with folate accumulation in the maize kernels. Owing to the fragility of the compound, folate retention studies over different storage and processing conditions needs to be investigated. Widely adapted folate-rich hybrids can be developed by integrating the biofortification programs along with the climate resilient traits. Favorable alleles of key candidate genes like CTM can be introgressed into the elite lines using mark-resisted selection to develop a folate-rich maize hybrid. We have also submitted a project proposal to the Anusandhan National Research Foundation for funding in developing a multi-nutrient folate-rich maize hybrid. To conclude, this is the first ever study on folate profiling in Indian maize genotypes, where we have identified significant genetic variability and revealed key metabolic and molecular understandings on folate accumulation in the maize kernels. This lays a foundation for breeding folate-rich high-yielding maize hybrids, which supports the food and nutritional security at a national level. These are my list of publications, and I have also presented my findings under 2 oral presentations and 2 poster presentations, where I have received a Best Poster Award at the 2nd National Genetics Congress. Finally, I would like to thank my chairman, advisory committee members, Division of Genetics, Director Sir, Dean Ma'am, Maize Genetics Unit, seniors, juniors, and my dear batchmates for their immense support throughout the entire research work. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Victor, that was a very good study. A simple question here is, folate tablets cost not more than 15 rupees in the market. For 10 tablets, you spend hardly 1.5 rupees per tablet. What is the value proposition for biofortification for folate vis-a-vis folate supplementation?
Sir, folic acid, when we consume folic acid, it has to be further metabolized into an active form of folate, but that enzyme is lacking in several populations. So, biofortification of natural folates in crops like maize or rice involves in enhancing the reduced form of folate that is actively available in our body. So, here we are not it's not focusing on the toxicity concerns, because nowadays there are several concerns over the unmetabolized folic acid in our red blood cells that is causing further like implications like vitamin B12 deficiency, masking, and other liver implications.
I think I must congratulate you, as you have made a very strong statement that this is the first research effort in the country as far as the characterization of maize genotype is with folic acid is concerned. Actually. And I wish you good luck. I mean, for your project which you have submitted. Actually.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think now we'll be having a break for lunch, and we'll come back promptly by 2:25 if possible. Okay? Thank you so much. we will begin this session with the presentation from Ms. Kamali R. from the Division of Microbiology.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Kamali from the Division of Microbiology. Welcome you all to the fascinating world of plant-microbe interaction. As we know that Green Revolution transformed our country from food deficient to self-sufficient one. Especially the increase in production of food grains achieved with the help of high-yielding varieties, fertilizers and pesticides. So this progression made with a cost. The excessive use of fertilizers results in the loss of soil health, loss of biodiversity and water pollution. What is the solution for this problem? So the reports clearly show that we need to reduce the use of chemical fertilizers and move to organic one. Even Indian government have introduced various schemes, one such as Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, which promotes the production and use of organic fertilizers. As we know, the microorganism are the important component of organic agriculture, such as biofertilizers, biopesticides and biostimulants. So we can clearly see that the demand for microbial based products will be increased in future, offering a promising way for sustainable agriculture. So the increasing demand of organic produce and increasing awareness among the farmers regarding the soil health, it's opened the global market for biostimulants. These biostimulants are the substances of the microorganisms or combinations of both, whose primary function is to enhance the nutrient uptake, growth, yield, nutrition efficiency of the crop. So the global biostimulant market is expected to grow at CGPR of 7.5%. Likewise, the Indian biostimulant market also grow at 15.64% of CAGR. So this brings us to core of my research topic, prospecting bacterial exopolysaccharides for plant growth stimulation. With a brief intro of exopolysaccharides, it's a high molecular weight polymer excreted by bacteria into the environment, have the wide range of applications in the field of food industries, pharmaceutical industries and cosmetics. So its role in water retention, soil aggregation, heavy metal sequestration and biofilm forming capabilities are pivotal role in sustainable agriculture. Novelty of my work, where the numerous studies reported the application of EPS producing bacterial strains or the good plant growth promoter. However, the direct application of EPS as a biostimulant is scarcely reported. Therefore, the proposed research is aimed to explore the pearl millet seed endophytic bacteria for EPS production and to explore their use as phytostimulant. This is outline of my research work. Coming to objective 1, it is the extraction and characterization of exopolysaccharides from selected plant growth promoting bacterial germplasm, and second objective is to study the effect of culture conditions on the EPS production by selected bacterial strains. So the previously isolated 86 seed endophytes along with 3 reference cultures like Mesorhizobium, Azospirillum, Bacillus subtilis were screened for EPS production on NA media and ATCC number 14 media. So based on sliminess and ropiness, scoring was done on the scale of 1 to 4. So we found that out of 86, 12 were the best EPS producers. So these were grown in the ATCC number media and EPS were extracted by ethanol precipitation method, and partial purification is done by dialysis. So this obtained EPS were quantified by 2 methods. First one by measuring the dry weight of the EPS, and second one is estimating the sugars by anthrone method. So among these endophytes, the strain 41 and 5 were the efficient EPS producers. The similar results were observed in the anthrone method, where the strain 47 yielded 0.9 mg per ml of EPS, followed by strain number 5 which yielded 0.6 mg per ml of EPS. Then seed germination assay was conducted to study the plant growth promoting activity of these selected seed endophytes on wheat variety HD2967. So 15 days old seedlings were harvested and evaluated the plant growth parameters, where most of the strains showed enhanced germination and seed vigor indices. Then seed germination assay was conducted to study the biostimulatory effect of partially purified EPS of 0.2%. So, the exopolysaccharides from the strain 21, 27 and 47 showed around 35% of improved germination than the control. So, similarly, the results of seed vigour indices emphasized the positive effect of exopolysaccharides on plant growth parameters like root length, shoot length and dry weight of the seedlings. So, based on this biostimulatory effect, 5 strains were selected to study the dose dependent effect of this EPS. So, treatment with different concentrations like 1%, 0.5%, 0.25% were used on the seeds. We observed an interesting results where by increasing the concentration of EPS, increased the germination in the strains like 41 and 62. But in case of the EPS from the strains 5, 27, 47 and reference 1, the maximum germination is reported at 0.5%. Further increase in the germination reduced the germination rate. So, from this we can say that the biostimulatory effect of EPS were not only strain specific, but also dose dependent. Coming to second objective, to study the effect of culture conditions on EPS production, 3 best strains were selected along with one reference culture, which is the Maize or Rhizobium caesare. Here the study of different cultures on EPS production done with one factor at a time method, we found that the most ideal parameter for maximum EPS production were the incubation period of 7 days at 30 degrees Celsius with pH of 7, except for the strain 5, which preferred 45 degrees Celsius with a pH of 6. And coming to effect of NaCl concentration, the most of the strain preferred 1% of NaCl, except strain number 5, which preferred 4%. Coming to carbon sources, the sucrose is the most preferred one for maximum EPS yield. Except for strain 27, it is maltose. Each strains have preferred specific nitrogen sources for enhanced EPS production. Where strain number 27 preferred potassium nitrate, 47 preferred urea, where 5 preferred both of them, reference 1 preferred yeast extract. Then FTR analysis showed that all this EPS extracted from all strains showed the distant peaks around 1000 to 1200 centimeter inverse range, which is a typical region of carbohydrates. So, this confirms the good quality of extracted EPS. Then monosaccharide analysis was done with the help of HPLC, showed that the strain number 27, 47 and reference 1 are made up of heteropolysaccharides of different sugars, whereas the strain number 5 is made up of homopolysaccharides of glucose alone. Then the water absorbing capacity of EPS, which is an important trend in terms of growing crops, especially under water stress condition. Here among the endophytes, the strain number 47 have absorbed 500 times more EPS than its own weight. Coming to DPPH scavenging activity, a strain number 27 act as a source of potent antioxidant EPS. The scanning electron microscopy images show the complex fibrous matrix of EPS with smooth surface. So, this might be contribute to the high water retention capacity of EPS. Finally, the selected EPS producing strains were identified by comparing the 16S rRNA sequences with NCBI. Here the 27 is identified as Atlantibacter hermani, 47 and 5 is identified as Bacillus subtilis subspecies subtilis. Coming to salient findings, where the strain number among those, the strain number 47 is the highest EPS producers. The inoculation of an EPS enhanced the germination. The biostimulatory effect of EPS was strain specific and dose dependent, and significant effect of culture conditions on EPS production were carried out, and compositional and functional analysis indicated their potential application in agriculture. So, our findings have contribution toward the sustainable goal development, like zero hunger, which promote the growth of wheat crop, and then 9th goal by optimizing the culture conditions for more EPS production. On coming to future prospects, the implication of EPS on plant growth and yield and soil properties under field conditions need to be done, and the molecular mechanisms behind the biostimulatory effects of EPS need to be investigated, and maximizing the EPS production and reducing the cost of EPS production, and developing the effective formulation and delivery system for EPS based products. So, these are the sequences which are submitted by me to NCBI. These are the exam have qualified. These are the research papers and book chapters I have communicated. These are the conferences and training I have attended during my MSc period. And I want to thank to my
chairperson, head and professor of Division of Microbiology, advisory committee members, parents, seniors and friends. And I end with the quote, the role of infinitely smaller nature is infinitely great. Thank you.
Ms. Kamali,
Yes.
it's a nice presentation.
Thanks.
And please excuse me for my ignorance, Now, as far as EPS from Bacillus species or other plant growth promoting bacteria, if you talk about, how does the EPS of, let us say, Bacillus species differ from plant infecting bacteria like the Xanthomonas and the Pseudomonas?
So, compositionally they may differ.
I'm asking you, does it differ? Or EPS composition-wise the same, irrespective whether it's a plant infecting bacteria or plant growth promoting bacteria?
Actually, there is a difference in composition of EPS. Like it depends upon the media in which the EPS is extracted. If the media determines those composition, if it is in plant, the composition of EPS produced by it may differ. If it is in some other environment, that EPS produced by same strain will differ.
Okay, anyway, go back and see.
Okay, thank you so much, Kamali. Let's give a big hand to her. Okay, the next presentation is from Mr. Akshay Bharat Ghodake from the Division of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology.
मैं अपने आप अपडेट चला गया बंद हो करके अपडेट हाँ
चार्जिंग लगी है ना?
चार्ज लगी हुई पीछे मैं देखा हूँ ऑटोमेटिक ठीक आ जाएगा रीस्टार्ट हो जाएगा क्या लेटर करना चाहिए नहीं एक ही में ठीक है दो सिस्टम की जरूरत है
रिस्टार्ट है ना, शट डाउन नहीं है ना?
नहीं, शट डाउन नहीं है।
हाँ, देन वेट करो, हो जाएगी।
चार्जिंग तो हो रहा है, देखो पावर लगा हुआ है। ऑन करें क्या?
ऑन करते हैं, ऑन करना पड़ेगा। हाँ ठीक है, ऑटोमेटिक आना चाहिए था। ठीक है,
दूसरा सिस्टम ऑन है क्या यहाँ पर?
ये काउंटर रेडी करते रहो।
हाँ,
एक से स्टडी कर हो गया। ऑन कर
उसका
दूसरा रेडी कर करो।
आप वो ऑन उसमें चालू कर लेंगे, इसका स्लाइड शो देना। हाँ तो वो सर वो इसका लाइन भी ट्वेंटो भी देना पड़ेगा, उसमें से पहले स्लाइड और वो
थोड़ा भी पहले से ट्राई कर, लेकिन उसको भी
अभी नहीं, वो कॉल तो कर देता हूँ मैं।
ये नॉर्मल वाला नहीं है भाई,
ये आपका लैपटॉप बार बार अपडेट भी जा रहा है, तो
should be Akshay Bharat from the Division of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology.
A very good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson Sir, respected jury member and distinguished members of the audience. I welcome you all to this gold medal presentation session. I am starting my presentation by introducing Bacillus thuringiensis, which is well known for its insecticidal activities and its application in transgenic plants. But now it is also known for its broad spectrum potential in the field of agriculture, industrial and medical. In these all, the biofungicidal activities of Bt gain more focus of the research because of its ability to combat the phytopathogenic fungi. The plant infection, which causes 26% yield loss, in which fungal infection alone lowers the crop output roughly by 5 million ton annually. More specifically, $60 billion is lost each year due to the fungus damage to rice, wheat, maize and worldwide. Among the various devastating fungal plant pathogen, the Fusarium species, which ranks among top 10, causes the billions of US dollar losses annually in the global agriculture. In that, Fusarium oxysporum and Fusarium graminearum are among the main 5 fungal plant pathogen which causes the severe disease like Fusarium head blight and Fusarium wilt. The problems like rapid emergence of resistant strains and the low specificity of biocontrol agent demands for exploring the new biocontrol strategies to promote the sustainable agriculture. Hence, we focused on biofungicidal activities of Bt, which can be studied by checking antifungal activity of Bt strain or isolate itself, or by checking the antifungal activity of specific antifungal active agents against the specific fungal pathogens. Among the various antifungal active agents studied from the Bt, chitinases showed more efficacious results against the economically significant phytopathogenic fungi. The Bt chitinases mainly divided into exo and endochitinase, and their antifungal activity are mainly due to the degradation of chitin present in the fungal cell wall. But what makes them more important are the other applications like anti-nematicidal, antibactericidal activities, along with their ability to increase the insecticidal activity of cryotoxins. However, there are more than thousands of whole genome sequences of Bt are available, but only 50 chitinase genes were reported on NCBI. Based on all these concerns, the research topic titled Exploring Biocontrol Potential by Unraveling the Presence of Chitinase Genes and Antifungal Activity in Bt Isolates representing diverse agroclimatic zones of India was studied under 2 objectives, including ARDRA based molecular characterization and PCR based screening of chitinase gene in Bt Isolates, and assessment of antifungal activity of Bt Isolates and cloning the chitinase gene from efficacious isolates was studied. To achieve these objectives, firstly, the Bt Isolates were preliminary screened and the representative isolates were used for dual culture bioassay against the Fusarium oxysporum and Fusarium graminearum by using the modified method in which the Bt was streaked in a circular fashion and the fungal disc was inoculated after 3 days of Bt growth. Then control plate were also made at the same point, and observations were recorded for the fungal growth diameter after 5 days of fungal inoculation up to the last day in which fungus from the control plate will grow completely. Then the inhibition rate was calculated and the further analysis was done, and the cloning and sequencing of chitinase gene from efficacious isolate was done. Instead of selecting Bt isolates randomly for the bioassay, I have done 3 different activities. In that, I able to select the Bt isolates, representative Bt isolate. In that, first activity was amplified ribosomal DNA restriction analysis. For that, I have amplified 16S rRNA gene from these Bt isolates, and these amplicons were subjected to this restriction digestion with 4 different restriction enzymes. Then the banding pattern were analyzed and phylogenetic tree was prepared, which grouped these Bt isolates into the different clades, which helped me to select the most diverse Bt isolates for further screening for bioassay. Then in next activity, I screened these Bt isolates for the presence of exochitinase and endochitinase genes, and I found 24 and 21 Bt isolates positive for these chitinase genes respectively. Then in next activity, I have prepared the gene profiles of these 34 Bt isolates based on the primary and secondary data. These different activities helped me to select these 12 Bt isolates having best gene profile and most diverse, representing diverse agroclimatic zones of India. And also I have selected SK783, which is negative for both the chitinase genes. These 13 Bt isolate were subjected to the dual culture bioassay against the Fusarium oxysporum, and I found Bt isolate SK957 showing highest inhibition rate against the Fusarium oxysporum, which is about 57.95% on day 7. Similarly, the dual culture bioassay was performed against the Fusarium graminearum, and I found Bt isolate SK966 showed the highest inhibition rate against the Fusarium graminearum with 64.1% inhibition rate on day 7. Then to know the effect of our Bt isolates on this fungal mycelium, we have taken a microscopic observation and we found the reduced branching, number of spores and the cell organelles. And also we got to know the other observations like swelling of hyphal tips and mycelial degradation pointing towards the interaction of chitinase from the Bt isolate. To check whether these chitinase are really active, we have evaluated their chitinolytic activity on the chitinase detection agar plate, and we found the clearing zone around the efficacious isolates, which is mainly due to the degradation of chitin present in the fungal present in these medium. So these chitinase genes were isolated and cloned into the DH5 alpha cells, and then these clones were validated by restriction digestion. These clones were subjected to sequencing, and we able to got the sequencing result for 2 exochitinase and 1 endochitinase gene. Then further analysis by NCBI BLAST and the phylogenetic analysis placed these genes within the major clade with the other Bacillus species chitinases, which shows their evolutionary conservation. To know is there any variation in their sequences, firstly we have done in silico analysis. In that we are able to know that exochitinase having single domain structure and endochitinase with 3 domain structure. Then by multiple sequence analysis, we of the deduced amino acid sequences of endochitinases, we got to know the there is a unique sequence variation with our endochitinases from the GH18 catalytic domain isolated from SK966. Similarly, in case of exochitinases, we got 2 amino acid variation in the GH18 catalytic domain isolated from the SK966. Then further in silico analysis showed the more than 96% of the residues in under the Ramachandran favored angles, which shows its structural fidelity. Then from this study we are able to submit the 3 chitinase genes to the sequence to the NCBI, also the 16S rRNA sequence for our Bt isolates. In conclusion, the exochitinase and endochitinase genes were screened and detected in more than 60% of the Bt isolate, highlighting their prevalence. Then Bt isolate SK957 and SK966 showed the highest inhibition rate against the Fusarium oxysporum and Fusarium graminearum respectively, and also the chitin degradation was confirmed by chitinolytic assay and microscopic observations supporting the role of chitinase in antifungal activity, and cloning, sequencing, phylogenetic and in silico analysis revealed the sequence structure and evolutionary significance of chitinase genes. In future perspectives, we have these clones which can be used further for the overexpression and to see the antifungal activity of these chitinases against the phytopathogenic fungi. Then these efficacious Bt isolates what we have against the Fusarium oxysporum and Fusarium graminearum can be used for formulation and field application, and it is also interesting to know about the molecular mechanism behind these activities. Our research supports the sustainable agriculture and food security, which ultimately leads to the SDG 2, which that is zero hunger. These are the two publications, one is published and another is under review. Currently, I am enrolled in Division of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology for PhD, ICAR IR in New Delhi, and I have also cleared CSI UGC NET JRF and lectureship. At end, I would like to thank Chairperson Professor Dr. Sarojit Kaur, my advisory committee, Director ICAR IRI, Director ICAR NIBB, Joint Director Education and Dean, Professor MBB, all teachers, friends and family. Thank you.
Mr. Akshay, just a clarification that what was the source of this fungal isolate, that is Fusarium oxysporum and Fusarium gramineanum?
Sir, we have taken it from Division of Plant Pathology, ICAR IR in New Delhi.
I think it's always a good idea whenever you mention the names, you should mention what is the accession number.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Secondly, Fusarium oxysporum alone has no meaning, it is a family.
Okay.
You have to make a mention that what is the forma species, because it could be Lycos persicii, it could
Yes,
be
sir,
cubens, it could be so on. So it is a family, so you need to specify which fungal species, forma you are talking about.
Okay, sir.
Okay, otherwise the entire study will vary. Okay?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
So I have similar kind of suggestion. In fact, I would like to take the example of banana, where you know that Fusarium oxysporum cubens is the one causing the wilt.
Yes, sir.
Now, you know that there are 4 races again, tropical race 1, 2, 3 and 4. So our most prominent variety G9 is tolerant to normal Fusarium oxysporum cubens. But coming to tropical race 4, I think no variety, some varieties we have identified that is now tolerant to tropical race 4. But such kind of studies, if you are not going to a race level or to farm species level, so I think it will not be having such an impactful research.
Yes,
Because the moment you are moving from Fusarium oxysporum wider family to a species level, subspecies level or farm species level, I think it is not going to work. So it requires some work. What is your take now?
Sir, actually we are also planning to take field trials for these making some formulations, because already there are formulations, Bt based formulations used for as insecticide. So we are planning to do that.
Can we go for some inoculation level, some metabolites we can, some genes we can infuse during the tissue culture propagation, whether it is going to help for imparting some resistance to or tolerance to that particular species?
Sir, in my study only we have isolated these chitinase genes, which we can use because it has shown the highest antifungal activity by these chitinase also. So that is it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good, very good. Give a big hand to your Hey, the next speaker, Suhail Ansari, is not available, I understand. So we go to Prantik Mazumdar from the Division of Plant Pathology.
इसको मत दबाना, इसको मत दबाना, यहीं को ओपन कर दो.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Prantik Majumdar from Division of Plant Pathology, and I welcome you all to my presentation. So tomato is the second most important vegetable crops in the world, which is a rich source of different types of vitamins, and it also helps to prevent the different diseases of human beings. So India is the second largest producer of the tomato with 11% share of the global tomato production. In 2022, a devastating disease affected the tomato crop cultivation in the Maharashtra, and later which spread to the other tomato producing states. And the fruits were hardened, unripe, and thus of no marketable value. And the leaves that either may produce the symptoms like shoestring, mosaic, curling, or it may not produce any symptom. So in 2023, this disease appeared again and became the headlines in the different news channels. And the heat of the skyrocketing price of the tomato also affected all the people. So a similar disease we also observed in IRI experimental field. And there were multiple hypothetical assumptions regarding the cause of the disease, like the multiple viruses at a high temperature or the introduction of the new varieties. But to investigate the problem scientifically, we address the 4 questions: which virus has caused the disease, how the virus is transmitted, what are the other hosts of the virus, and finally how to manage the virus. To address these questions, we formulated our research work entitled "The Characterization of the Virus Associated with the Emerging Shoestring Disease of Tomato Plants in India and Management through Exogenous Application of dsRNA." With the objectives that is the detection of the causal virus, then the molecular characterization of the virus, transmission and the host and study of the virus, and finally the development of management strategy through dsRNA. So under the first objective, that is the detection of the causal virus, first we conducted one field survey that revealed more than 50% shoestring disease incidence, and apart from the severe shoestring appearance of the leaves, there was no fruit bearing in majority of the shoestring affected plants. And the fruits were, even if the fruits are formed, that were hard, deformed, and reduced in size. So to confirm the etiology, we also conducted the transmission electron microscopy, which revealed the rigid rod-shaped particles similar to the tomaviruses. And further, the cryo-electron microscopy also revealed the 3D structure with a resolution of 3.35 angstrom, which clearly indicates that this is a tomavirus. To confirm whether any other virus is associated with it or not, we also performed the DAC ELISA using the cucumber mosaic virus specific polyclonal antibody, because CMV also causes the shoestring in tomato, but none of the sample was found positive for the CMV. For further we also performed the RT-PCR using the different primers, and the universal tomavirus primers gave the expected amplification, but primers specific to the CMV, TMV, TOMV, and TOBRFB didn't give any amplification. So the output for the first object is that the shoestring disease of tomato at IRI New Delhi is not associated with the cucumber mosaic virus, rather with the tomavirus other than the tomato mosaic virus, tomato brown rugose fruit virus, and the tobacco mosaic virus. So now the question is which tomavirus species it is. For that we need to go for the molecular and biological characterization. So in our next objective, that is the molecular characterization of the virus, first the viral genomic fragment, which was amplified using the universal tomavirus primer, was cloned into a TA cloning vector PCR 2.1. And after confirmation of the clone through colony PCR and restriction digestion, the recombinant plasmid was sequenced. And quite surprisingly, the sequenced region that includes the full-length coat protein at the partial movement gene that showed more than 98% identity with the tomato mottle mosaic virus isolates, which was not reported earlier in India. To confirm whether it is really TOMB or not, we also designed the primers to amplify the complete movement protein gene, and the RT-PCR amplified DNA was sequenced. And both the sequences of the coat protein and the movement protein gene sequences that showed maximum % sequence identity with the tomato mottle mosaic virus isolates. And phylogenetically, both the sequences were also grouped with the TOMB isolates. Now to understand whether this TOMB is the causal agent of the disease or not, for that we partially purified the virus and then mechanically inoculated into the tomato leaves. And we observed the typical shoestring symptom at 12 to 14 days of the inoculation. So it confirms that the isolated TOMB is the causal agent of the shoestring disease of tomato. So the output from this objective is that this is the first report of tomato mottle mosaic virus from India, and this is also the causal agent of shoestring disease in tomato. So now the questions that come to our mind: is the virus seed transmissible, and do this virus infect all the tomato cultivars, and is there any other host? To address these questions, in our next objective, we conducted the transmission and the host strain study of the virus. For the seed transmission study, first we conducted the grow-out test followed by the PCR confirmation, and we observed typical shoestring symptom in 4% of the plants after the 4 weeks of germination. So this confirms the seed transmissibility of the virus. So now the question is the virus restricted to tomato cultivar Pusha ruby only? So for that, we inoculated the virus in 10 commercially available tomato cultivars, and 8 out of the 10 cultivars were found highly susceptible, and they developed the typical shoestring symptom. But 2 of the cultivars, that is the Himshona and Shampuna, they didn't produce any symptom and were also RT-PCR negative. We also conducted the host strain study in 6 different solanaceous plants, and this revealed that it produced the systemic mosaic symptom in the chili, and the brinjal was asymptomatic but RT-PCR positive, and Nicotiana benthamine was found highly susceptible, and the Nicotiana tabacum didn't produce any symptom, and both the Nicotiana glutinosa and rustica, they produced the local necrotic lesions. So the host strain study on the cucurbitaceous host plants revealed that any of the cucurbitaceous hosts didn't produce any symptom, and they were RT-PCR negative. So the output from this object is that the shoestring isolate of the TOMB is seed transmitted. Most of the popular commercial cultivars of the tomato are susceptible, and solanaceous plants are the major host of this virus. So now the question is how to mitigate the effect of TOMB. So there are several approaches for the management of the viral diseases, like the cultural practices, chemical management, resistant breeding, and transgenic development, but each has several limitations. For that, we need a safer and non-transgenic alternatives. So our next objective is the development of the management strategy through double-stranded RNA. And for the dsRNA-based management strategy, first the dsRNA is expressed inside the bacterial cell, and then when it is applied to the plant, it triggers the production of the siRNA that ultimately leads to the degradation of the viral RNA. And to achieve this, the MPCB fragment was cloned in the L444 vector, and the HT105 cells were transformed. And after confirmation of the recombinant colony through colony PCR, the recombinant colonies were grown in the LB media, and IPTG was added to induce the production of the dsRNA inside the bacterial cell. And finally, the dsRNA was extracted by ethanol and NaCl method. We also conducted one enzyme treatment where the RNase A at high salt concentration could not degrade the double-stranded RNA, but at low salt concentration it degraded the single-stranded RNA, which confirms the double-stranded nature of the isolated nucleic acid. After this, this dsRNA was applied in the tomato leaves either prior to the virus inoculation, with the virus inoculation, or after the virus inoculation. And there was no symptom development in the co-inoculation treatment and the prophylactic application of the dsRNA till 20 days post-inoculation. And the QRT-based analysis also showed that there was more than 99% reduction in the virus copy number in both the treatments as compared to the only virus inoculated plants. So the output from this objective is that the shoestring symptom development was delayed by more than 1 month, and prophylactic application was found to be the most effective. So the questions that we addressed, which virus has caused the shoestring disease at IRI? So this was found the tomato mottle mosaic virus, but we also need to test from the other regions. So it was mechanically and seed transmitted, and most of the commercial tomato cultivars are susceptible and mostly affect the solanaceous crops. And exogenous DSR treatment is effective, with prophylactic application being the best. So this study not only identified one new virus isolate in the country, but also showed how we can develop the management strategy. So we should not panic, but prepare ourselves. And as it was rightly said, in the midst of the chaos, there is also an opportunity. So I published one paper in a journal with a NAS rating of 10, and I have also submitted 2 nucleotide sequences. So I have received the Best MSc Thesis Award, Best Oral Presentation Awards, Best Poster Award, and I have also attended 2 workshops. So I am really grateful to all the people who directly or indirectly helped me to carry out my research work at IRI New Delhi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prantik. A very quick question. How did you rule out that this is not seed contamination, but it's indeed seed transmission?
Sir, actually we did the grow out test, and from that we confirmed that it is contaminated with the, we have not tested whether it is really true seed borne, it is infecting the embryo or it is on the seed coat only. But as it is a tomato virus, if it remains on the seed coat also, it is highly contagious. So, so we can test later also that whether it is contaminated the embryo infecting or not, but if it is present on the seed also, because tomato virus can spread through irrigation water also and through soil also. So that's why it is still harmful if it remains on the seed coat also.
But you still need to
but I need to do that whether it is infecting the embryo or not.
I would like to seek clarification whether, the disease which you have investigated, the samples were collected from Maharashtra or they were collected from IRA fields?
No. We observed the similar symptoms in IRA experiment field only, so we have tested from here only.
So
but I have not tested.
The disease is now regularly occurring at IRA farm?
Sir, last year also I have seen few plants that with the similar symptom, but we have not tested yet. That's it.
So another clarification I would like to have. It was appeared in 2022, right?
Yes.
As per whatever you have shown, it was appeared in 2022. What is current status in Maharashtra, whether this disease is common or not common now?
Sir, nowadays it is not that much prevalent. So symptoms are maybe there, but nowadays it is not that much in that not that much contaminating or the prevalent. So
what would be the probable reason?
Sir, maybe sir, due to some recently due to the climate change, some tomato viruses are recently emerging at a lot of rate, because in few days ago also in 2023, from Karnataka one tomato brown rugose fruit virus was reported. So nowadays the tomato viruses are emerging continuously. So that may be one reason. Due to climate change, these viruses are continuously coming.
As far as tomato viruses are concerned, they are highly stable virus. So don't say that it has happened because of climate change actually.
Okay, thank you very much, Prantik. Let's give a big hand. Let's go to the next presentation from the Division of Plant Pathology again. Smita Sangali Hausar.
Very good afternoon to respected chairperson, honorable dignitaries, esteemed jury member, scientists and fellow audience. I am Sangali Smita from the Division of Plant Pathology. I welcome you all to my presentation. I am starting my presentation with a crop on which I work, that is wheat. Wheat is most important staple food crop, and India is second largest producer of wheat with the annual production of 113 million metric tons. But the production of wheat is affected by the various biotic and abiotic factors. Among the biotic factors, kernel bunt caused by the Telesia indica is most important disease, and it was first reported in India. And it is most important quarantine disease, as many wheat importing country has zero tolerance limit during the import of the wheats. And there has been many reports of the rejection of the wheat consignment due to the presence of this pathogen. Hence, the management of this pathogen become important. The most commonly used method for the management of the any disease is a chemical, but due to the complex host pathogen interaction, sporadic disease outbreak and the harmful effect of the chemicals, management of the kernel bunt is not possible by the chemicals. So apart from this, resistance variety and the biocontrol agent can be used for the management of the kernel bunt. And the integration of the biocontrol agent and the resistance variety provide an added advantage by the reduction of the chances of the development of the new pathotype of the pathogen. Keeping this in view, we found some research gap, that is present population structure of the pathogen not studied extensively, and also seen that the resistance sources and biocontrol agent we also seen that the resistance sources and biocontrol agents not studied against the kernel bunt of wheat. So therefore, our proposed title thesis of the characterization of Telesia indica, assessment of the bioagents and the identification resistance sources against the kernel bunt of wheat, which include the three objectives. First objective on as to characterize the Telesia indica isolates on the simple sequence repeats. So for that we collected the kernel bunt infected grain from the different location of the Haryana, Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. Then we isolated the pathogen and we confirmed the isolates by using the ITS, and phylogenetic analysis was performed. Then using the simple sequence repeat markers, we did the genetic diversity study and the pathogenicity assay. So briefly, we established 22 isolates of the Tilletia indica, and under the phylogenetic analysis, we found that all isolates were divided into two major clade. Clade 1 include the 18 isolates and clade 2 include the 4 isolates. And then we did the genetic diversity assay by using the 15 genome based SSR marker, where we observed that the 41 alleles were amplified with the 2 to 6 allele per markers, and the maximum number of the alleles observed in the case of the TISSR12. Then after calculating the polymorphic information content value, we found that the only one SSR marker, that is TI11, was highly informative, and only 7 SSR markers were moderately informative. Then after using the SSR marker data, we also did the dendrogram analysis and population structure study. In the dendrogram analysis, all the isolates were divided into the cluster 1, and only one isolate, that is TI22 from the Panipat, was included into the cluster 2. And most interesting thing was noticed that the isolates were not clustered according to their location of the collection. Then using structure software, we did the population structure study, where we observed that the maximum delta K value at the 3, which indicated that the presence of the 3 genetic subpopulation, where we observed that the different proportion of the genetic mixing of the all isolates in the every subpopulation, which also indicated that the presence of the genetic diversity among the Tilletia indica isolates. Then we went for the pathogenicity study, where we observed that the TI12 isolate from the Bandikoi, Rajasthan is highly pathogenic, and most trained noticed that the Rajasthan isolate were highly pathogenic. Then after the observing moderate to high genetic as well as pathogenic diversity, we recognize the need of the checking the resistant variability within the feed genotype. So we went for the second objective, that is to evaluate the feed germplasm against the kernel bunt of feed. For that, we took the 238 bred feed genotype from the NBPGR New Delhi. Then they were sown under the net house condition for the 2 seasons. Then at the boot leaf stage of the feed plant, we inoculated with the help of pathogen. After harvesting, feed grains were divided into the 5 different groups, and the coefficient of infection calculated, and the response was recorded. In the first year of the screening, we found that the 53 resistant genotype, 47 moderately resistant genotype, 45 susceptible genotype, and 58 as a highly susceptible genotype. In the second year of the screening, we observed that the 26 as a resistant genotype, 26 as a resistant genotypes, 86 as a moderate resistant genotype, 60 as a susceptible, and 45 as a highly susceptible genotype. But after the analysis of the 2-year data, we found that the only 17 genotype, including 16 indigenous and 1 exotic genotype, were shown the stable resistant against the kernel bunt of feed. But the development of the resistant variety was somewhat time taking, and meanwhile the screening and identification of the biocontrol agent is provide a sustainable management strategy. So we move toward our third objective was to evaluate the biocontrol agents against the Tilletia indica under in vitro and in planta assay. For that, we took the different isolates of the trichoderma from the ITCC New Delhi. Then we performed in vitro assay and in planta assay. Under in vitro assay, we took the 18 isolates of the Trichoderma aspergillum and 15 isolates of the Trichoderma hargenium. Then we use a crude extract of the all Trichoderma isolates for the well diffusion assay against the 2 isolates of the Tilletia indica, that is TI12 and TI18, and we use a propiconazole as a check. Then in the in vitro study, we found that none of the Trichoderma hargenium isolate were effective against the Tilletia indica, and the 2 isolates of the Trichoderma aspergillum, that is Trichoderma aspergillum 6413 and Trichoderma aspergillum 8619, shown the effective against the Tilletia indica. Then we went for the in planta assay. Under the in planta study, we applied the biocontrol agent in a 3 different ways, that is pre-inoculation, post-inoculation, and pre and post-inoculation treatment. We found that the pre and post-inoculation application of the Trichoderma aspergillum 6413 showed the consistent and good results against the kernel bunt disease. With this, I would like to conclude by highlighting the key finding of my research work. Based on our first target, which was the characterization of the pathogen, we successfully established the 22 isolates of the Tilletia indica with a moderate to high genetic diversity, and we found that the TI18 isolate was highly virulent. In the future, TI18 isolate can be included in the feed germplasm screening. Based on the second target, which was the screening of the feed genotype, we found that the 17 genotypes shown the stable resistant against the kernel bund. That genotype can be explored for the development of the resistant variety, and based on our third target, which was the identification of the bioagent, we found that the Trichoderma aspergillum 6413 showed the good and consistent result, but there further need to check the efficacy of the bioagent under the field condition, and the method of application need to be optimized. Coming to the publication, my one research paper is accepted to Indian Journal of Agriculture Sciences, one research paper is accepted to the Journal of Mycopathological Research, and one research paper is submitted to the Frontiers in Microbiology. I also submitted the 22 ITS gene sequence to the NCBI. I also presented my research work as oral and poster present in the different national conferences. I also secured in the second rank in ICAR PhD entrance exam. I attended the different training program related to this field. With this, I acknowledge the Director, Dean, my chairperson, advisory committee member, ICAR IR for their continuous support throughout my tenure. With this, lastly, I would like to end my presentation with a quote given by the Dr. Norman Borlaug, that is, the use of the resistant variety and the biocontrol agent is a sustainable strategy that not only manage the plant diseases but also preserve the ecological balance. Thank you for your patient listening.
Okay, thank you, Smita. Is it Smita or Sangale? How do you call Smita?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your cluster analysis, you are showing 22 isolates, 21 in one cluster and one in a separate cluster. What exactly is the basis of this? Have you done any bootstrap analysis?
No, sir. We use NTC software for the analysis.
But you need to do bootstrap analysis to understand the robustness of your nodes and your clustering strategy. Otherwise, you will come up with those random clustering. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Just one clarification. When you are evaluating these varieties for the resistance against the kernel bund,
yes, sir.
In the first experiment, you identified around more than 20 resistant sources or something.
Yes, sir.
When you went for the second year experiment, you identified only 17 or 16, but I don't know the exact number.
Yes, 26.
I mean,
26 in the second year and 53 in the first year.
yeah, so why is this variation?
Sir, actually, kernel bund is
Because
bipolar.
these studies were carried out under controlled conditions.
Yes, sir.
So why this variation?
Sir, actually, kernel bund pathogen is bipolar matting type. Sir, when plus and negative two strains are there, when they fuse only then they cause infection actually. So there may be chances of that inoculum, there will be no that compatible isolate, and other chances environmental condition also affect.
But again, suppose you carry out for the third year study again, you will find variation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Smita.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the next presentation is from the Division of Plant Physiology. That will be by Kritika.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries, scientific staff, and my dear friends, I welcome you all to my IRA merit medal presentation. I am Kritika from Plant Physiology Department. Let me start with a brief introduction. Our environment is facing challenges from natural causes like extreme weather and human-induced causes like pollution and deforestation. All these unpredicted weather patterns disrupt plant defense mechanism and make them more vulnerable to biotic and abiotic stresses, which ultimately causes crop failure, yield loss, and global hunger. As emerging researchers, it is our prime duty to protect agriculture from all these environmental challenges through innovation and resilience. Among all the abiotic stresses, water deficit stress and high temperature stress are major threat to agriculture. As we can see, the area under water stress is increasing year by year, and 80% of Indian farmers are affected by drought, and 42% of land under cultivation are affected. On the other hand, temperature is also increasing tremendously. The 2024 is recorded as the hottest year in history, and out of 28 states in India, 17 are highly vulnerable to high temperature stress. Beside all these global challenges, let me introduce you to common bean. It originates at Peru. It is rich in nutrients with lot of health benefits. Globally, it is produced in an area of 34.8 million hectares with an annual production of 27.54 million tons. India is one of the leading producers, which covers around 20% of total global production in the world. With its diverse culinary uses, common bean plays an important role in food security and nutrition. To explore the hidden gaps, it is crucial to recognize the lack of information on the effect of water deficit stress on physiology, pollen and yield parameters, and lack of information on the role of exogenous melatonin in mitigating high temperature stress, and lack of devices to measure non-destructive estimation of relative water content. In light of these gaps, we have framed a research with title Physiological and Biochemical Characterization of Common Bean Genotypes in the reproductive stage under drought and heat stress. Overall, my thesis work consists of 3 experiments. Experiment 1 evaluates water deficit stress tolerance of 17 common bean genotypes in 2 seasons, Kharif and Rabi, with the objective to estimate the morphophysiological and yield parameters in common bean under water deficit stress at reproductive stage. Coming to experimental setup, there are 17 genotypes with 2 local checks, Varun and Vage, with 3 replications, and the experimental design followed is FRBD with 2 factors. One is water level, non-stress and water deficit stress. Another one is seasons, Kharif and Rabi. Water stress was imposed in 3 stages: flower initiation, post-flowering and pot initiation stage. And water deficit stress was imposed by withholding irrigation by reducing the time of irrigation by half compared to non-stress conditions. We have measured soil moisture content to ensure the presence of stress in water deficit stress lines and found that the average moisture reduction of 21% in Kharif season and 17% in Rabi season. We have calculated canopy temperature using IR camera and found that the genotype Vage maintained cooler canopy temperature due to its dense canopy even under water deficit stress, but comparatively higher than non-stress conditions, and the genotype IPBR 98-22 maintained hotter canopy temperature in both the treatments under both seasons. Water deficit stress affected pollen viability and germination, and the genotype NEOM 2021 maintained healthier pollen, and as we can see in water deficit stress, most of the pollens are viable and germinated, but the genotype IPBR 98-22, most of the pollens are not viable and fail to germinate. We have calculated number of pods per plant, seeds per pod and total seed yield and found that water deficit stress affected the yield. And coming to seed yield, the genotype Varun, Vage, NEOM 236-20 and NEOM 2021 maintained good yield even under water deficit stress, but the genotype IPBR 98-22 and Amber maintained poor yield in both these conditions. Based on the drought susceptibility index and clustered heat map, we identified 4 water deficit stress tolerant genotypes, which are NEOM 2021, NEOM 236-20, Varun and Vage. In contrast, IPBR 98-22 and Amber were identified as water deficit stress susceptible genotypes. Coming to outcome of experiment 1, we have found that NEOM 2021 is drought tolerant, early maturing, and can be used as a donor for breeding purposes, and the smaller yield gap in Kharif season highlights its potential for off-season cultivation, speed breeding and seed production. Coming to experiment number 2, we have taken those 4 water deficit stress tolerant genotypes and assessed the effect of melatonin in mitigating high temperature stress based on physiological parameters under high temperature stress. Coming to experimental setup, there are 2 stress levels. One is high temperature stress 1, where sowing was done in November 28, where the temperature ranges between 29 to 32 degrees Celsius, and in high temperature stress 2, sowing was delayed to increase the intensity of stress, where the temperature rises to 32 to 35 degrees Celsius, and melatonin was used in the concentration of 300 micromolar for melatonin treated, and for water sprayed condition, water was sprayed and which is considered as control. And from this graph, we can see the difference between 2 stress levels, and overall 3 to 6 degrees Celsius was increased than the optimum temperature required for common bean cultivation. And from the thermal infrared images, we can see that in high temperature stress 1, melatonin decreased canopy temperature by 7.36%, and in high temperature stress 2, melatonin decreased 8.34% of canopy temperature compared to water sprayed condition. And melatonin improved pollen viability and germination. As we can see in this figure, in water sprayed condition, most of the pollens are not viable and fail to germinate in both stress levels. We have also calculated other physio-biochemical parameters and found that melatonin decreased maturity period, increased plant height, relative water content, membrane stability index, NDVI and proline content in both the stress levels. We have calculated yield traits and found that melatonin improved all yield traits in both the stress levels. And coming to seed yield, the genotype NEOM 2021 consistently produced the highest yield in both stress levels. In high temperature stress 2, yield was drastically reduced, yet melatonin maintained to give better yield. We have analyzed the micronutrient content using ICPMS and found that melatonin improved nutrient content in all the genotypes. Among that, NEOM 236-20 is rich in iron and zinc, and OAG is rich in selenium and manganese content. From this comparative image, we can see that in melatonin treated seeds are shiny, bold, and uniform in shape, while in water sprayed condition, most of the seeds are faded, unfilled, and varied in shape. And coming to the outcome of experiment 3, melatonin is considered as a promising solution for mitigating high temperature stress, and among all the genotypes, NEOM 2021 is showing dual stress tolerance. Coming to experiment number 3, we all know that relative water content is a key indicator of plant water status, but the conventional estimation is time consuming. So we developed a hyperspectral model to develop a device for non-destructive estimation of relative water content. We have collected spectral data from 5 contrasting genotypes with varied stress levels using spectroradiometer in 350 to 2500 nanometer range and calculated relative water content, and we have compared our value with already existing indices and found that R square was very low. To further improve this R square, we have developed a lambda by lambda plots using MATLAB app, and from the contour plot, we have identified the spectral bandwidth which is suitable for estimating relative water content, which is 1309 and 756. These are some of the other plots developed for other genotypes, and we have proposed 2 spectral indices, which is RSI 756 and 1309 and NDSI 756 and 1309, which improved our R square to 0.83. To further improve this R square, we have compared our univariate model with a multivariate model such as MLR, PLSR, SVR and RF, and found that the R square was improved a lot. So based on the RPD value, we have predicted our accuracy as SVR followed by PLSR followed by RF followed by MLR. So the outcome of experiment 3 is that we have suggested 2 spectral indices and also the specific bandwidth suitable for estimating relative water content, and we have predicted the model for estimating relative water content, which is SVR. And coming to the conclusion and outcome, for experiment 1, we have identified 4 water deficit stress tolerant genotypes which breeders are using for their drought tolerant programs, and for experiment number 2, we have identified melatonin mitigating high temperature stress which can be used for off-season cultivation, and in experiment number 3, we have identified best hyperspectral models which can be used in the future to develop a device for estimating relative water content. And I have published a paper for this in Plant Physiology report showcasing my meticulous work and significant findings. I have engaged in other programs and published 3 other papers, and 2 of my research papers are under review. I was awarded with Best Poster and Best Oral Presentation at National Conference of Plant Physiology for my thesis work. These are some of the conferences and workshops I have attended during my PG program. Finally, I would like to thank Director of NIASM, my HOD, Professor and Chairperson, Advisory Committee members, scientific staffs, batchmates, seniors and juniors for their support and guidance. When crops withstand stress, humanity withstands hunger. Together, let's make the world a better place to live. Thank you.
One suggestion, sir, not question. In fact, we have been using terms like output, outcome, and these terms has got certain meanings. And certainly, whatever the experimental result you have shown, it is not the outcome. It is your result, it is output. So, an outcome, it is some kind of impact, long-term or short-term impacts. Yes. So, when mentioning such kind of words, please be careful. Thank you.
Kritika, I have one question. What do you consider as physiological differences between water deficit stress tolerance and heat stress tolerance?
Sir, water deficit stress tolerance is a smaller period of drought stress, and high temperature stress is a sudden elevation of temperature than the optimum temperature required for crop growth.
What about VPD? How does that relate to water heat stress tolerance? You have heard the term VPD?
Yes, sir.
Vapor pressure deficit?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Good. Okay. Give a big hand to Kritika. Okay. Next presentation would be from Ms. Ayushi Yadav. Ayushi is from Seed Science and Technology.
pointer.
पॉइंट ये वाला रेड सा दिख रहा है
ये next.
हाँ ये next.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Today I, Ayushi Yadav, representing the Division of Seed Science and Technology, welcome you all to my merit medal presentation. Agriculture today stands at a critical juncture where the pressure to feed the increasing population meets the challenges of climate change, resource constraints and the seed quality concerns. But how to ensure beforehand that the seed that we sow is vigorous and will produce a healthy seedling. So, let's begin with the fundamental truth that without seeds there is no agriculture, and without quality seeds there is no food security. So, no matter how advanced our fertilizers, agronomic practices become, ultimately the yield will depend on the seed sown by the farmer. So, every farmer, every agriculturist and every scientist shares one belief, that is the belief in the potential of a tiny seed to develop something far greater than itself. Coming to the oilseed scenario, India is the largest consumer and importer of edible oils globally, and among the oilseeds, rapeseed and mustard contributes around 33.24% of the total oilseed production, which makes them the rank 1 in oilseed production. Despite this progress in the rank of the rapeseed and mustard, still there are, because of the concerns of seed vigor and germination, there are around 15 to 30% yield losses. So, imagine a farmer investing in the high quality seeds of mustard, and when he sows the seed in the field, he gets poor germination, weak seedlings and yield losses. He wonders what. So, this is the unseen problem of the seed vigor. So, and the repercussions of in the country of this will be the reduced oilseed production, market instability and economic losses across the value chain. So, to overcome this, now vigorous seeds pave the pathway for sustainable agriculture, as vigorous seeds they outcompete weeds naturally, and because of the vigorous seed there will be less dependence on herbicides, and also they will reduce the input wastage, and also they reduce the incidence of diseases and pests. So, but still this critical importance of seed vigor, the conventional seed testing methods are destructive, they are slow, they take around 7 days to give the results, and this delays seed distribution, and also because of the human variability there will be inconsistent results, and as they are destructive, so there will be reduced seed stock. So, to overcome this, we have to bridge the gap, and there is a need for rapid seed vigor testing, and that is where my research comes in, titled as Prediction of Seed Vigor in Rapeseed and Mustard using Near Infrared Spectroscopy. Near infrared spectroscopy is fast, automatic, reliable and non-destructive method, as it works on the principle of absorbance and reflectance of light at different wavelengths by different chemical compounds such as CH, NH and OH bonds, which tells us about which we can relate with the seed vigor. So, with this we designed three objectives of I designed three objectives of my study. First was to determine the seed quality parameters, secondly to determine the biochemical parameters, and third to develop an NIRS predictive model for seed vigor in rapeseed and mustard. So, the materials which we used for the study was 300 diverse genotypes of Brassica species. We included different species of Brassica such as Brassica juncea, Brassica nigra, Brassica napus and Brassica rapa, and for objective 1 we calculated the seed quality parameters, and these are the representatives of the seed normal and abnormal seedlings. These seed quality parameters, first we analyzed the germination percentage, and we found huge variability in the germination percentage from 2 to 100%, and nearly 50% of the genotypes lie in the higher range of germination, that is above 85%. And we also found variation in the different species of Brassica, and this pie chart depicts the variation among the species with the mean values of them. Second parameter was seed vigor index 1. We calculated the seed vigor index 1 for all the 300 genotypes, and we found the variation ranging from 3 to 1800, and among species also we found the variation with the mean depicting in the pie chart. Third parameter was seed vigor index 2, which we also calculated, and we found the variation, and largely the genotypes were in the middle range around 1, and this Brassica chinensis also exhibits higher vigor index 2 with a mean value of 1, and Brassica napus was recorded the lowest mean value of 0.12, indicating wheat seed vigor. Next parameter was root and shoot length, which was analyzed, and this also showed moderate variation among the species, and root length also significantly varied among the species. Next, we calculated the dry weight, and among the Brassica species it shows a range of 0.001 gram to 0.03 gram with an average of 0.011 gram. So, with these insights of the seed quality parameters, next objective was to determine the biochemical parameters, for which we analyzed oil content and fatty acid content of the genotypes. For oil content, we analyzed that all the species of the Brassica with a mean value of 37 ranging from 37 to 40% oil content, and the highest oil content was recorded in Brassica rapa species Thoria and variety Thoria and yellow sarso and Brassica juncea. Next, we analyzed fatty acids. So, this is a real time graph of fatty acids showing all the fatty acids which we analyzed by gas chromatography, and the fatty acid profile for all the species is represented in this histogram, and we found that the range of fatty acids was found like palmitic and stearic acid ranging from 0.13 to 16.5%, oleic acid ranging from 11 to nearly 49%, and linoleic and linolenic acid also we found this range. Eicosanoic acid from 0 to 29% and erucic acid from 0 to 38% was found. With these, after this we developed the correlation between the seed quality parameters and biochemical parameters, and we found that all the seed quality parameters such as germination percentage, seed vigor index 1 and 2 was found significantly positively correlated with the oil content. And with these insights and huge variability of the seed quality parameters, next we developed the model for seed vigor in rapeseed and mustard. For this we used its FOSS NIRS DS3 spectrometer. We scanned the intact seed samples of all the genotypes in this spectrometer, and we found the NRS spectra of all the 300 genotypes, and this is the reflectance spectra, average spectra of these of the genotypes, highlighting the key absorption bands, of which this 721 nanometer band associated with oil content and 1934 nanometer wavelength was associated with water. So, the representation of the NIRS model development, first we have taken the intact seed samples of Brassica, and all the seed samples were scanned in the NIRS spectrophotometer spectrometer, and after this we acquired the NIRS spectra of all the genotypes, and the combined reflectance spectra was found, and after that the reference value for the germination percentage, seed vigor index 1 and 2, which we have developed in objective 2. Objective 1 was taken, and that data was input into the NIRS calibration file, and then pre-processing methods and various mathematical treatments were applied, and we developed after the suitable treatment we have validated the model, and that 300 genotypes were divided into two parts of one set of 200 and that is the calibration set, and another set of 100 seed, that is the validation set. This is the average absorption spectra of high and low vigor seeds, and for germination percentage we found that the accuracy of the model was based on the RPD values. So, for germination percentage we got the RPD value of 2.11, which indicated that the model has good prediction accuracy for the quantitative prediction and screening purposes. For seed vigor index 1 also we found RPD of 2.02, and for seed vigor index 2 we found RPD of 2.06. So, the conclusion of the study was that we successfully developed the NIRS non-destructive, rapid and cost-effective models for germination percentage, seed vigor index 1 and 2, and we found good prediction accuracy for RPD's value more than 2 for all the 300 genotypes, which means that we can effectively quantitatively predict the samples, and which can be used for the screening purposes. So practical implications of the study that now there will no more be waiting for 7 days to get the results of germination percentage and vigor. We can get the results instantly by using this model within seconds. There is non-destructive and sustainable approach, and it is high throughput, cost effective, and for industries and in breeding and seed testing this model can be used for screening the varieties for high vigor, and also for the the seed regeneration planning can be optimized by analyzing the vigor of the seeds within seconds. So I am happy to share that one of the research paper has been accepted for publication in Turkish Journal of Agriculture and Forestry, and I have also contributed to other papers. I have been awarded Young Researcher Award and Best Student of the Year Award, and I have also participated in various national and international conferences. And lastly, I would like to acknowledge to all of the members who have contributed, who have also helped me and guided me throughout my research. And lastly, I would thank you with this, that the future of agriculture begins with a single seed. So let's make sure it's a vigorous one. Thank you.
That you have been able to develop a non-destructive model to find out the vigor with regards to the seed of Brassica rapa.
Sir, as we have used 300 genotypes, so they
no, fine. So what I'm trying to say is, if there is a loss of vigor due to seed-borne viruses, will you be able to carry out still the non-destructive test?
So this test is just for screening that whether the seed is vigorous or not. So we can
not to attribute
seed health, not seed health. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you
so much. And
thank you, sir.
The penultimate presentation for the day is from Arijit Chaudhary from Division of Soil Science.
A very good afternoon to respected chairman, honorable jury members, dignitaries and all present here. It's an honor for me to deliver my mate medal presentation in front of you all in this platform. I, Arijit Chaudhary, representing the Division of Soil Science and Agriculture Chemistry, welcome you all in my presentation. So let's enter to the era of global warming, which is a potent global challenge driven by different greenhouse gases emission to the atmosphere, causing a significant disruption to the ecosystem, biodiversity as well as human health. And in a country like India, it is also increasing in an alarming rate. There are different sectors contributing to the greenhouse gases emission to the atmosphere, and agriculture is one of them, which is contributing almost 22.4% of the greenhouse gases emission to the atmosphere. And carbon dioxide being a potent greenhouse gas contributing almost 76% of the total, and almost 50% increment was recorded from the pre-industrial era to the nowadays in case of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere, and currently it reached 428 ppm. If we consider agriculture in conventional farming, the huge applications of synthetic pesticides and fertilizer causing the significant emissions of the stored carbon from the soil. So in this scenario, the adoption of different innovative farming practices like natural farming or organic farming, which is a subset of carbon farming with the applications of different organic inputs in the soil causing the reduction of this emission. To address these issues, different international and national initiatives have been established. 4 per mille concept is one of them. If we consider 4 per mille in the 1 meter of the global agricultural soil, the SOC sequestration will be 2 to 3 gigaton of carbon per year, and which will effectively offset 20 to 35% of the global anthropogenic greenhouse gases emission. Land degradation neutrality is another important approach. Our government of India is also promoting the adoption of these farming practices by the implementation of different schemes like National Mission on Natural Farming, Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, then National Program for Organic Production, etc., to reduce the burden of fertilizer subsidy as well as to strengthen the food security in India. But the adoption of these farming practices has a dilemma due to there is a big question that Will the adoption of these farming practices be able to improve soil quality, grain quality and crop yield, because this is the major concern of the farmer. In this scenario, I have done my research work on the impact of natural farming on carbon fractions and properties in an alfisol under rice rubber maize system. For this, two objectives have been selected, and the number one is to evaluate the impact of natural farming practices on carbon fractions under rice rubber maize system, and the second one is to study the effect of natural farming practices on physical, chemical and biological properties of soil and quality of rice grains too. To achieve the said objectives, I have collected my soil sample at the harvesting stage of rice crop from an ongoing field experiment which was started in the year of 2020 at British Agriculture University. That experiment constituted 5 treatments under rice rubber maize system, and those treatments included control, then complete natural farming package in which Bijamrit, Jivamrit, Ghanjivamrit and crop residue mulching was added. Then All India Network project on organic farming package in which the rice seeds are treated with different types of microbial culture plus the addition of farmyard manure, vermicompost, rice straw and neem cake. And 2 scenarios of integrated crop management practices was taken as T4 and T5, in which in the scenario 1 the whole nutrients was applied in equal proportion by the organic manures and inorganic fertilizers with the applications of Nimastra, Agniastra, Brahmastra and Dashapani Arc as the pest management tool. And in case of scenario 2, the nutrient management is similar like T4, but with the applications of different need-based pesticide at pest management tool. Now coming to the result of objective 1. Carbon being a crucial content of soil health, it is categorized into 3 types, that is total carbon, total organic carbon and soil inorganic carbon. And in case of total carbon and total organic carbon, both was recorded higher under organic farming plot, and a major contribution to TC was recorded from TOC that record were 94%. And in the in-depth study of the total organic carbon fractions, we have observed that very labile and labile carbon, which is the part of the active carbon pool, was significantly higher under organic farming plots. And in case of less labile and non-labile carbon, which is a part of the passive carbon pool, was also higher under organic farming plots. But individually, the less labile carbon recorded higher under ICM2. Among different indexes, carbon pool index and lability index was recorded higher under organic farming plots and ICM2 respectively, and all the values as greater than 1 indicates the improvement in the soil quality, and the rehabilitation of the carbon in the organic farming plots caused the higher carbon management index in this treatment. And among different water soluble carbon, both the cold and hot water soluble carbon was recorded higher under ICM1. The humidification and the stabilization of the added organic manure under organic farming plots caused the higher SOC sequestration potential, rate as well as potential index. Now coming to the result of objective 2, in which among different soil physical properties, the mean weight diameter was recorded higher under natural farming, and it was statistically at par with organic farming and ICM1. In case of aggregate fraction, macro aggregate was recorded higher in natural farming, and it was statistically at par with organic farming plots. And the improvement in the organic matter content in this treatment caused the binding of the soil particles, resulting in higher aggregate fractions. In case of the addition of more organic matter in the organic farming caused the higher SOC also in this treatment, and this SOC provides the more exchangeable sites to the cation, causing higher CEC also in this treatment. We have analyzed soil pH and electrical conductivity also, but the results are non-significant among different treatment. In case of available macronutrients, both the available nitrogen and phosphorus was recorded, potassium was recorded higher under organic farming plots, and the available phosphorus was recorded higher under ICM2. In case of micronutrient, as the natural farming inputs were enriched with different types of micronutrient, zinc, copper and manganese was recorded higher under natural farming, though the iron content was recorded higher under ICM2. Now coming to the biological property, as the natural farming inputs are teamed with different types of microorganisms, the natural farming plots naturally showed the higher microbial biomass content compared to others. In case of acid phosphatase activity, a steady decrement from control to ICM2 was recorded, and it was negatively correlated with the available phosphorus content. Among different enzymatic activities, both the dehydrogenase and beta glucosidase activity was recorded higher under natural farming, though the phenol oxidase was higher under organic farming. It may be due to the improvement in the recalcitrant carbon pool like lipid or aromatic substances in this treatment, which I have already discussed in my objective 1. Among different quality parameters of rice grain, both the seed density and crude protein content was recorded higher in ICM1, and amylase content varied non-significantly, but it was in the low range. Here I have analyzed the different length and breadth of the cooked and uncooked rice by using the photo enlarger device, and I have observed that there is no significant changes in the length and breadth of the uncooked rice among different treatments, but after cooking, T3, T4 and T5 record an improvement in the rice grain length compared to T1 and T2, and it was in the very long category. From that, we have analyzed the elongation ratio, which varied non-significantly, but in case of expansion ratio, all the treatments show improvement compared to control. Here you can see that the gelatination temperature under T3 and T4 was in the low category, which varied from 55 to 69 degrees Celsius with the higher alkalization value. In case of grain yield, natural farming showed almost 14% decrement from the higher grain yield, that is in ICM1 recorded 3.12 tons per hectare. Also ICM1 showed the better results in nutrient uptake also compared to other. These following objectives have been derived from the current research, that is organic farming may be a viable option in the alfishol of Jharkhand region with the higher resource sequestration to mitigate the climate change. Natural farming improved the soil physical and biological properties, but there is a penalty in the yield and quality of the rice grains too. So it may be a viable option for resource poor farmer with low input cost. And ICM1, it boosted the soil properties as well as yield potential, grain quality and soil health with the less use of the chemical fertilizer and no use of the chemical pesticides due to enhancement of the different available nutrients as well as the other soil properties too. My current research has satisfied these 4 sustainable development goals, that is number 2, 3, 13 and 15. To make these farming practices more adaptable to the farming community and to make it more improved for soil health, we have to analyze the probable nutrient mining as well as we have to characterize the natural farming inputs under different cropping system and different agroecological region. In-depth analysis of microbial community and their diversity should come under study to maintain ecological sustainability. I have received Dr. S.P. Choudhury Gold Medal Award from the Delhi chapter of Indian Society of Soil Science and Best Poster Presentation Awards. I have attended different national and international conferences. These are some of my publications. I have won accepted research paper in AATCC review from my MSc work. 1 is under review. I have won published book chapter, 3 popular articles. I have attended different inter-university competitions as my co-curricular activity. Last of all, I want to give a heartful thanks to Director Dean IRI, my chairman, advisory committee members and whole fraternity of IRI, my family, seniors and friends who have helped me a lot in my completion of MSc journey. Last of all, I want to conclude my presentation with the famous quote of Sadhguru, that is, the soil is not just dirt, it is a silent provider of life, treat it with respect and it will nourish generations to come. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Arjit, for a very nice piece of work.
Thank you, sir.
Natural farming. So, have you calculated the nitrogen budget for both natural and organic farming for this rice, rabi, maize system?
Sir, what budget, sir?
Nitrogen budget?
No, sir. No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
So, what do you think that why that yield under natural farming is low than the organic and your crop management ICM1 and ICM2?
Thank you, sir, for your question. I would like to say that, sir, in natural farming, as the inputs are reached in microorganism, but the nutrient content in that inputs is low compared to the FOM or vermicompost, or in ICM1 we are using the integrated management, like we are using different inorganic sources like fertilizers, which is instantly providing the nutrients.
But you have not analyzed your nutrient budget. How can you say that total nutrient which is going through the natural and organic is less than?
Sir, I have analyzed the nutrient content in that inputs. So, in that I have seen that the natural farming inputs generally low compared to nutrient content low compared to other inputs.
Second is, how much of the total organic matter which have been provided in your experiment, both under total organic matter which you have incorporated into the soil in your experiments under the natural farming and organic farming, what is the total quantum?
Total organic carbon. Sir, organic matter. Sir, in case of organic carbon, it is, sir, 9 to 9%. Sorry, 0.9.
You have not understood my question.
Yes, sir.
Because basically you are mentioning that organic carbon is better under organic farming than natural farming, than ICM1 and ICM2. So, my basic question is, how much of the total organic matter has been incorporated in your experiment through different your treatments? Like in natural farming, you are taking intercropping, Bijamrat, Ganjivamrat and mulching. So, how much of the total organic matter has gone to that particular plot or the field? In the same way, how much of the organic matter has gone under organic farming? In the same way, how much of organic matter has gone under the ICM1 and ICM2?
Sir, actually we didn't calculated the input of organic means organic matter from the different treatments. So we have to
So
analyze
then
that.
we can't compare then.
Sir, we are comparing compared to control.
No, that again you are shifting yourself for the yield only. You are not shifting yourself with the basic reasoning with the either organic matter total incorporated or the total nitrogen budget which has been incorporated through the different your inputs or the experimental treatments. Okay. So it should be substantiated with that, that the yield is low because of this, yield is higher because of this. It is a general statement just mentioning that yield is better in this plot, and it has been correlated with the labile, non-labile, highly labile organic matter fractions.
Yes. Sir, in case of yield, we are mainly focusing in the nutrient content and the carbon means in labile and non-labile pool.
For example, in natural farming, total carbon or organic matter which we are incorporating deliberately through the treatments, it is only 5 ton. In organic farming, we are putting the 15 tons. In ICM 1-2, we are putting the 13 tons. In ICM 2, we are again putting the 13 tons. So where is the comparison?
Achha. Okay,
That is
sir.
my question.
Understood,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, one more question. Yes.
Mr. Arjit.
Yes, sir.
Can we have such a substantial changes in chemical properties of soil in a period of 1 year? You have conducted experiment for 1 year.
No,
two
sir.
seasons.
It is conducted from 2020, almost 3 years, sir.
3 years.
Yes, sir.
So, no, as part of your study, it cannot be 3 years, no?
Sir, means that experiment was conducted from 2020 at Birsa Agriculture University. I have collected my soil sample as 2023.
Okay, you have not conducted the
Yes,
experiment,
no,
but you have collected the
yes, sir.
data. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Arijit. Let's give a big hand to Arijit. And so the final presentation is from Ms. Ananya P. Kumar from the Division of Vegetable Science.
A very good evening to one and all present here. I welcome you all to my merit medal presentation. Solanaceous vegetables are an economically important group of vegetables grown widely across the globe. Among these, brinjal has its origin from India, and our country, being the second largest producer, houses an incredible diversity of this crop. Unfortunately, the last decade has witnessed a considerable surge in soil-borne pathogen populations, predisposing the crop to serious diseases. Fusarium wilt among these, caused by multiple species of Fusarium, has emerged as a devastating disease across the country, causing significant yield losses. Current management practices revolve around crop rotation, use of biocontrol agents and fungicide applications that have proven inadequate in the long run. Thereby, host resistance has emerged as the only effective and sustainable solution for the near future. Hence, there is a critical need to exploit the vast germplasm available in India, and screening of such large numbers necessitates more accurate and validation using molecular markers. With this background, I am Ananya P. Kumar from the Division of Vegetable Science, presenting my research on assessing genetic diversity in brinjal genotypes for resistance against Fusarium oxysporum forma specialis melongene, with two objectives: screening of the cultivated and wild Solanum germplasm and validation of the Fusarium wilt resistance using molecular markers. Under my first objective, 3 activities were involved. The first one being screening under endemic field conditions, where we evaluated 90 diverse brinjal genotypes, including local collections, released varieties, exotic collections, breeding lines and wild accessions.
Observations of wilt symptoms were recorded at different time intervals, and PDI, AUDPC and AUDPS were estimated, and genotypes were classified based on their PDI range into 6 different categories. Fusarium quantification in the soil was also done in order to determine the load of the pathogen. By field screening, we could come to a conclusion that there were 47 genotypes which showed varying levels of resistance, and the pathogen load in the soil was around 26,000 colony forming units per gram of soil. Symptoms initially manifested as chlorosis, necrosis, followed by stunting and vascular discoloration, and the diseased plant showed different morphologies of wilting. Highly resistant genotypes, which showed 0% disease incidence, recorded a robust growth with absence of any kind of symptoms. Interestingly, the resistant genotypes which recorded a PDI of only 16.67% showed distinct differences in disease progression patterns, suggesting that the plants have difference in defense mechanism. Significant differences were also seen among the resistant genotypes in between the AUDPC and AUDPS values. Similar differences in disease progression pattern were seen in susceptible genotypes also, which recorded a very high wilt incidence. Highly susceptible genotypes, which recorded the maximum PDI of 100%, varied from as early as 60 days after transplanting in G204 to progressing as rapidly as in Boulder and Gold Mogra between 100 and 120 days after transplanting. In the second activity, we went to identify the causal agent by using a combined morphological, molecular and pathological approach, for which the pathogen was isolated from the infected stems and assessed for colony and conidial morphologies. The amplified ITS and beta tubulin regions were sequenced and compared with the known sequences of Fusarium with GeneBank database. Pathogenicity confirmation was also done in order to confirm the pathogen as the causal agent for the disease. The culture initially showed white and progressively became purple. The morphologies of macro as well as microconidia aligned with those of Fusarium oxysporum. Sequencing and blast of ITS and beta tubulin regions revealed 100% sequence homologies with the already known Fusarium oxysporum sequences, and we have submitted these sequences to NCBI database. Inoculation with the pathogen incited wilting response in susceptible genotypes, thereby confirming the identity as Fusarium oxysporum forma specialis melongene. In the third activity, we went for confirmatory evaluation of the field disease reaction by using the identified pathogen and multiplied pathogen using artificial inoculation in both pots as well as hydroponics condition. Screening under pot conditions involved scoring based on a 5-point scale and grouping the genotypes based on their disease severities. Total phenol estimation was also done in order to elucidate the role of phenol in disease resistance. For this, terminal leaves of highly resistant and highly susceptible genotypes were used. Pot screening revealed 37 genotypes with varying levels of resistance, and the highly resistant and resistant genotypes showed comparable resistant levels among the cultivated as well as wild accessions. Prominent chlorosis, reduced vegetative growth and escalating disease progression patterns were evident in both highly susceptible and susceptible genotypes. Total phenol content revealed a negative non-significant correlation between the AUDPC and phenol content, suggesting that the plants with higher phenol levels may contribute to greater resistance to the pathogen, but the phenol content in the leaves may not accurately reflect the phenol compounds involved in defense in the infection site. For the first time in brinjal, we went for screening under hydroponics condition using a 6-point scale and grouped the genotypes based on the disease index percentages. Histopathological observations and changes in 6 host phenotypic traits were also recorded in order to differentiate the degree of infection between resistant and susceptible genotypes. Hydroponic screening revealed 36 genotypes with varying resistance levels, and the highly resistant genotypes showed late wilting as well as very slow wilting, but the resistant genotypes recorded very early symptoms, but the progression of the disease was very slow. Highly susceptible genotypes recorded symptoms from as early as 7 days after inoculation, and disease progressed very rapidly, reaching high percentages, and similar progression was seen in susceptible genotypes. Histopathological observations showed milder infections in resistant genotypes, and changes in trait assessments recorded lesser reductions in resistant genotypes. So holistically, by screening under 3 conditions, we could identify 15 different genotypes which showed resistance in all 3 conditions, including a released variety Swarnamani, 6 local collections, 5 breeding lines, an exotic collection, and 2 wild species, all of which are new reports. For my second objective, we went for validation of these resistant reactions using 2 SCAR and 3 SSR markers. The SCAR 426, however, could not validate any of the resistant reactions, but the dominant SCAR 347 could validate 10 resistant genotypes. But notably, this marker also produced resistant bands in susceptible genotypes, suggesting that there was a segregation between the marker and the trait target locus due to recombination. And this marker, which was previously reported to work only with the cultivated species, that is Solanum melongena, it also worked with Solanum incanum and unduatum in our case. SSR markers showed good polymorphism and were better able to identify the resistant reactions, and this is the first validation report using these markers. So in summary, we could validate the resistant reactions of all 15 genotypes, and by using at least 1 SSR marker and at most by 4 markers except the SCAR 426. In conclusion, we could identify 15 diverse genotypes resistant under all 3 conditions and validating them using molecular markers. Preferably for this disease, we also recommend to screen under all 3 conditions in order to identify reliable resistant genotypes. SCAR 347 and 3 SSR markers hold significant potential in enhancing selection for Fusarium wilt resistance. In future, we plan to develop mapping populations and identify reliable molecular markers and explore the molecular intricacies behind resistance phenomenon. Our research fits into 3 sustainable developmental goals, and I have authored the outcomes of my research in 3 publications and have presented in various national conferences and won awards for this. So I extend my gratitude to one and all who have contributed for the success of my work. Thank you.
Good study, Ananya. However, it's impossible to identify molecular markers for resistance to a disease, complex disease like Fusarium, if you have not generated biparental populations using resistant and susceptible genotypes and analyzing using a large set of markers and raising at least F2-3 progenies to do that kind of analysis. Simply by differentiating a set of genotypes for polymorphism from SSR markers, you cannot associate a trait with a marker. Okay, yes. Be careful in that kind of extrapolation of results. Okay.
A nice piece of work.
Thank you, sir.
But I have 2 suggestions to make for your future study.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you are aware that besides Fusarium, verticillium can also cause the wilt.
Yes.
Besides verticillium, Ralstonia can also cause a wilt actually.
Yes, sir.
The sick plot where you carried out this evaluation, did you make sure that they are free from Ralstonia and verticillium?
Thank you for your question, sir.
No, take care in future.
Okay.
Okay.
One more future line of work I would like to suggest you here, because you have identified maybe the procedural wise you need to go for more generations. But the thing is that at the basic material you have identified that torvum and some varieties are resistant now. So can't you use this as a root stock for grafting your most primiging and cultivated variety?
Yes, sir, we can definitely go for it because in parts of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Orissa and Chhattisgarh, Solanum torvum is commercially used as a rootstock for resistance against bacterial wilt. So there is a big commercialization on this. So there are possibilities of using these these accessions, that is Cimbrifolium and torvum, which are under tertiary gene pool. Of course, they have to be used as a rootstock, like they have to go under trials for rootstock. Yes.
Chananya, give her a big hand. So, yeah, we can go there. Let's.
Super duper presentation. फाड़ दिया. अभी जा रहे हो सर? जा रहे हो? स्टडी बहुत बेसिक बताया इन लोगों को. स्टडी में मुझे ऐसा लगा कि बेसिक लगा स्टडी.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the conclusion of today's event, we would like to invite our esteemed chairperson and juries to share their closing remarks. Your insights and feedback are highly valued, and we are eager to hear your thoughts on the proceedings. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Firstly, I would like to call upon Dr. S.K. Sharma sir, ADG HRM, ICAR New Delhi, to give the closing remarks.
Honorable Chairperson, all esteemed members of the jury, senior faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a matter of great privilege for me to be part of this very important presentations on evaluation of thesis for the IRI merit medals and the best student of the year award. And being the student from the IRI way back in 1994-97, this reminds me again the old memories. So thanks to the Director IRI and Dean Madam that they have been instrumental in reviving our memories, and really a lot of change have been there since our days, and the presentations we have really seen today by our MSc students. And we were discussing that the kind of the slide preparations, the kind of movements in the that animation in the slides and the way of presentations by the students, it was really wonderful and miracle. And we know that present generation is advancing like anything, and with real content, as per our mandate, that the quality of the research work which was presented, and we also feel that three important topics, that is the national priorities, the emerging technologies, and citizen-centric approach, they need to be taken into consideration while taking our research projects, then building up our content of the research, and then later on putting finally into the results and putting through the impact also. And I think all presentations were very good. Really, it is very difficult to make the comparisons, but the kind of personal impression in presenting the results, their findings, then giving their research papers, publications, along with the response given by our presenters, it will decide the close merit among the students. But overall, I feel that presentations were really very good. All students prepared very well. They put dedicated efforts, and I extend my hearty best wishes to all. And we all know that this is really the time when we learn a lot from all these presentations, and our students might have also learned cross-learning through the presentations made by our colleague and the peer students. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking closing remarks. Your words have truly resonated with us. Now, I request Dr. V.B. Patel, sir, ADG Fruits and Plantation Crops, ICAR, New Delhi, to give the closing remarks.
Thank you. Most respected chairman of this particular session, Dr. B.M. Prasanna, sir. In fact, when I joined IARI, I studied his, I was in his classes, and we studied, sir, Gene 100. We still remember that course. So, Element of Genetics by Gardner, I think sir was using that as a reference book, and we used to read and enjoy the whole book. All the esteemed jury members, associate dean, faculty member of the IARI, and dearest student. In fact, I really enjoyed all the presentations, and we have been in fact enjoying while sitting in the audience, but today's task was very difficult for me to judge the presentation, and let me tell you that each and every presentation was outstanding, and none can beat it. More so, if you look at the topic chosen by the students and supported by the faculty member, guide, and professor, you find that most of the topic covered under our national priorities, whether it is use of AI for insect identification, AI for detection of the glycemic index, or whether it is developing some resistant genotype, hybrids, screening of the material for the source of resistance, then use of the certain technology, tools, techniques, even for use of the some microbes for enhancing the growth, even for biodegradation of certain oil compounds. So, if you look at the topic, it is vast, covering most of the area which country now required to be researched on. And looking at the result of those experiments, those thesis work, I find that most of the results are excellent, and I would like to congratulate all the chairperson of the advisory committee, members of the advisory committee for their constructive suggestion. I understand that a lot of effort must have gone in choosing the right kind of topic, experimenting it, and also putting it in a systematic manner. So, I must thank the director as well as dean and associate deans for giving me this opportunity to join you here, to learn a lot through the presentations. So, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful closing remarks. Your insights have been incredibly valuable, and we truly appreciate the meaningful way you have wrapped up today's discussion. Now, I call upon Dr. Bimlesh ma'am, ADG, ED and EP and HS, ICAR New Delhi, to give the closing remarks.
Good afternoon to all of you, Honorable Chairman of this session, and learned jury members for this session, and the faculty of IRI, and dear students. So from morning we are listening to the presentation. Although in master, as per my experience, that in master program, after completing their coursework, they first time enter into the laboratory. So this is 1 year program. It is only for the learning how to do the research and how to publish it, what are the methodology we have to follow, and what are the objectives, and how to obtain that objective, what are the planning of the experiment. So all these things comes under the learning of the students. Actual research students do in their PhD. But I am surprised to see here that the master student, they have done wonder. They have used all that modern technology, ranges from the bioinformatics, machine learning, and the genomic related study, RNA, DNA, everything they have included in their research projects. So I congratulate the advisory and head of the division that they have, their students are learning so much, and they are working in the area, as my colleagues had said, that the area they have chosen for their research is from the national priority, and they are working on the national priority. They have the knowledge about it. And there is, it is very difficult to judge who is the first 5 students, how we can select it. And it may be, I think the presentation is almost equal, and it may be due to the first, second, third, and fifth, up to fifth, may be due to their scores in other things, which comes out to the 70%. And some small suggestion from my side for the master student. So some of the students had prepared very good slides. And in some of the slides, they are much crowded. You please make your slide in future, make your slides as simple as possible, so that everyone can understand by seeing your slides only. There is no need to speak when you are presenting the slides. So with this, once again, congratulations to all the students, and I hope that best one will win. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your impactful closing remarks. Your perspective has given us much to reflect on, and we are grateful for the wisdom you have shared with us today. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. R.K. Jain, sir, former Dean and Joint Director, ICAR IARI New Delhi, to give the closing remarks.
Very good evening to all. At the outset, I would like to thank the Director IARI and the Dean IARI in providing me an opportunity to be a part of this program, actually. Let me share with you that this is my 42nd year that I have been witnessing this activity of this institute. Initially as a student, subsequently as a contestant, subsequently as a faculty member, and then head the division of plant pathology, and subsequently as a dean for 5 years, and now as one of the members of the jury. My former jury members have already said about the quality of the presentation, quality of the research work, and so on and so forth, and I'm not going to repeat that. Perhaps most of the things will also be covered by the chairperson also. I will add another dimension to the entire presentation which has been made, and with due apology to the chairpersons or the advisors, I would like to suggest, number one, ethics in publication must be taken care, actually. I mean, it is really surprising, a small piece of work which is carried out in 6 months can yield
3 to 7 publications. I think it's impossible. I mean, we have to really see if we can churn out 1 or 2 publications in quality journal, that would be enough actually. I think the chairpersons will have to look into it. I will not blame the students actually. Secondly, ornamental authorship. I see, I mean, most of the publications which have been presented, having 7 authors, 8 authors, 10 authors, I fail to understand an MSc research work with 8 authors, 5 authors, 6 authors. To me, it looks we are giving ornamental authorship. So with these 2 points, then third point, I would say that let us not worry about NAS rating 10, 15, and so on. I would say it is better to publish in a professional society journal of your discipline. If a plant pathology student publish paper in Indian Journal of Agricultural Science, or you publish in plants, or you publish in viruses, readability is not there. I think it is better we serve our professional societies by publishing our good work in the professional society rather than in those journals which have NAS rating very high, or in frontiers which are paid publications. So I would request humbly to the chairpersons to look into these aspects. I think that would be better, and more so when it comes to the PhD presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your closing remarks. Your words have provided a powerful conclusion to our session, and we appreciate the clarity and perspective you have offered. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. J.P. Sharma, sir, former Vice Chancellor, SKUAST, Jammu and Kashmir, former Joint Director, ICAR, IARI, New Delhi, to give the closing remarks.
I wish to thank Director IRI and team for inviting me to this important event. For 20 years, I was sitting there listening the presentations from 89 to 2020. I was here as faculty. And today, we were sitting in different capacity. This IRI convocation is a unique, I think, all over the NARS system. I have never seen. I was in Pantnagar, I was in IIT also, and some other universities. I have never seen such a elaborate convocation week. When I joined ISCOST Jammu as Vice Chancellor, the first thing I did was to start this convocation week. And it was really appreciated by all faculty members, and still it is going on. Again, at the cost of few minutes, I appreciate all the students for their creativity, content, and the work of practical utility, and the time management. I was sitting with Dr. Dahuja Anil. He was maintaining that watch. And before time, everybody was concluding. So that is the beauty. And credit goes to the student as well as their guides and head of the divisions. When I was here, many days we used to practice in the conference hall in our division for time management and all again and again revising it. So that is seen here on the stage. I appreciate the communication skills and some wonderful quotes. They have mentioned some of them. I have noted down and use it at appropriate platform in future. One quote I could not understand. Let food be the medicine and medicine be the food. So I was thinking since then that medicine we will take like a food 3 times a day in such a big quantity? So really, I will clarify from the presenter what does it mean. And another presentation from Seed Science and Technology, one Ms. Yadav. On the second slide itself, there was a plate of gulab jamun. The topic was related to seed germination, and then gulab jamun came in the way. So we were tempted because Holi was just 3 days back. Maybe it was a effect of Holi continuing. One submission to the PG school. Maybe it is, they can consider, but I felt that 70% marks are already given, considering their OGPA, awards, publications, and presentation and seminar and all that. So they have already been, weightage has already been given in 70 marks. So they may not be required to present here in the research findings. Why I am saying this? Because it influences the decision of the jury. When there is a clapping, 15.95, patent, this, that, and we are influenced then. So can we, that is already been taken care of. So if PG school thing, Dr. Atul, convey my message to Dean, if it can be done. Some changes I am observing. Earlier, even the audience, a student can ask the question when I was here. But today, I saw that only the jury can ask the question. Then the liberty of the student, I know during my time, they discuss among themselves and frame the questions, give to their friends. Okay, you ask these 2 questions. That liberty is missing now. And also another thing, I also used to advise my students कि जब उसका खत्म होगा तो सबने जोर से ताली बजानी है. So they were, but now this time I see that after every presentation, equal intensity of clapping was there. I appreciate one and all. And then today it is the first time, or maybe not repeated in future also, Dr. Prasanna, before time we are concluding. And credit goes to our worthy chairman, the way he conducted the proceedings and made each and every student very comfortable. So really, sir, and the jury members also, and the student also who completed well in time. And I saw, last comment, the fair gender representation. There were 20 presentations and 10 were from females. So all good. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent closing remarks. Your thoughtful conclusions has provided us with a clear takeaway. Now I invite our chairperson, Dr. B.M. Prasanna, sir, distinguished scientist, CIMET and Regional Director, CIMET Asia, New Delhi, to present the closing remarks.
Sharma ji ne bahut hasaya already, but friends, today was a very fruitful day. Excellent presentations. First of all, a big hand to all the students who presented today and their chairman for such a wonderful and confident presentations from each and everybody. It shows that IRA is indeed in excellent hands in terms of the quality of postgraduate students. We are really second to none. And the topics that have been covered were indeed highly varied, right from climate adaptation, from gender analysis, high throughput phenotyping,
nutritional quality, artificial intelligence and machine learning, breeding for abiotic and biotic stress tolerance, integrated pest and disease management. All those are extremely relevant in present day world. Of course, there can be even more challenging areas that one can work on, but I'm sure in the years to come, IRA will do that. I also serve as the chair of the International Advisory Committee for one of the strongest agricultural universities in China. It's called Huazhang Agriculture University. And there are 60,000 students in that university. And with extremely highly competent faculty members and students. And when I listen to their presentations, you will not believe it. 19-year-old, 20-year-old students publishing in Nature and Science on some of the areas is really, they are top-notch. One cannot compare that. But I'm sure that as Dr. Sharma pointed out and Dr. Jain pointed out, it's not about the number of articles that we publish out of an MSc research work. It's about, even if it is 1 or 2 research articles, it needs to be of very high standard and published in internationally highly recognized journals. MSc is all about asking the right questions. What kind of questions are we asking and how are we approaching that, answering that question? Choosing a research topic is already done by your supervisor or a chairperson. There is very little degree of freedom in choosing a research topic. But what kind of research question one can ask, that's something that a student needs to work together with the supervisor. There could be a lot of methodological improvements. I have been asking questions time and again during today's presentations. Whether are we using the right genotypes for the right purpose or right varieties? Are we using the right methodology? Is our methodology robust enough? Are we using the right checks? Are we using indeed right statistical analysis that provides a greater understanding or the robustness of the results? All these are extremely critical. The second most important aspect is multidisciplinarity. Is it simply a run-of-the-mill, or is it a highly multidisciplinary research topic where you are asking relevant questions, collaborating not just within a discipline, but across disciplines to answer such specific questions? And if you can add even multi-institutionality in addressing a research question, whether it is in master's or in PhD, that is even better in terms of getting the right kind of results to publish in high-quality journals. Believe it or not, several years back when I was a student, there were only one IRA gold medal across all the disciplines and one IRA PhD gold medal across all the disciplines. And I had the honor of bagging both masters as well as PhD. So it is not easy. Imagine across all disciplines, you have to present your research topic, and there will be very learned jury. And as Dr. Sharma pointed out, there will be some engineered questions here and there. Somebody will be asking questions so that the two or three questions are asked and the time is over. But that's not the way it should be. It is a highly competitive arena at that time. But right now we have at least 5 merit medals, and 70% of that is already judged based upon several other criteria. So the competition is out of 5 out of 20 is not bad. That means if you do a fairly, extremely good job with right methodology, you have a very high chance of success. And because much of it is already determined through your 70% and very limitedly with that 30%. But anyway, this is an excellent day. I'm looking forward to an even more exciting day tomorrow where the bar will be raised a little bit higher. Okay, and for PhD, the bar should be higher. You expect a very high quality research questions to be addressed, and high level of multidisciplinarity and a high level of confidence in subject matter. In masters, it's just a foundation. How to
address a research topic, how to frame a question, how to do research work, how to do even a review of literature, and how to draw valid conclusions. Don't be carried away by some of the extrapolations from your work. Be very careful in understanding what are the pros and cons of your work, to what extent it can address a research question. So that is particularly important at the master's level. And at the PhD level, one can expect to see a much higher rigor and a much higher level of confidence and articulation. Thank you so much. This is a fairly good day, and I'm still disappointed that a number of seats are still empty. That shows that the students and faculty members are not coming adequately enough to encourage their own fellow students or fellow faculty members and their students. So I hope this would be addressed tomorrow at least, and let's hope we will have another wonderful day tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your perspicacious and eloquent closing remarks. Your astute observation and profound insights have imbued this session with a sense of gravitas, leaving us with much to ponder. We are deeply appreciative of the erudition and clarity you have shared. It is with great pleasure and honor that I now extend a warm welcome to Dr. Atul Kumar, sir, co-convener and Associate Dean PG, ICAR, IARI, New Delhi, who will be delivering the vote of thanks today. As we come to the end of this wonderful event, it is fitting that we take a moment to express our gratitude. Without further ado, let me invite Dr. Atul Kumar, sir, to the stage to express our collective appreciation.
Thank you. I'm here only. Good evening, everyone. We say, well begun is half done. So we have begun on a very good note, sir, and hope the tempo is maintained tomorrow. This hall will be full tomorrow, sir, because tomorrow we are going to announce the results. So everyone knows that the result will be announced tomorrow, so this thin attendance is there, sir. I have taken permission from the chair that I will be giving vote of thanks in greater detail tomorrow, because this is part 1. I will take just 2 minutes time. I would like to thank the Director IRI and Dean Ma'am for their guidance in organizing this event. The chairpersons, Dr. B.M. Prasanna sir, the jury members, Dr. J.P. Sharma sir, Dr. R.K. Jain sir, Dr. Bimlesh Man ma'am, Dr. Vishbandhu Patel sir, Dr. S.K. Sharma sir, for sparing their valuable time over here. All the students who have done their presentation today, the chairpersons of all the committees, the persons who are behind organizing all this event in a meticulous way, all the volunteers, the graduate school staff, and last but not least, Dr. Dahuja, the convener, who has made a tireless efforts to organize this event. So thank you very much, each one of you. Kindly join us for a cup of tea downstairs, and do assemble here at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and show Dr. Prasanna sir that what IRI is. Show your strength tomorrow. Okay? Thank you very much.